Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking about Jesus was born on that day first, but no, his son.
Yeah, he's the ultimate son. Jesus is the ultimate boy. We're all trying to be like Jesus to our God. Father.
Yeah, we're all trying to be like Jesus to our Godfather.
That's so true.
Grant says that too sometimes. Where'd y'all hear that from?
Unitarian saying. Baptist.
What I intend to do in this short video.
Oh, Unitarian. I saw some dumb. Did y'all see the movie Arkansas?
Yeah, it's not that with Vince
Vaughn.
Yeah.
I watched it last night. I was watching it last night. It was just too. It was like it was trying to be too weird or something. Just the whole thing. I don't know. I didn't really like it. And it had the other guy in it who I love, Malkovich. John Malkovich. He's in it?
Oh, he is?
Yes, that's it.
So that little guy, the little guy, that's in Sex Drive. What's his name?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was kind of crazy in it. Right off the bat, the one guy, he's like all serious, and that guy's almost just like a clown or something.
That's Chris Evans' brother, right?
It's Clark Duke.
Clark Duke.
Dude, it's Liam Hemsworth.
Oh, Liam Hemsworth.
Wait, is it? It is. Oh, yeah, it's Liam Hemsworth. Yeah, I love Liam Hemsworth.
That's Thor, right? Thor's brother?
Yes, and he was
Miley Cyrus.
Who, this guy? Liam Hemsworth.
They were an item for years. They just broke up.
What happened there? What happened there?
Probably her voice. Yeah.
Yo, what does she sound like? I'm Miley Cyrus.
She's a beautiful.
Hey guys, but that's what I sing the song for is Wrecking Ball, is because you know how I feel about Nashville and Tennessee is Nashville. Miley Cyrus. Whoa. Was bone chilling. Yeah, that was really good.
I wish it sounded more. I had a higher tenor. That was a very strong baritone.
Yes, what that was, that voice was going to be more of a baritone.
Yeah.
Because at the beginning it started as kind of a tenor, and at the beginning it started a little high, and then it settled into
First of all, it's not
Nothing you can do.
I got comfortable.
She always talks about Nashville. That's one of the main things she talks about is how Nashville's like the new LA. Yeah, I'm talking about that. I've been there.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's fine.
Just used to love that Young Buck song. You remember Young Buck? I think he was from Nashville. I think he rapped with 50 Cent of those people. But Shorty Wanna Ride With Me. I used to love that song. That song was probably playing in this with the subwoofers when I was dying in that field party. That was probably another fucking song. Ooh, that was wonderful. Yeah, we gotta listen to Shorty Wanna Ride With Me, ride with me, Fuck the world. Yeah, it was very, it's kind of almost a haunting part. Just Shorty Wanna Ride With Me, There's a lot of that, but I think he's from here. Yeah, and it's good in that song. They end up kind of reconnecting in the park, and it's beautiful. They do have the same birthday. Because a lot of the times, I think families try that. Like the dad or the mom is like, okay, this kid or kid has to have my birthday. If it doesn't, oh yeah. I think that's why abortion happens sometimes. They're like, wait, why did it happen now? We're 2 months away. It's not going to happen on my birthday. Let's just try it.
I don't need this kid upstaging me half of a season into my birthday.
Yeah, I mean, 2 months after my birthday, that's kind of going to not make my birthday as special. 2 months. I don't like that.
Let's just abort this motherfucker so we don't have to deal with this birthday issue.
Yeah. You gotta, when you do count forward to 3 months. That's how you gotta do it. Yeah, so it's 9 months of gestation, 3 months to get the official birthday. So yeah, yes, 1 year from ovulation. Yeah, because it takes a while for the people. Hey, Grant, don't both of your daughters have your birthday? Yep.
Nice. Yeah. Take back everything we said. So,
will you? I guess I could. It's kind of a somber vibe when we walked in today. At least I felt it. Is everything okay in there? Everybody was acting weird in there. You had the whole crew in there. Is everybody cool?
Today's pretty mellow, actually. It's just everything's been so busy. It's a nice chill day. Pretty easy.
Don't get used to it.
I'd be acting out.
Yeah, I mean, where's Mike? Where's his little M&Ms? Is he eating on those right now?
Just nomming on them M&Ms.
See if we can have some.
You guys want me to bring some in?
I'll bring some giant container of the mini M&Ms.
Oh, I would love a handful.
Yeah, put them all in your mouth at the same time. No, in your head.
It began to acquire this modern
Small ones.
That's not as cool. It's like 3 regular ones. 53 to 50 to 3 ratio.
Kind of like the birthday thing at 9 to 12.
Whoa, holy cow.
Significant success at motivating Jews around the world to contribute in a financial way to purchasing land.
Tell Mike we're keeping
In order to
Yeah, tell him there's no way.
That's all pissing it.
Herzl's particular strategy.
Oh, I'm totally pissing this thing.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's so it's like cereal.
That is a crazy amount of M&M. Oh, yes,
We didn't even find it. Someone just forgot it here.
what a blessing. Yeah. So what did they put in here? It looks like the thing wasn't fully shut.
It's just not fully open.
There's 2 ways to look at it.
So he's really an M&M's half open type guy.
Oh, there's so much.
Yeah, smart. Oh, I don't think they want to do that.
Too late. Yeah, too late. We don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. It's hot as hell in Texas again. Oh my god.
It keeps it fresher if there's a smaller opening.
Wait, in Hans, you have to, it keeps them fresher if it has a smaller opening?
This is based on the reading of the Talmud that essentially
I really messed up on that part.
having been exiled
really messed
from
up
the land
earlier,
of
too.
Israel, who lost their
We've been messing up all day, but our lives are
way
going
back in the
together.
ancient
Yeah, I
period.
didn't even eat it. This is lunch for me right now. That's where I'm at right now. This is lunch for me. A couple little fucking M&Ms.
Brunching on M&Ms.
I'm brunching on munching.
Until the arrival of the Messiah.
I'm munching
So
on
there was a
brunching.
good
You still got a lot of brunch?
ultra-Orthodox
Yeah.
in particular.
You really?
Felt
Yeah,
that
I love whole party foods like biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, I love
inappropriate.
I remember you saying that if you couldn't have a brunch, you would end your life on the short term.
Very,
Is that
very
true?
grateful.
Yeah.
To establish a state.
And how are you going to do that again?
I am going to choke on a sausage, a breakfast sausage.
That'd be scary.
Yeah.
That's a final act of protest. So gorgeous. Yeah, these power prices are out of control here.
But nevertheless, it was
Getting fucked
This
this
fuck,
fucking
like, give me
by
a
a sausage.
today
It's the perfect thing to choke you out because it's so long.
have already demonstrated.
What would you do? Just shove it down your throat?
I just swallow it down the breathing hole. Have you ever swallowed something down the breathing hole?
Wrong hole on purpose.
Yeah.
There is. So what if I did a hot dog in my mouth or something? How do I get it in the breathing hole and not the other hole?
It's slightly higher than the eating hole, so you just gotta push it up towards your nose,
Pretty much universally disliked by the rest of
at
the
the top of your mouth.
You can see that
So you let it slide down a little. You kind of gurgitate it up into that nose. Okay, I can see that working. That seems like a hard way to do it, though.
Authentic.
Yeah, it's like one of those.
Just get a gun, man. Just get a gun, Hans. But go
I have
to
an AR-15.
you tell me where'd you get it?
I got it.
Who's calling you?
Sorry, man.
Because you mentioned the AR-15.
Especially difficult for
Yeah.
to deal with this.
Like, you're supposed to report that.
The other factor that is represented here
Back
includes,
to
for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations.
And we would literally just say, we love Factor, but the only issue kind of right this second is we need more Factor meals. That's my biggest qualm with Factor is that I can't eat it for every meal because I only have so much space in my fridge. Yeah, there's a lot of good, but the only really bad thing is we need more Factor meals. I know. I wish the meals were twice as small so I could keep 2 in my pockets everywhere I go. Yeah, we love these things. Genuinely good. Pesto, cheese, rice and beans, and sun-dried tomatoes. Everything you want. What brand? Heck, sorry. But yeah, I mean, you've got a busy schedule. Okay, it's time to outsource. And a lot of the times people hear the word outsource and they think, that's not a good word. Is that something with the computer? We're here to tell you it's actually not. Yeah, no, I mean, you got to outsource annoying tasks, such as, like cooking. You outsource it, so you don't have to do it anymore. So you can do whatever you want, whatever hobbies you have, whatever you're doing. It doesn't even matter. You can be sitting around. You have all the time in the world. Want to learn how to dunk a tennis ball? Factor's there. They're there to help you. They have plenty of protein in their meals. It's good. Factors, no prep, no mess meals will save you tons of time. Heat and eat in just 2 minutes. 120 seconds. It's not bad. Put it in the oven. Put it in the microwave. It doesn't matter because the food is always fresh and it's never frozen. And each recipe is made by a chef and approved by a dietitian, so you know it'll taste good and be good. Chefs are making this stuff, okay? It's not some dude working on the road somewhere. It's a chef that you can trust. From breakfast to dessert, Factor keeps you fueled up. It does keep your ass fooled up all day, though, once you eat some of the good fuel. All day long, I mean, choose from menus that help you manage calories, maximize protein intake, avoid meat, or simply eat a balanced diet. And you know what you're thinking? Well, I only have 2 pockets. I would really eat that many that I can choose from. Well, there's actually over dozens of meals to choose from each week, and more than 60 add-ons. Try them all. Find your favorites for your pockets and your fridge. You have to head to factormeals.com/WMS50 and use code WMS50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month. That is actually a really good deal if you sit and think about it. I know you think this is some sort of ad, but that's a hell of a deal. I mean, you don't get stuff like this, like a Kmart blue light deal. In Kmart, they used to do the blue lights. You have to run to the section that's like this right now in the 21st century. It's going to WMS50 at factormeals.com.
Oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still kind of like an idea as opposed to an actual expression of a state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically anti-Semitic about it, since I just described to you 3 kind of reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although they're very hard to find in actual people today. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the 5th stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet. Just like the Jews are very equal, antipathy to the Jews is also a very common phenomenon. But we see it in much the same ways, and when it happens, we recognize it. I think to myself, for example, how many times have I walked to synagogue on a Saturday and some car drives by and rolls down the window and yells some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and they yell, Free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred of Jews, but I'll hope to demonstrate exactly.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan Nubian, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the world and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of the day, Ray, Eyes of Love was supposed to have been followed up by another album.
They never got that opportunity. But they never stopped dreaming either.
Love is the meaning.
Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
John Cobell Show can't buy me 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is too stupid. This is too stupid. This is actually beneath us. That's been bugging me all day. It was in the New York Times. I don't know if you saw this. Did you see the story about the Gen Z stare?
No.
Eric, you familiar with this Gen Z stare on TikTok? No. I got a long article in the New York Times.
Well, what is it?
Apparently, older adults than Gen Z people think they get this stare, especially when they go to businesses looking for their requests to be filled, or when they want to buy things, or eat food or whatever. That Gen Z people, there seems to be a TikTok trend. They just stare at you with these dead eyes, as if you're crazy, ordering food or asking a question or making a complaint. I'll just read this to you. None of this may make sense. When Valerie Jefferson posted a video about the Gen Z stare on TikTok, she did not expect it to start a fight. Her video, which documented one interpretation of the stare, it's the blank look of someone in a service job who is handling frustrating requests from a customer. And apparently millennials complain about the stare, and the Gen Z people are tired of the criticism. There's been dozens of clips racking up millions of views. This is what people debate all day, whether they get stared at when they go into a business. It's a blank stare instead of a verbal response. Retail, restaurants, any job where you face the customer. But some people say it's even beyond that. One woman described she had to take her daughter to a golf lesson with a teenager. And she greeted the instructor and thanked her for agreeing to teach her daughter how to play golf. In response, the golf instructor said she was met with in response, the mother said she was met with a stare and a yeah. And the mother was confused. Did I do something wrong? Did I not read the social situation right? See, I never respond to anybody when I go to the store.
If they say hi, may I help you? I just ignore them?
I run. Apparently people have been fun. There's one person, got more than 11 billion views. The stare is challenging the way customers treat people in food service and retail industries. The Gen Z stare is saying the customer is not always right. So you got a problem now, and you take it to an employee, and the employee doesn't give a crap. They're probably stoned, and so they stare.
They're also probably filming the interaction somewhere and just staring at them so they can see how long it takes them for the person to react.
That's right. Who's going to crack?
And probably you.
They don't know where this came from. Why do these things? All these people are like robots. Some goofy, stupid idea gets on TikTok and everybody starts copying the goofy, stupid idea for a few weeks and then everybody stops. People think that there's a lot of vaping going on, or it comes from growing up staring at an iPad, or it's some effect of the COVID-19 pandemic because people spent so much time indoors when they were kids and they didn't develop a normal situational awareness on how you communicate in public.
They probably also don't like to deal with conflict because of that.
Jean Twitch, we had her on the show. She wrote a book on the different generations, and she said social skills take thousands and thousands of hours to develop. And adolescence is a critical period for developing social skills And Gen Z has spent much less time in person with their peers during that stage. Because they spend so much time indoors staring at screens, their brains did not develop the ability to do normal everyday interactions now that they're in the workforce. So,
I've just been staring.
oh, you're not going to talk anymore? You're not going to respond to anything?
Oh,
You're
grunt. Just like,
well, at least a grunt is a response.
that was stupid.
I told you it's stupid.
That's beyond.
I told you.
Unfortunately, I saw it. And I saw it there, and then I woke up in a laboratory with people working on me, 6 people in hazmat suits, or I don't even know if they were people.
Did you get drugged?
Yeah. I don't actually know. They didn't allow any alcohol or drugs there, but they could have drugged me. Epstein shapeshifted in front of me. It's very hard to understand if you haven't seen it. But I saw it. I want to be lie detector on this. But I've never seen anyone else turn into anything like that. And it happened. It was like a weird hologram, and it had like big black eyes. If you look back through ancient history, you'll notice there are a lot of dragons. They only used to draw and depict what was real.
I mean, if I go into a restaurant and I say, hey, I'm vegan.
Also, there's this article joking about Bush, Clinton, and the Queen all being reptiles.
I guess that was a bad example.
Why do Hillary Clinton and Prince Andrew apparently not sweat?
Here's the latest. A lot of National Guard soldiers are leaving LA. KFI's Michael Monks is going to have a live report at the top of the hour.
What about Bieber, Adele, and Lady Gaga apparently all shapeshifting?
Counties. We're going to have more at the top of the hour. Right now, we're going to a crash on the 118 in Porter Ranch.
Hundreds of Justin Bieber fans say they witnessed the singer shapeshift into a reptilian while greeting them at Perth Airport. One witness said that all hell broke loose in the airport after Justin Bieber shapeshifted in front of his fans. She claims there were girls hiding in the toilets crying and guys were running for the exits, jumping in taxis to get the hell out of there. Perth Now briefly published an article about the incident featuring multiple interviews with witnesses. However, within an hour of publication, the article was mysteriously taken offline and scrubbed from the internet, but not before alert readers captured screenshots of the article and proof that it appeared on Google. The Perth Now article quoted witnesses who say they saw Bieber with eyes with a black stripe down the middle and big scaly claws that were lashing out angrily. Despite the removal of the article from the internet, the reptilian sightings continued the next morning. A local skater told reporters that Bieber was hanging around with this big guy, his bodyguard I guess, and we were just staring because he kept turning into a huge reptile. His bodyguard was pointing at us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. There were multiple accounts of seeing Bieber with greenish-brown claws, while others claimed to have seen the singer in full female reptilian form. One fan described the reptilian version of Bieber as really big, like way over 6 foot, slitty little reptilian eyes, curves, and covered in scales. Experts claim that Bieber belongs to the Babylonian Brotherhood, a group of shape-shifting reptilian humanoids determined to control the world and usher in the New World Order.
Adele shape-shifted into an 8-foot reptilian backstage at Auckland's Mount Smart Stadium after the final concert of her world tour, according to shocked fans and a reporter from the New Zealand Herald. The 10 super fans, invited backstage to meet Adele after her final New Zealand show, got more than they bargained for when the singer shape-shifted into a massive, at least 8 or 9 feet tall, powerfully built reptilian with greenish-gray scales, to quote one of the witnesses. Jim Joint, reporting for the New Zealand Herald, wrote that the superfans told him Adele had flickering reptile eyes with a black stripe down the middle and scaly horns and protrusions all over her body. She looked shocked, like she wasn't prepared for the change, a witness told the Herald. Adele fan Jessie Warren also told the Herald that Adele said the shape-shifting is crippling her and she can't go on until she learns to stop the reptile inside herself from manifesting itself in public. Adele said she won't be able to perform live or tour again until she learns to control the shape-shifting. Editor's note: the screenshots from the New Zealand Herald newspaper article were sent to us by Jessie Warren, an Adele fan who says she was invited backstage. According to Jess, the NZ Herald deleted the article shortly after publication. Warning readers to hold onto their hats. The New Zealand Herald writer claims that a number of fans who were invited backstage to meet Adele witnessed the British singer shapeshift into a giant lizard and then apologize for scaring them, explaining that she meant no harm and is a good reptilian. The New Zealand Herald has not responded to questions asking why they deleted the article from their website.
I painted Epstein as a reptile in 2019, and Maria Farmer, another victim, painted him as a reptile in 2020. Others have had similar experiences. What about the Simpsons prediction? Wasn't the Simpsons man on Epstein's airplane?
America, take a good look at your beloved candidates. They're nothing but hideous space reptiles.
As Tucker Carlson recently said, maybe we really are in a spiritual war.
That we are being acted on by spiritual forces that we cannot see. That there is a war going on all around us, out of our sight, not perceived by our senses most of the time, between good and evil.
What do you mean by the things that you had to unpack that happened to you? Explain, just give me some idea of what that is.
Well, you know, like when I was taping it the first time, I saw him literally turn into something else in front of my eyes. Like he shapeshifted in the bedroom. It was freaky. And, you know, I would think, okay, this girl's a bit bonkers, or she was on this bit, but I wasn't on drugs and I'm not bonkers. You know, I saw this and I only saw it once, you know, 22 years ago. To like,
yo, what's going on, Pam? How are you? What up, big? Watching William Montgomery. No, it's right here. You can even hear him.
/WMS50, get 50% off your first box plus month while your subscription is active.
On William Montgomery podcast. Oh, he's talking about Professor Henry Abramson is talking about the various movements of anti-Zionism. When Israel is acting in a positive manner, I'm as Zionist as any person on earth, perhaps the greatest Zionist known to man. That isn't all the time, though. It's a contentious subject and has been for about 200 years within Judaism. There are groups, Jewish groups, 3 primarily Jewish groups that have been anti-Zionist. One is what's, for lack of a better term, the ultra-Orthodox. A segment that feels that we should not return to Israel until Mashiach comes. And I understand the legitimacy of that argument. It makes a lot of sense to me. There is an argument to be made. The second one is the Bund, which was like a Jewish socialist movement, particularly in Russia. And that one argued that basically Israel shouldn't be established in its current form. It's too bureaucratic. It should be established as a socialist state, which I get that one too. That one makes sense to me. And then the third, which basically states it's another socialist movement that was popular during the interwar period. So from like 1918 to 1939 or so, that makes an argument that Israel shouldn't be established in its current form, at least not in its current form, because it isn't built on the idealism of communism or a socialist strategy or philosophy, I should say, more than strategy. I think these all make sense, particularly the first. And while it's considered a fringe group within Judaism, it is not. There are at least 10,000 people, particularly focused in New York, who feel this way. There's a segment of Judaism, and I know that echoes in the diaspora. The idea in that third one that I mentioned about a socialist future, I empathize with, but also one of the movements is focused on the diaspora and that Jews should be doing what they can within their own countries to be able to bring about Mashiach and then perhaps one day have Israel. I'm of the mindset that Israel is everywhere. And the reason why I say that, it doesn't say in the Bible the borders of Israel. It just doesn't. It doesn't say like, oh, it's from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River to the Sinai Peninsula to the Golan Heights. It does not say that. It does not say that at all. It's very vague. And I'm someone who feels as if Israel eventually will be the whole earth. Now, does that mean that everyone on earth gets slaughtered who's not Jewish? I think people should have the opportunity to become Jewish if they're not, if they wish. And there's a certain contingent within Judaism now that is very it's very exclusionary, even to Jews. Israel can be very exclusionary even to Jews. There are people, particularly in more, I don't want to even call them fringe movements, but like not mainstream centrist orthodoxy, who are not allowed birthright because they may not fit a certain political philosophy or religious philosophy. And then Israel allows people in that I don't think they should allow in. People who just go to like a Reform temple or whatever they want to call it, Reform synagogue, and they're there for like 6 weeks. And then they just did it because they married some rich guy. Like basically there are ways to pay rabbis and bribe rabbis to be able to have a conversion that's really not seen as a kosher conversion. And so it's a very contentious it's a very contentious and controversial subject. I am someone who feels that, in all honesty, Riser, no one is a good enough Jew. I'm not a good enough Jew. Benjamin Netanyahu isn't a good enough Jew. The like Rabbi Lau of the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, he's not a good enough Jew. Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, the chief Sephardic Jew, the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, he's not a good enough Jew. And compared to what we all idealize what a Jew should be, and thus I think we all need a conversion of some sort, or at least need to improve. And that would mean that when Mashiach comes, he's supposed to unite the nations, but also teach us all exactly how to uphold the mitzvot. So basically, like within Judaism, much of our teachings have just been passed on from the rabbis. And these are men who make mistakes. They are fallible, I should say. And it becomes an issue, especially when you get in the nitty gritty of Judaism, where it almost becomes like an obsessive compulsive way of living. And that's fine if it is consistent, but it's inconsistent in other ways. Like, so we're not supposed to drive on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I've known rabbis in particular situations, I don't agree with this, who consider themselves Orthodox, who take Uber on Shabbat. I don't agree with that. That to me is a loophole that they're exploiting. And some no, it's not that either. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with combustion and the benefits of combustion. Basically, striking a match on Shabbat is prohibited. Now, on the flip side, isn't it? Yeah. So that's an issue. Very good. Very an excellent observation. What about the electric car? So generally, we consider the electric car to be malchot, or to ride in an electric car. We consider it to be prohibited. However, Judaism is an ever evolving religion, and there are arguments to be made that once you can completely program a car from start to finish, you may be able to take one because there's no combustion. So what does this mean? Once you have like a Waze situation where you can program it to come to your house, or Waymo, I should say. You can program it to come to your house on a certain time, pick you up at a certain time, drop you off at a certain time. There's an argument to be made that you are not violating any of the prohibitions of Shabbat, and you should be allowed to do this. Now, there are some really minuscule aspects of this, because we're not supposed to. Here's the thing. There's a segment of Judaism that says you're not supposed to interact with electronics on Shabbat due to that combustion reason. However, this was very contentious about 150 years ago, where people said, but electricity is not combustion. And the majority of rabbis said, yeah, but it's close enough. But when you really look at it, they're separate things. Fire and electricity are separate. In the Bible, it doesn't say you can't use electricity. So it's kind of been one of these things that, while people think that it's been something that we've done for 3,000 years, it's really not. It was a guess of the rabbis 150 years ago when electricity was becoming more popular. Are you able to use this on? Yeah, I mean, it's really not even antique combustion, it's just striking a match. Base, and that's the issue. That's the issue. But there's a bigger issue. I mean, there are all kinds of issues here, and really, I think you see it. It gets very obsessive compulsive. That, like, before I started streaming, I had to fight, and I mean fight. I could write a book, and I've thought about writing a book, and I think I will write a book one day on my journey of just it would just be a book on how to be an Orthodox Jew in the modern world. And what you, just a specific part of this book would be the negotiations that you have to have with employers and in order to observe certain holy days. Like here, there are all kinds of just confusing aspects. And I remember I was working on this project with a very large company, a Fortune 100 company. And I was working on a project in Irvine and working remotely on a project for Israel, for our Israeli segment of the company. And I'm in the diaspora, which is outside of the land of Israel, generally seen, like outside the borders. And traditionally, if you were in the diaspora, when you would celebrate a holiday, you celebrate 2 days. And the reason why you celebrate 2 days is because you didn't know specifically when the holiday was going to be sometimes because you didn't have phones and you didn't have telegraphs or email or anything like that. And so to ensure that you celebrated on the correct day, you would celebrate 2 days. And sometimes the message would take a while to come to your city to say, like, okay, it's sundown on this day. So you celebrate 2 days. So that means during Passover, the first 2 days are holidays. The last 2 days are holidays. During a during Rosh Hashanah, that's 2 days. During Shavuot, that's 2 days. During holiday known as Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret, those would be 2 days. During Sukkot, those are 2 days. Everything is 2 days except really Yom Kippur. And the reason why that's different, and it's really not explicitly stated, is because that's a fast and it's just too difficult to fast for 2 days. We don't fast. When we fast without water and without food. And it's pretty difficult. It's not just like without food or like some religions. Okay, so everything's 2 days. But then I work with a team in Israel and I tell them, okay, we've got Yom Tov, or we've got a holiday coming up. I'm going to be off, let's say, Monday and Tuesday. And they're like, why are you going to be off Tuesday? And I say, because I'm in the diaspora and we celebrate 2 days. I know that you're in Israel and you only celebrate one day. So what is this? So here I am. We're both Jews. We're both they were more secular than I, but yet I'm having to take 2 days off and they only take one day off. And they ask me, what are you talking about? You're taking 2 days. And I said, look it up. It's 2 days in the diaspora. This has been a tradition for 3,000 years. And they look it up and they're like, oh, you're right. We didn't recognize that diaspora is celebrating the holiday for 2 days. And I say, And it's been that way for thousands of years. And yet, who the fuck really knows? I mean, we don't. We really don't know. But I remember this one incident, or incident where it wasn't an incident. I shouldn't say that. But um, this one time, this one, this one, this one experience that I had, where here I am thinking to myself, I'm working on an Israeli project with an Israeli team, and they're not able to advance the project because I'm going to be off, and I'm doing it for a mutual religion, and it's like I'm more religious than they are, and that's how it is in the diaspora. I just thought that this was a really unique, and it doesn't happen very often, but it did. And so we had to delay the project by a day so that when I returned, we could continue. And we did, and it was very successful. It was one of my most successful projects we ever had. But well, essentially, we were transitioning the Israeli part of the company from Asia to Europe, and we were doing a lot of software transitions, and basically, like, one segment of the company, it was being run out of Asia, but then the company changed, and this was pretty popular amongst Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies within the last 5 years or so, where they would be run from Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So that was like the section. They're like different sections of the world for these very large companies. There's APAC, which is Asia, Pacific Islands, and Australia. There's EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then there's North America and South America. It's actually called LAO, Latin American Organizations, but basically it's South America. It also includes like Central America and some other places, but those are the global areas for like major companies on which to focus. There's like Asia, Pacific Islands, and Australia, Europe, Middle East, Africa, North America, and South America. Those are like the big four. So we were transitioning. Well, yeah, I mean it's a global company, so that's what that's what we did, and we were transitioning part of the business specifically in Israel from one of those to another, and we had to do it by the end of the fiscal year, which would have been like June 30th, it was like 2020, I want to say, and no, 2021, and we did it by, it was like June 15th. We had like another 2 weeks, but we were all done, and it was really successful and everything. But anyway, previous to that, it was like May, like I don't know, it was like late May or early June. We had a holiday known as Shavuot, where we celebrate getting the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Moses. And when we were celebrating it, I explained to the team, I'm going to be off Monday and Tuesday, or whatever it was. I forget the dates. And they're like, okay, but why are you missing Tuesday? And I'm like, because I'm in diaspora. And don't you know, we celebrate our holidays of 2 days. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I know you guys do it one day, but we do it 2 days. This has been, they're like, since when? I'm like, since at least the fall of the Second Temple. So at least 2,000 years, or at least 1,900 years. And they're like, actually before then though, it's like 2,500 years. And they're like, oh, well, we didn't really think about that. So I'm like, yeah, so we'll have to delay this one day. And they're like, okay. And we did, and we were still early with our delivery, and it was very successful. But now with all that garbage, and I call it garbage because who the fuck knows? With that being said, this all goes back to Genesis and when God created the world. And this is an argument that I make to even like the most orthodox of Jews. There are loopholes in the system, or anybody who's religious for that matter. For as good of a Jew as I am, I'm as good of a secular theorist as well. I see the world in both ways. So when someone says to me, well, okay, so I would say this, like when I was working and had a career, it was very important that I would take Fridays afternoons and leave a little early so that I could be home and at synagogue by sundown. And issues arise, especially during the summer months, or well, actually, in particular, the winter months, I should say. So from like October to May, where the sun, at least at my latitude in Southern California, it begins to set as early like in December, about December 22nd or so. The sun begins to set about 4:18 in the afternoon, which is very early. And you have to think, okay, I have to be home by then. I have to get changed. I have to shower, and then I have to walk to synagogue. So I was leaving work about 3 o'clock. That's what I would that's those are the arrangements that I made. On Fridays I leave at 3, and I would do all this work to do that. I would make sure all my food is prepared, and like everything, like I didn't have to do anything for not just 24 hours but 25 hours. And I would think to myself, I'm doing all this, but in reality, if I go back to Genesis and read, on the seventh day God rested, that's cool, but we don't know exactly what day that is. So what am I saying? Yes, traditionally we have an idea of what day it was, and we can calculate back 5,785 years. But in reality, that hasn't been necessarily accurate, just because it's very hard to keep track of time during such a long period of time. Exactly. So there's an argument to be made, an excellent argument, that any day could be Shabbat. Meaning, like today, it's like a Tuesday, but today could be Shabbat. And what do I mean? If when God created the world, if that's the story with which we're going as an Orthodox Jew, okay, he could have created it on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, on a Friday, on a Saturday, or a Sunday. There are 7 days in the week, and we don't know exactly which day it was when he created the world. We don't know. It's not a perfect science. So just through tradition and such, we have fallen on or agreed that like Friday night to Saturday, Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown is Shabbat. But that means that there's only a 1 in 7 chance that we're correct on this assessment. 1 out of 7 is approximately 14%. So basically, there's a 14% chance we're right. But that means there's an 86% chance that we're wrong, meaning a much higher percentage. So when thinking individuals really start to dissect the numbers, and even many people who are religious, and they start to have these arguments with their rabbis, the rabbi says it's just something that we do out of tradition. And the people say, okay, well, that's fine. But doesn't it say that if we celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day, it's a punishable offense by death? And yeah, that's true too. So aren't you taking a very big risk by just assuming that Shabbat is on this single day? There's only a 14% chance that you're right. And that's when a lot of people fall out of favor with religion and say, okay, that's fine. I see these traditions being done, but nobody really knows. And that's why many Jews are secular. I mean, not just because of that, but these are excellent arguments to be made. So with all that being said, I do the traditions to the best of my ability while still maintaining my common sense and a secular mindset to some extent. And I wait on Mashiach, our Messiah, to someday teach us the actual ways. And until that day comes, we're all just doing the best that we can. Whether it's that team in Israel that with which I was working, whether it's the chief Ashkenazi rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief rabbi of Britain, whether it's all of the rabbis in the United States, whatever it is. And that's just the Orthodox world. That does not get into the conservative world or the Reform world, which, Reiser, I can tell you this, are foreign to me. I don't know really any conservative Jews. I know some who have become Orthodox, and maybe they grew up in conservative or perhaps Reform, but I just don't interact with those worlds. They're almost different religions to me. In fact, traditionally, I think if Judaism were seen in under a different light, they may be considered different religions, but they're not. I mean, we all consider ourselves Jews, but even who they consider a Jew versus who we consider a Jew differs, and that causes a lot of contention. For instance, I can trace my mother's bloodline essentially back to the Bible. Someone in her family had a DNA test. It was for the National Geographic Genographic Project, which is something that happened in 2004. And I have an uncle who's a very intelligent individual. He's an MIT engineer, worked for Boeing, very, very smart man. And he was at the forefront of genetic testing because he's just very interested in populations and such. And so this isn't like a 23andMe. All of the data on which 23andMe was based on these groups and or was based on this test. So this was a test that happened a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but 20 years ago. And it stated that basically our matrilineal line could be traced back to the Bible, or at least back to 4 people who had this genetic ancestry, 4 women who had this genetic ancestry of the Bible. Okay, great. Does that make me better than anybody? No. But then, and I'm not the only person who has this kind of bloodline. It's pretty common within Orthodox Jews. But then we run into an issue where, let's say, within Orthodoxy, we have someone who converts. And let's say their mother converted 3 generations ago. And she has children, and those children have children. And usually what happens within a conversion is it occurs, and then we don't really talk about it again. We don't remind somebody of it. That's the past, and we look towards the future. All right, that's fine. But then those kids, let's say of this generation, think that they have the same bloodline as I do. And it just doesn't turn out to be that way. And it's very disappointing to them when they find out that they don't. It shows that they perhaps came from converts. And it can cause a lot of contention. Now, with all that being said, we didn't always within Orthodoxy determine a person's Jewishness by women. Back in biblical days, it was both your father and your mother. But that changed 2,000 years ago. It's been very consistent since then. Okay, so then we have other movements within Judaism specifically the conservative, but actually specifically the Reform movement, that in 1982 or so stated that you could become Jewish from both your mother or your father, which causes a huge amount of issues. That to me is a different religion, but it hasn't been determined that way. But okay, that's fine. So then what happens is we get people who are at like Jewish summer camps who are matrilineally Jewish, and that's seen as the gold standard of Judaism. And then you get people there who say they're Jewish because their dad is Jewish, and they're just looked at as non-Jews, and they're told that they're non-Jews. And then they go to their mom and dad and they start crying, and they say they don't consider me Jewish, and it's like, well, yeah, it's contentious, and it's very complicated. When in reality, these are all human-made laws. They're not necessarily determined by anything but what somebody said, some rabbi said, either 100 years ago or well, 30 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. These are just some of the difficulties. So back to your original question, what are my thoughts on Zionism and anti-Zionism? It's very complicated, and that's why I feel whether you're Zionist or whether you're anti-Zionist, if you want to be a Jew, everybody needs. I don't want to say as a conversion, but everybody needs to play by the same rules. And when Mashiach comes, I look forward to that day, and Mashiach will teach us what to do. So that's enough Jewish time with Rabbi Rothschild. Let's do in your neck of the woods, Riser. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, and whether you're Jewish or Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or Tao or whatever, never forget, no one really knows. I don't know. The chief rabbi of Israel doesn't know. The top imam in the world doesn't know. The Pope doesn't know. In the end, if we're being truthfully honest with each other, everybody is agnostic, which just means you don't know. You don't know. You just do the best that you can under the cards that you're dealt, essentially, under the in the environment in which you are, but nobody really knows. So if anybody says to you, or anyone out there, if you're watching, um, yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. I see that as um a prohibition, and if you're playing by those rules. Now there are other rules to say that Shabbat could be today or tomorrow or anything but Friday. So if that's the case, then it's fine for you to take an Uber. It's basically like a chess game, and it's like, all right, well, I've got you in checkmate. However, I've got you in checkmate because of this move. And then somebody's like, well, I've got you in checkmate because of this. And it just basically comes down to nobody really knows. So that's that. What were your thoughts on William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Kill Tony? Why not? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery's stand-up. Are you serious? Well, I must say, while I appreciate it, it doesn't surprise me because in my heart I knew I was the number one fan this entire time. And with all of the William Montgomery knowledge that I'm gleaning from his podcast, I think I could destroy you in William Montgomery trivia, perhaps. Um, Doug, I'm watching it right now. It's here. You can hear it.
It supports the show and it supports your stomach. 50% off.
I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast.
Next month while your subscription is active.
William Montgomery show. No, 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 no. I am. I am. I'm watching the William Montgomery show, but you asked, you're really watching a podcast? Yeah, I'm watching William Montgomery's podcast. It's the William Montgomery show. I know about Tony Chin. So I'm watching them in reverse, and I'm on episode like 34, maybe a little. Oh no, episode 39 of 168. So that's true. I even said at that time, the best part of the show is the last 5 seconds when they go shh, dun 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 dun, and then he's like, "Who the fuck said that?" That to me was the funniest part, and I still think that's the funniest part. It's a very funny part of the show. Um, it is not the best. Well, I want to also go back and say that I think it's a good idea that um he does the um he has the people at the Record Austin podcast company or whatever do all of the editing for him, because I don't think Grant, I think they did allow Grant to do it, or he does it now or something. But when they were just starting off, he was doing all the traveling um for stand-up comedy, and he just didn't have time to be like talking about edits and stuff. So I get why they just paid to have it done. And I recently learned that Casey Rocket is no longer doing Kill Tony. Did you hear that? Yeah, he's doing like he's moving to, I think, Chicago for like, he's like was born in Illinois. He's moving to Chicago to work at I think it's Zany's for a month. He's doing like a residency, and I think he's gonna fly back and do the William Montgomery show. Oh yeah, William Montgomery show, but he's not gonna do Kill Tony. And a lot of people on Kill Tony are upset about this because he's one of the favorite people on Kill Tony, but he he says that it's very difficult for him to do 1 minute of stand up and be funny, which I get. Well, you know, you and I study the art of stand up a lot more than most people, I would say, at least in a discussion form. And in order to be funny in front of that audience and Kill Tony, you can't go out and just be a storyteller. And a lot of these quote unquote stand up comedians aren't traditional stand up comedians, they're storytellers. Like who? Like Bert Kreischer, like Joe Rogan, like wait, that's fine, but their observational, their humor is through a story, which is different than if you ever saw traditional stand-up comedians who would have like one-liners. They would be joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. And the thing is to be very people. Right. Right. And it just could be like a little riff of like a song. Like one thing he always says that I don't know if he always says it, but he said it on one of them, and it just becomes like very popular on Kill Tony. Is he just goes, "Never made it as a wise man," and then like that's his joke. Like that's just a song lyric, but and then he'll like go do his like riff, and he'll do his crab walk or whatever, and that just people really like that. Um, but what ends up happening on Kill Tony is there's like that there's a saying, you either die a hero or you live long enough to be a villain. And like what am I saying? Like basically if he gets out while he's on top, people will really like him. But if he keeps staying there, like David Lucas got to the point where he like wore out his welcome. The fans didn't like him anymore. They don't think he's funny. They literally, like the Kill Tony subreddit, probably has him as one of the worst comedians that they've ever had. And the thing is about David Lucas is he's just not that creative. No, no, it's not that. It's not that. Because I don't consider myself racist and I'm not from Texas. I think that I could say as pretty neutral because I didn't like come in when he started or as a neutral party. He just reuses his own jokes. And he does do some joke theft, which believe it or not, I'm okay with being a joke thief. And here's what I mean. Like the joke thief, the big joke thief event happened in 2006 or so. It could have been as late as 2008. Between Joe Rogan and Carlos Mencia. Do you know this story? Okay, so it's on camera. It's on camera if you ever want to see it. Okay, so basically, okay, do you know what the Chappelle show was? Okay, so Chappelle show was like a phenomenon from like the year 2003 to 2005. It ran like two seasons, but then it ran like a little bit of a third season. And then they basically said to Dave, we're going to give you like a $30 million or $50 million contract, but you've got to put on a dress and you've got to play by our rules. And he's like, look, I'm not going to do that. He went to Africa and he disappeared for a while. But he had like the he had like a black or like African American, but like it was more than that. It was black, meaning like it had Africa and Europe, and it wasn't just American necessarily. He had like a black oh, what do they call those kind of shows? Um skit show basically. And Comedy Central thought, you know what, let's do this with someone of a Latinx background. So they and make it like a Latino sketch show. And so he had a show known as Mind of Mencia. And Mind of Mencia was not as popular as Chappelle's show, but still gave Carlos Mencia a lot of visibility and made him a very popular comic. Well, what Carlos Mencia would do, is he would go to the Comedy Store and see younger comics who had good jokes, and he would steal them. And Joe Rogan got sick of this, and a lot of other comics did too, to the point where they would dim the lights when Carlos Mencia would come into the belly room or the main room to warn the comics that Carlos Mencia was there and not to do any new material because he's going to steal it. And because he has his own show, he's going to be able to basically win the argument like, well, I'm a bigger comic than you are. That's my joke. Now, he's not the first guy to do this. One guy who was infamously a joke thief is Robin Williams, the actor and comedian. Robin Williams would steal people's jokes. He would just get drunk at the bar and just watch and do coke and just watch comics and steal their jokes. And then the comics would approach him later saying, "Hey, you're doing my joke." And he would just get out his checkbook and say, "Okay, how much do I owe you for that joke?" And he would just write him a check for the joke. Now, normally it's not seen as a bad thing to sell your jokes if you're doing it before the person starts using them. But if you're having to confront them, that's where it becomes an issue. So anyway, Carlos Mencia is at the Comedy Store, and this is early days. This is before Joe Rogan's podcast starts. This is Brian Redband, who would just follow Joe around to the green room and videotape it, just doing like random conversations with people. And Carlos Mencia gets up on stage, and they basically he starts doing somebody's joke, and somebody complains or something like that. Joe Rogan gets up there, and he's like, "What are you doing? You keep stealing the art of the people who are here and portraying it as your own. This is wrong." And he's like, "What do you mean? What art am I stealing? Like, who the fuck are you? I have my own show. You're just like the Fear Factor guy." And Joe's like, "Fuck you, man. All our friends come here, or my friends come here all the time, and they complain about you stealing their jokes." And Carlos Mencia is like, "What joke have I stolen ever?" And Joe Rogan's like, "You stole my friend Ari Shafir's joke. That is basically like, all right, so the president wants to build a wall, right?" This was like a long time ago. This was like 25 years ago. "The president wants to build a wall, right? Well, who do they think is going to build it?" And it's like this joke, ha ha ha, because like Latinx people would like build the wall. And if they don't build the wall, who else is going to build it? And Carlos Mencia allegedly stole that joke. And Mencia is like, "Well, I don't understand. I don't remember stealing that joke or whatever." And then they go out to the front of the Comedy Store and they ask Ari Shafir, like, "Did he steal this joke?" And he's like, "Yeah, he still, like, I used to open for him and he would steal my jokes." And a lot of other people had these complaints. All right. With that being said, I know I'm getting toward joke after joke after joke after joke kind of a deal. So then Joe Rogan he was banned from the Comedy Store for like 5 years or so, more than that, like 8 years. And that's when he started the podcast. And he would do shows at other stand-up venues, but he wasn't allowed back in the store. And then his show gets really big, and Carlos Mencia is seen as a hack because he stole all these jokes. And then Joe Rogan is seen as the best of the person who won. So this is getting back to the argument about joke theft. So there's this issue that arises, and it happens in music too, that like, or any kind of art, all art is borrowed, no matter what it is. Somebody had to hear it from someone else to make it funny, but whatever. Or a song had to make it catchy. They borrowed it from someone else. All right, so what ends up happening is somebody hears something or reads something and they think it's funny and they add it to their routine. Well, or they think of it organically. But there's something known as parallel thought as well. For instance, like, you and I could both think something is fun. Like, we come up with a joke that's exactly the same, but we didn't talk about it. We just came to the same conclusion with the same joke. It's not super common, but it does happen. It happens in marketing. It happens in music as well. So who deserves credit for it? Should I get credit for it or should you get credit for it? And it's usually first to market is the person who gets credit for it. All right, so moving into the modern day. Every joke, I mean, I even see this with comics, and you do too. There are certain categories of jokes, and very few people think outside the box. But they have like racial jokes, they have gender jokes, they have political jokes, they have like fart jokes. There are just like certain categories. Back like maybe 40 years ago, there were other popular ones. There were like blonde jokes, dead baby jokes were popular. There were racist jokes, and you'd read a joke book. And if you read a joke book, it would be like they'd have different categories of jokes. And basically, we're at the point now in comedy where I don't want to say every joke has been told. That's not true. But especially with how many comics there are, that let's say I want to just go do stand up. If I come up with a joke that I think on my own, let's say with you, I don't know, let's say we come up with a William Montgomery looks like a red Sasquatch joke. That's our joke. And we'd probably get a few people to chuckle at that if they knew who he was. Someone else has made that joke somewhere. That's not that creative. And because of that, we came up with that joke on our own. I mean, I just came up with it right now. But somebody else could come out and say, "You stole that joke from me." And the thing is, we didn't. We just came up with it right now. It would be parallel thinking to the same punchline. And so I'm at the point where, because all of the jokes have basically been told, maybe 100 years ago it was true as well, but not everything had been recorded. So it was very difficult to prove. But now we've been in like at least 50 years of stand-up comedy consistently being recorded, that all of the good jokes out there, or not every single one of them, but many of the good ones have been recorded, and they've been documented in some way that you can go back and say, well, this was Chris Rock's joke, or this was Dave Chappelle's joke, or this was Rodney Dangerfield's joke, or this was George Carlin's joke, whatever. And then what happens in comedy as well is people just slightly change a joke and make it their own. And is that a new joke, or is that just, oh, that's just an old Louis C.K. joke, or oh, that's an old Dane Cook joke, or whatever. It's like, it's just one person's opinion as to what they feel the comedy is is who owned that comedy. So I'm at the point, and I think that this would be, I think it'd be fine to do, but I'm almost like, I don't think joke theft should be a thing anymore. If you can tell a joke better than I can, go ahead and tell it. Because even if it's my joke, if you can make an audience laugh more with my joke, then that's fine. If you want to give me credit for the joke, then that's fine too. But if you don't want to give me credit for the joke, I almost am okay with that, because was it really my joke? Couldn't somebody else have come up with that on TikTok, or come up with that on Instagram, or on YouTube, or saw it on an old comedy special, whatever it may be? Like, basically everyone has built on everybody else. So for one person to say, well, you stole my joke, is to me not that valid of an argument anymore, because everybody stole everybody's jokes. So with that all said, I think that these comedians now who go out, and this gets to David Lucas, who says that David Lucas just steals people's jokes. That may be true, because what allegedly David Lucas does is he just goes on Twitter and looks for funny jokes, and then he puts those in his act, and that's how he gets jokes, and which is considered like a hacky way of doing it, but it is what allegedly he's done. What I'm saying is, I think that's fine. Basically, it's best to, if you know where you got the joke, to credit the person. I think that should be seen as a very high act. But no longer do I think that someone shouldn't be able to tell a joke because someone else told that joke back in the day. And why do I say this? Because there are a lot of jokes out there, a Lenny Bruce joke, a George Carlin joke, a Richard Pryor joke, that nobody's going to hear anymore because those guys are dead. So why shouldn't you be able to bring those jokes back? With that being said, what are your thoughts? I get that. I get that. I'm not going to argue that. And I think that you're right, probably, that to some extent we are just scratching the surface on what could be funny. However, if you use the argument that you can't tell that joke because someone else told a similar joke 25 years ago, well, then you can use that argument to. Right. You understand how they could have some overlap, though, basically. Um, are you okay with someone just saying, this is an old Lenny Bruce joke that I'm going to do in honor of Lenny Bruce, and then they just do their stand up? I don't know if you have to say the second part, but I'm in agreement with you. I think that kind of stand up, I don't understand why people don't do that kind of stand up. I don't understand why some, I've seen it done a little bit, but okay, for instance, okay, there was this guy on Kill Tony like almost 2 months ago or so. His name is Timmy No Breaks, and he was very popular. I talked about him last time we spoke, and he did this whole like, "Yo, I'm from Jersey, and we eat pizza, and I like to have sex with a lot of chicks. You know what I'm saying, dog?" Like that kind of mentality, very much like Andrew Dice Clay. And when he got up there and he started doing it, Kill Tony or Tony Hinchcliffe was like, I usually hate when people do someone else's act, and you're obviously doing Andrew Dice Clay's act, but you did a good job of it. Whatever. Here's a big joke book or whatever. And then Timmy No Breaks said, "I don't write," and throws the book into the audience, like he just rejected the book. But if you actually like look into Andrew Dice Clay, Andrew Dice Clay said that he didn't come up with that character, that it was just a riff on John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone. And he used to do a bunch of characters and they were all okay. But when he would do that character, it killed. People loved it. And so he just made that his act. So basically, like, even Andrew Dice Clay didn't come up with that originally. So for Tony Hinchcliffe to say that this Timmy No Breaks is just stealing Andrew Dice Clay's act, isn't that kind of like, not really? He's stealing John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone's act from whenever. Basically, what happens is in a comic's mind, a certain joke gets associated with something, and then that's like their joke forever. When in reality, they didn't necessarily come up with it, and so I think that it's great to. I think it'd be great. I think that somebody should do other people's acts word for word, but just give them credit. And I think you could tour with that. I think you could be very popular with that. Like, hey, I'm gonna do an old Dane Cook album. I really used to like this. Shout out to any Dane Cook fans out there. And here we go. 100%. They should have. Yeah, but like, yeah, there you go. So, kind of, and then to say that that's brilliant, and then to say that that's brilliant. Yeah, I love it. Full. Yeah, no, I think it's really good, and I think it could be really popular. Um, it's almost like people doing a play, like, you know what I mean, like Shakespeare. That could be, and you could add your own jokes to it, but it just could be the structure of it. So here's what happens, and this is what modern comedy has become, and it gets back to Casey Rocket. So these comedians, it's very important for them to have like an hour to be a big touring comic. And it takes them like an entire year to come up with an hour of material. And it's much easier to tell a story to fill an hour than to do joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. When you do joke after joke after joke after joke, like a Gatling gun, it takes a lot of work to remember all of that, and also to come up with that much creative material, as opposed to just telling a story, which is like can take up like a chunk of like 5 or 10 minutes. It takes a lot longer to come up with, like, within a story you might have 5 jokes in it, but if you're doing joke after joke after joke after joke, you might have 60 jokes in 10 minutes or so. And I find that comedians are much more leaning, at least big time comedians, they're much more leaning to political commentary and stories, and they've moved away from that fast hitting joke after joke after joke. And with Casey Rocket, as he said, he's more of a storyteller. All of these comedians say that, though. They all say I'm a storyteller. Joe Rogan says that. Bert Kreischer says that. Tom Segura says that. Even Dave Chappelle is a storyteller. But what they do is they build you up for a really big punchline. And that's cool. I don't find that many comedians anymore doing joke after joke after joke after joke. Rodney Dangerfield was great at it. Like the one liner, oh, yeah, exactly. He is rare that he does joke after joke after joke. And that's why his comedy set works really well for Kill Tony, because he knows how it works. He's got 1 minute to make people laugh as much as possible. So instead of him going in and just telling some joke that could flop at the end, or telling some story that could flop at the end, he's going to tell you 3 to 5 jokes. Maybe 2 or 3 of them are going to land, and you're going to think he's a funny person. And because he has to do it so often, he writes them on a piece of paper, and people are okay with that. And then he tells his jokes. And I think that works much better. That type of joke delivery works much better than telling a long story. And what Casey Rocket, what he allegedly said was something like, I'm more of a storyteller. I want to tell you a longer joke than just 1 minute. In order to make people laugh in 1 minute, he's got to do all that sticky shit that I'm going to crab walk and never made it as a blind man and all that other shit. Or never made it as a wise man and all that other shit. And he's kind of a zany guy, and it's hard to keep the momentum going week after week after week when you're doing that. When like if you have a bad week, the people in the Kill Tony subreddit just absolutely shit on you. And they say, oh, I remember when he was good. He's not as good as he wants to. He's a hack, all these other things. So by Casey Rocket saying that he did kill Tony for a few months, he's been a comedian for 15 years. That's a long time. And now he's just going to do this residency. He's going to continue to do the William Montgomery show. I'm sure he'll be back on Kill Tony eventually, but I see why he made that decision. Basically, to be funny within 1 minute is very difficult. To be funny within 10 minutes, I think is, some people may say it's much more difficult, but in a lot of ways it's easier. If they say to you, you have 10 minutes, not you have to fill 10 minutes, just you have 10 minutes to make people laugh as much as you want. Okay, that's fine, because you don't have that cat or the bear at the end that are going to cut you off. And so I understand why Casey Rocket has made that he did. No. His stuff is usually longer than a minute. He has a story to tell. He wants to make you right, or at least people will laugh, even if it's not a joke. People will just laugh at his delivery. That's exactly right. What is funny? I mean, it's a very philosophical question. But what if they didn't mean to make it cause laughter and it makes somebody laugh? Okay, well, you said it had to have the express purpose, essentially, to make someone. Oh, okay, I agree with that. You said, Ed, I think you said something. I mean, we can go back on the tape, but it was anything that someone does to cause laughter. And I disagree with that. It should be just anything that causes laughter. Right.
You might find purpose in a forest
I think that it right, which is very vague. Hey, Zoot and I have been playing this game. It's the oldest game. It's the oldest board game in human history. Do you want to play it? No, it's older than Go. Oh, wait. That's been continuously played. Let me look. Um, let me look. So it's called Mancala, and it's pretty simple, but it's like fascinating. It was played in Egypt, like in the pyramids. So it is versions of the game date back past the 3rd century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. It is among the oldest known family of games to still be widely played today. You do? All right. Well, I'm sending you an invite, and we're gonna play. Okay. Well, I want to play it with you. It's it's kind of a fascinating. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Let's look it up. I'll look it up right now. Yo, dog, is there some kind of like strategy that always wins in Mancala? Like there is basically in tic tac toe or other games like that. Yo, great question. So here's the deal with Mancala, specifically the most common version of the U.S. called Kala. Is there a perfect strategy like tic tac toe? Yes, kind of, but it's more complex. In 2000, it was proven the person who goes first in standard Kala, 6 pits per side, 4 seats per pit, can always win if they play perfectly. Oh man, so there is like it is rigged. So yeah, there is a perfect strategy, but it's a lot more complicated than tic tac toe. Most humans can't memorize it. Oh, so maybe there's not. Key to winning. Yeah, dog. How you living, pimp? Because they have people who aren't 18 in there, and I only want to talk to adults. How you living, big dog? Jewish history lectures. Word, dog. Are you a big Aiden Ross fan? Okay, what do you like about him? Okay, very well. What other streamers do you like? Who's that? Okay, I gotcha. Do you like any games, Slumpy? You like Halo? Very cool. Halo Infinite? What one do you like? Did you ever play Halo 2? Word dog. What's your favorite weapon? And any of them. In any of them. Word dog. All right. What are your thoughts on the plasma sword? Do you like it? Did you ever play Team Swords in Halo 2? Oh, okay. Well, it's pretty baller. What's on your agenda for tonight? Riser? 24/7, 365. Welcome, Zoot. Word dog. Zoot, how's your day going? What happened, Zoot? What happened? Come talk to me about it. You're lonely. Okay. Did you get on any dating websites? Why won't it help? Zoot. I do, but I don't let anybody get it because people spam it. VC, dog. Say anything you want in the VC. You can DM them to people. What are you talking about? So that I can watch Jewish history lectures on one and talk on another? Word dog. 33 devices, son. Word. Pardon me. So what are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do? What are your favorite things to do? Oh, tight. Do you play on Xbox Live? Yeah. Oh, you play on. What do you play on? How is that? Is it a good experience? Okay, very cool. So it comes with Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3. What ones are there? Okay, what Halos are there? What was the last one you just said? What's ODST? Oh, okay. Just really like Halo 1 and 2. Weird dog. I played a lot of Halo 2 though, online. That's baller. How'd it go? Why'd you lose? What's it mean to be sweaty? Very cool. Do you like sports? Why not? Okay, you like UFC. You know there's a UFC this weekend? Let's find out. Pedroia, I think. UFC. UFC this week. All right. UFC or Poirier. Poirier. So we've got UFC. It's going to be Holloway versus Poirier 3. You going to watch it? Word, dog. Word. You going to check it out there? Right. Do you ever buy them? Fuck yeah. Word. What were your thoughts? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to? Do you want to play a game? Do you know what Plato is? Plato? It's an app on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. Download it. It's got like 30 games on it. Things like mini golf and archery and darts and billiards and like poker and checkers and chess and Uno. No, it's not going to give you a virus. I'm playing it right now. Yep.
America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
If you download it, it'll and it takes like 1 minute to create an account, and then you can play all these games for free. And it's really a smooth game or a smooth platform, meaning it doesn't crash and it's not really heavy on your system. Do you have an iOS or an Android device? Okay, do you have an Android phone or a Windows phone? Or do you have an iPhone or an Android device? Okay, so that's an Android device. Yeah. Well, hold on. Hold on. Is it an old Nokia or a new Nokia? You have an OG Nokia? With like Snake? Why do you have that phone? Yeah, so you decided I don't want an iPhone, I don't want an Android device, I want like a phone from 1998. How do you even get that phone to work? No, I mean you get like cell service with it? Can you get email on it? Okay. Wow. Why did you go with that and not like an Android or an iPhone? Yeah, but you could always put a case on your other phone that makes it pretty strong. That's true. So, how long have you had a? That's true. For how long have you had a Nokia? Just messing with me. You've had a phone since 1998? Shush. They didn't even have email on cell phones back then. They didn't have cameras on them. Well, it's not from 1998 if it's got a camera on it. Like 2003? What kind of music do you like? Bruno Mars? Who's that? Is he from 1998? All right. And you like him? Have you ever seen him in concert? Did he give you a shout out? Because you were the only person there? Because nobody's heard of this fool. All right. Do you like oldies music? Why not? That's a great question. I define music from the 50s, 60s, and early 70s as oldies. You heard me, son. 50s, 60s, and early 70s. You've never heard of the Beatles? Have you ever heard of the Beatles? Why not? What is your genre? Is that what kind of music is that? Have you met Mas? Are you guys? You're his manager. Does he have a note from 1998? Right. Does he play Snake on it? Does he play Halo 1? Does he use Xbox Live? Oh, that's tight. That's tight as well. I've got you. What is where? That's Jewish history lecture. That's Jewish history lecture. Do you want to listen to him? Do you want to hear it? All right, Doug, you're gonna hate it.
How that's happening. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and then we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first, antipathy to Jews, is actually the most normal of them, the most xenophobia.
Yeah, to some extent.
In the ancient period, among the Greeks and Romans in particular, you see it in Greek and Roman literature, and it basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work one day a week, they were therefore considered slothful because that was on the Sabbath. That was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans, and they just didn't understand it, so they assumed the Jews were lazy. Because Judaism requires, if you want to convert to Judaism, requires a fairly high bar of commitment. For example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were, like self-selected and things like that. And so it basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the the basic function. Here's another one, for example. Jews keep kosher. And so if you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, hey, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and the Jew says, sorry, I can't eat that food. It's like, oh, that's not with you. How come you won't share with me? So that's just misunderstanding the reasons why they're not eating with you as a form of misanthropy, of hatred of other people. That happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't quite understand each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens, and it happens to all people. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something that we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism, and as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, or to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like sort of a granddaughter religion, but the relationship of the mother and the daughter is especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. Who are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, what is the Christian people? What does God think of this relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does it mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in an antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium of the Common Era. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews, which are just, mind-boggling and bizarre, like this crazy idea that Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to, fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual purpose. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when printing became popular and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely. And unfortunately, we are still dealing with this form of medieval Jew hatred as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believed was likely the final form, but that was optimistic, is what we would call today modern anti-Semitism. This is when the actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of scientific sounding term. And basically the content represents...
Yeah, I got banned from Kick for life. Yeah, because I spam people. So now I just spam people. Oh, I'm live on Twitch right now. Fuck yeah, I am. Yeah, I am, dog. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams as well right now. Yeah, if you want to find me on Twitch, I'm live on, just one moment, I'll tell you. Look up, yeah, you just type Rabbi Rothschild, and let's see which one's.
Finally, we come to the... What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objection that we talked about earlier? And why is it fundamentally still Jew hatred? Anti-Zionism is basically this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimate...
Somebody was in here just yesterday from there, so let me see. Pimp, I've got over 500. I've got over 5. I have more social media than any person ever.
And secondly, anti-Zionism argues that
dude, we gotta find which one on which I'm live. Just a moment.
For establishing this so-called illegitimate state, that they are so-called complicit in this crime.
Yeah, I think so.
So what I'd like to do now.
Yeah, I do. I don't really have feelings on him one way or another. I don't know enough about him. We're gonna find on where I'm live. Just one moment.
We can understand based on legitimate grounds whether or not we agree with this. Let's take, for example, as a litmus test, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition.
I'm live on one of them.
It's not, for me, it's not my favorite form of defining anti-Semitism, but it happens to be something that is in the news because a lot of political debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not this. But let's just use it as our litmus test. So if you look at the arrow here.
We'll find
Say
it.
clearly that criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is an anti-Semite, you would have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing. The Israeli Knesset, politics there, there's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments.
Well,
So
this is a good
there's
question.
certainly
Hold on.
no
I'm
boundary
live over
this
here.
definition that says that criticizing the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is off limits. There are, however, some things which go way beyond it. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. That's why anti-Zionism really goes beyond
They banned me.
the level of appropriate criticism of government to anti-Semitism.
They know me so well that whenever I do, they ban me.
Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing the Holocaust.
Well, that's a
Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why an anti-Semite wants to do that is because part of the reason of why the need for
You raise a very good point. Where am I live?
is because of
We're gonna find it.
attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge that is saying that it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Force because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you have to wipe out, you have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in the armed forces who come from other countries or have various affinities for other countries. So we're going to set that one aside here. Anti-Zionism means denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. For example, by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor, meaning all other countries seeking to establish national homelands for their indigenous peoples, that is somehow okay. But for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as a national movement of the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN resolution that says that French nationalism, American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalism would be are somehow racist, but Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. It's a fundamentally flawed argument, and as you can see from this map, it indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that voted in favor of it, primarily those who were deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, that you get a really sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who objected to this particular resolution. Building on this idea of equating the Jewish national movement with the racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, i.e. Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. And hold Israel to a different standard of what is acceptable. And we see this especially today, and you can see this in actually a rather brilliant article that was just published yesterday by Zach Goldberg in Tablet. And basically what Mr. Goldberg did was he went and looked at some of the major media resources, and he said, okay, how many times is the word genocide used in connection with, and then he identified half a dozen odd recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. We won't go into the details of separations between them. But as you can see, when you connect Israel to genocide, that's a phenomenally popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide and so on. When you say Israel and genocide, you get a lot of hits, so therefore that has suddenly become a tremendously popular thing. in much of the media space. And he points out here, I actually read a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it would constitute a striking historical outlier. Perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking of hostages. The first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of its purported victims, and potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted group's combatants have deliberately embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might plausibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victim, and specifically for Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms. Israel's military campaign, having achieved its core objectives, would likely cease. And I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing, and you know, my entire being rebels against it. But the bottom line is there's so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages, and hardly anyone saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages. You murdered many of them. You still have 20 of them. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas and saying, force them to release the hostages, and the violence will cease? That's something that still bothers me. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis. Lots of examples of this, very offensive metaphors of Jews or Israelis drinking blood, harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to Nazis. That happens everywhere, all the time. You know, you see a swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time. If it wasn't Israel, there was other things, such as the horrific massacres at the Tree of Life synagogue that occurred actually before October 7th. But of course, we see it today in the terrifying murder of 2 Israeli staffers walking out of the museum in Washington, or the horrible attack on the peaceful protesters in Boulder. Okay, I hope this video sort of explains, what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred. But yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the state of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by aligning yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, you may be buying into a much larger agenda than you're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video is useful to you, and I hope that we see an end to the violence, the return of the hostages immediately to their families, and the cessation of all of the attacks and suffering against them.
Thank you. It's part of the human condition, right? You look around and you see something and you try to, in any way, protect yourself from that fate.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it's higher in the inexpensive homes in Encino than it is on Kester and Sherman West.
No, you're right. But we
Hello,
also,
fellow students of Jewish history. I've been conducting research for the upcoming Rome cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That even though it's not dealing with the Rome material, it's in a very close-by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will be going to, God willing, next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Ben Bassa, a fascinating historian who is also a politician. She is a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit-les-Bains. I chased down an article by Anne Zick on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit-les-Bains, you can see where it is here, sort of like perched on the very western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of that story, and I'll return to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. And let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot specifically. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time that the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from France. Is not unified like it is today. There are different territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182 and then invited back, and they're expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows the so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're also called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese New Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of that country. And many of them made their way to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit. And many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border. And there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto-Jews. They used to be called marranos, which is in itself a derogatory term meaning swine. So crypto-Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who, they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger Catholic population. There are those who deeply, deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of it, who are trying to maintain their safety as living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other crypto-Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. We know that the Jews were useful. Look at this chart here. You can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them, were impoverished. Almost all of them were producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live banking, and small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Saint-Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic, so they're involved in all kinds of things, in wool sales, in chocolate, in tobacco, and you name it, all that soap, they're making soap, all kinds of things are going on there, and they're definitely very useful to the economy. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews including crypto Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings like Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's the really interesting part. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there are openly referred to as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or even Jews, reflects a reality that is developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner by Anne Zink, who really went down into local archives, demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. They employ a Paris priest to serve as this kind of go-between, to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own Chevra Kaddish and their rights. And they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you would have in a much more well-developed community in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flouting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own real estate. They don't have to wear the ruelle, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have, an incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that we can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing what happens at the end of the 1700s. But they were descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? If a generation is about 25 years, that's 3 times 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity for 12 generations? And if you want to say that the Jews were sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance in Bordeaux and Bayonne. Much greater, I would think, in many ways, than the famed convivencia that you see in the south of Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if you go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Could you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne really drives home her article in this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, hey, France is going to be Judenrein. You're going to be completely Catholic. Of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are playing to all kinds of different agendas and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you can have real humanity express itself. The non-Jewish population of Bordeaux and Bayonne saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they were linguistically very well adapted, that, looking at Anne Zink's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and yet find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to visit it. Thank you very much for watching this video.
And then you have tissue breakdown, internal organs begin to liquefy, and the skin may loosen or detach. And then you have purge fluid, the dark, foul-smelling liquid called purge fluid, may leak from the nose to the mouth due to gas and pressure. It's grim, and it happened in a beautiful part of Encino.
You're saying with those bodies lying there for 5 days, that's what happens to them.
It really, it's tough for the people that have to go in and clean that up. Here's some more, including an interview with a neighbor.
In the glass store, inside they found canned.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research, as I prepared for another Kosher River cruise in France, this time in Bordeaux, in the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to the liturgy. Many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because so many
by spiritual forces that we cannot see, that there is a war going on
are
all
layered
around us,
into
out of our sight, not perceived by our senses most of the time.
And as we peel away those layers, we see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history. So I came across this one passage in the work of Gerard Nahum.
What do you mean by the things that you had to unpack that happened to you? Explain it. Just give me some idea of what that is.
His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne and he taught at many universities. And Nahum is especially associated with he was a major scholar of French and Sephardic. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Jews So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? Certainly lost in the sands of time, because by the time we first get records of Jews, they are referring to their settlements. These are referring to Jews that have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of these. We have interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rue Jewish Street. And if you look at this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille Juvin in 1890.
Lots of people who are extremely suspicious about the way that he is supposed to have died. Nobody really knows. There's the reports that he may have escaped, he may have died, he may still be alive. What did you feel when you heard the news that he had died? And what do you think around all of these suspicious circumstances that have to do with his death?
But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this ashtray is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the see that's a classic Jewish symbol. The 7 branch menorah in particular really goes to the art of Jewish symbology. You see it very, very early, very popular in the first, second century. So, whereas Jumel argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahum says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belongs to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong the argument is personally, because why would one say Asterius, although those last 3 letters kind of indicates like a nominative case. And the short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So from the 500s, already living there. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier. And this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux. It's really fascinating. It goes back to the year 332 or 334. And it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years. That's what most of his stuff happens. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks and talks and talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and Yahoo and all kinds of people who are really important in the English scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely passing because he was going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggested, maybe this guy's actually maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left this very rare travel law, and that's how we have it today. It's a state to describe it. But anyway, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is the He-Lachim prayer, which is well known in particular to men and women who pray in the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tachas, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayer, the Esrei or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Satan sits, that is the Jewish law sits, so this happens also in heaven, and therefore requires additional prayers to expiate our sins. So that's basically what the Tachas prayer is, and there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called the He-Lachim, which is the first 2 words, and it means, and He is merciful, God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So it's looking at some of the standard reference books, like the Osar Tfilos. There is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, not connected with and they composed this prayer, and it's considered so beautiful that it was included in regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahum brings forth, however, is the 1407 manuscript from Troy, of Florence, where a student of Rabbi Rothschild named Yehuda Bar Eliezer records the actual story that occurred months earlier. So we're definitely now talking in the realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. So the story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders, and he puts no skipper on them, and he just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy in Costa Rica. But anyway, according to the legend, which was reported from the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Havre, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got to Bordeaux. Which is hard to imagine geographically, because really, it was all the way around Spain, just on the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legend. And the Jews disembarked there, and they established really early settlements in what would have been Roman law, Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux, and it was treated the Jews very well, then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and he began to persecute them. So there were 2 brothers, Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph and Shmuel adds a degree of verisimilitude to the whole story. But anyway, These three people get together and they each compose a section of a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God.
Thank you for watching my video.
Forgets about persecuting Jews.
Please visit my website at samstwitch.com. My X profile is at x.com/samstwitch_Sam. My YouTube channel is at youtube.com/samstwitch. I post videos that I cannot post on YouTube on my BitChute channel at bitchute.com/samstwitch.
This prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures, and it is included and appreciated to its very day. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise to this really unusual part of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
One of the problems that came out when I got the Ray case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
sort of travel log, taking pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux, this very early period. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Urdicalense or Itinerarium Urticala usque Jerusalem. Meaning the Bordeaux itinerary or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes, really, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. Meaning, you got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights if you're traveling by donkey and by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating. You have like horse rentals, horse rentals, like places, different horses and things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over, but 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. Here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and there are several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this: change at Stomatai, leagues 7, change at Senone, leagues 9, city of Astates, leagues 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land of Israel, and then of course there's a lot more detailed information about what to see and connection to the Bible and things like that. So it's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things associated. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible, or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was a time when there was a huge kind of like quote-unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There was a lot more, fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople coming, saying I found the cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle versus Judeo's tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time, perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast to various holy sites? These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he was one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi, he served as a chaplain, and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Khalil. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of the land of Israel. Huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take this itinerary at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee region, Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in the Christian scriptures? Why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making his way to the land of Israel and then just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and then spend time in Jerusalem? Important question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially, events that occurred to particular kings as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars, preceding Klein, and he quotes them in his article on this topic, suggest that, perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation who was of Jewish ethnicity, but was practicing Christianity. And, there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time we get to the 1st century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinating, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, but to Jewish legends. Both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in the Jewish community. Is it not possible, asked Professor Klein, that the pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by a later copyist. Also possible, but if they're going to add stuff, they could have added so much more stuff. What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argued that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux. They had made this itinerary and he pulled material from Jews in Iran in particular, which is fascinating because we know that there were Jews in the region already from the century, but in only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis was correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of Red Eric because there's different Jewish populations. You know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Galia, the man of Galia, that is there is a Rabbi Judah Galia, Rabbi Judah from Galia, these are all very important texts to suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there that something showed that they would produce at least these two figures who are cited. So this is actually the Klein contribution of thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself and herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. And I think that is absolutely awesome. Thank you very much for watching this short video. I am so glad that other people find this stuff so interesting.
Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartEase goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartEase, and make it your next preset. iHeart is America's #1.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the Douro River Valley with Fisher River cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of crypto-Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, God willing, we're going to go to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterios, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time you get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have geography. You have a place called Mont Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street. And a port is called Porte du Jeu, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rashi, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population living there. Where they came from exactly is not clear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. There was the first one was in 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux, because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control. It was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless impervious to the demands of the French. It's also interesting to observe that for 300 odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France when we attached to England, they have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period of being willing to define sensibilities, specifically with regard to the treatment of the Jewish population. So if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to three rapid expulsions.
Yeah, you could do like that when you're in there. Everybody thinks you were nutty, bro.
1284, 1305, and 1310. As you might wonder, they expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305. Did they get invited back? Well, certainly not.
Are you shooting it or are you just sitting on
and then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? It doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just,
you mean this is what happens to
historic
pulling the
bribes
trigger?
from the Jewish community to allow them
Like
to
you start
remain in place.
repeatedly,
This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fleeing strategy of Jewish survival. That when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish community could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility, or the kings that were demanding their expulsion and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous, or the price is too
what's the
high.
pistol? Is it like gold plated?
So it seems that
looking
the
as a
feed
diamond
strategy is
like a
working
Saddam
to turn
Hussein.
fortunes in Bordeaux. 13th century, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pasteurs. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades.
Oh my gosh,
Again,
you too? Yeah, you're gonna be
96, so
Jade
this is like
Dragon on all of your
century
weaponry.
the first crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European
Oh my gosh,
Christian
you could be like
effort
you could end up being like a
to wrest
superhero, huh?
Jerusalem and the
The
Holy
Jade
Land from the
Dragon
Muslims
just
had lots of very
helping
negative
out around the
spillovers
city.
in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel. Well, a lot of locals and populace said, we have infidels living right here in our own
That's why I have tinnitus now. Midnight when I'm
So
trying to
there was also a class element specifically for the Pasteurs uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated with cash-bearing industries like money lending, like minting, like craft, silver, goldsmith, things like that. And so they were a favorite target for Pasteurs, and they suffered horribly.
Casey needs a knife. I need a
The
gun.
upper church, and the
It's
Pope
hot
in
as
particular,
hell
defended the
outside.
Jews. like they did with blood
The thing
libels.
is, like,
I'm not
in
saying this
movies,
is
they
not
never
right.
show
This is
any hearing
Christianity. We
protection.
should not be doing these things.
So it's like these
However,
people
when the Pastora had
all your
forcibly
favorite
baptized
action
Jews
heroes.
in
John
their
Wayne.
rioting, the church would
John
not allow
Wayne.
them to
John
return
Wayne.
to Judaism
Mr. Stacy.
because, as we've discussed many times,
Mr. Stacy.
with
Do
the
you remember Mr.
zeitgeist, the
Stacy?
spirit of
No.
the era,
James Bond's
that
best friend.
Yeah.
baptism
Oh,
being a
he's
sacrament,
great.
and
Yeah,
that
I think
once
he's
a person
buddies
was
with
baptized,
Q at
forcibly
the
or
beginning
otherwise,
of a couple
even though
of
it was forbidden to
Yeah,
forcibly
Mr.
baptize someone,
Stacy.
that meant that they were
Mr.
nevertheless
Stacy.
considered Christians.
Welcome.
A lot of
Would you
sad
like a
stories about that, but
kiss?
I don't want to get off track.
Yeah.
So at any
Maybe
rate,
it's Mr.
1453,
Stacy.
Bordeaux
It's more
returns to French control, which was
Hey,
at this time
that was a
Lutheran
good.
because
That
there
was
had been
good.
a major expulsion of Jews in
James, I haven't seen you in
1306
folks
from
yet.
a large amount of French territory. And it's not certain
That was
if
the
this
drug
decree
dealer's
was
name in
imposed
the
on the Jews
Arkansas
of
movie
Bordeaux.
Frog.
What we do know,
Yeah,
however,
that's
is
kind
that
of a
there was
dumb name.
significant
What the fuck
population
is
of
going
Jews,
on
and especially
there?
crypto
I
Jews,
know.
who had been making their
And then
way
it's
up
like what? The
to
guy finds
Bordeaux
their
from
drug
the
thing,
15th
they're going
century
across
on.
the country
Again,
or
you'll
something,
recall
and
that
then the guy
in
finds
Spain,
the drugs,
there
and
was
then
a
they have to just start
massive
living
wave
and
of
working with
laws
the
enforcement
guy.
agents that gave people the status of new
Does
Christians.
it make
And as I
sense?
mentioned
Because
a
the
second ago,
movie's
they
predicated
were
upon a big
officially Christians,
misunderstanding.
even
They
though
could have
they
explained
didn't
to Vince
want to
Vaughn
regard
how
themselves as
it
Christians, but they had the
Instead, they
privileges
just go
of free movement
scorched
as
earth.
Christians.
Yeah,
There
the
would
plot of
be
the movie
attempts
now.
to lock this down by
Yeah,
both
just
Spain and especially
Yeah, I didn't even
Portugal,
finish it. I
where a
got
lot of
halfway
these Jews
through.
fled.
It was like,
But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th
I
centuries,
gotta
there
hit my
was
9
periods of
high
time
note.
when
I
this
gotta
was
watch some more
relaxed.
Judge
And a
Million
lot
before I
of
try to
these
go to sleep.
nominal
These just like
Christians,
people
these
that are doing
so-called
some
new
bullshit
Christians
to
or
be taught
conversos, sometimes
in a
called
no-nonsense
Moranos,
manner.
which is a derogatory term,
People's
they
Court?
made their
Oh,
way
that's
out of
pretty much
Iberian
what it
Peninsula
is.
and looked to
Now you
other
can
places
tell me.
to live.
It's a woman.
Amsterdam,
Yeah, Judge
Hamburg,
Marilyn
very
Million,
prominent
dude,
sites.
look her ass
The
up.
New
She
World,
does these
Brazil,
things. She was doing these things with her
also
husband during the
just across the
pandemic,
Pyrenees Mountains.
where they would do like a live with the judges
And we
after
begin to
she
see
wears
an
this
unusual
leopard
sort of
print
cultural combination
fucking
of these
dress some of the
new
time, dude.
Christians
It's
moving
wild.
into Bordeaux,
You need to look it
identifying
up.
as Portuguese,
Maryland, Judge
later
Marilyn
as
Million
the
plus
Portuguese nation,
leopard
and
print
ultimately
dress.
as
Look it
Jews.
up.
Like
Like
it's
Google
That
it.
combines with the sort
She's
of
a boss.
contrarian spirit
To get
of
life
Bordeaux
lessons from her in
population,
a very
and the
judgmental
Jews
way.
begin to get more
Does she
and
ever give
more
people life in
privileges
prison?
for their
Every now and
independent
then.
communities,
It's
even
small
though they're
claim,
still
so it didn't happen
considered
often,
Christian.
but every
We
now and
see
again, yeah,
that
the
they
stakes are
develop
globally
separate
up to like
cemeteries.
$2,000,
We see that
but
they're
every
developing
now and again, it's life.
processes for marriages, which are recorded in church
Judges get
documents
3
as,
lives a
you know, these
year that
people
they
were
can
married
give away
according
kind
to
of
the
free, no matter
Portuguese
what
rite,
the
which
circuit,
means
the
essentially
circuit court.
they're
So
married
for sure,
Jewishly.
3 a year.
And
It's
by
crazy. It's always high
1723,
stakes
which
on those
totally
episodes.
gave
Those are actually, I think, hour-long episodes.
part of the Portuguese.
From the
Even though
same
technically
you want to get
Jews
that
are not allowed
right.
to
It's
live
not
in
30
France.
minutes. It's an
They are
hour on those. And yeah, she's
Jews in
look at
Bordeaux.
her ass.
At this time, we also begin to
She's
see
got bangs in that one.
migrating
I
from
guess she's
neighbor
The corporate
states where there
council,
were also
women of
holdouts
color.
of Jews that were not
Is
initially
that,
affected
is that what it
by the
says? Yeah, she was
expulsion
at the
of
corporate council.
1306.
She's
Increasing
a better
pressure was
talker
placed
than
on Jews
listener.
of
That's why she
Avignon
became a
and
prosecutor.
which is the regions that were
That's what she
controlled directly
says to
by the
us. That's
Pope
what
rather
she
than the
tells me.
Catholics. And so Jews began to
She's
make their way over to
very
Bordeaux
hair,
as
very
well.
personality.
Over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct
Maryland.
communities within Bordeaux,
God,
the
come on the show
Portuguese
sometimes,
Jews
Judge.
and the Avignon and
Simply love to
Constantinople
talk to you,
Jews.
Your Honor. You
They
have
are
to come on.
they're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have
When she
their
sit
own
higher
culture
in a
of south,
special chair,
but
because she's so
you
used
have
to
these
just
two
looking
communities
down.
living together, and they begin to really establish
Yes,
significant
yeah, yeah.
communities.
Grant, would you be able to work that out?
They set up
Yeah,
yeshivot,
great
great schools. They set
Grant,
up
be honest. Would you be
like
easier to talk
Jewish
to?
welfare associations, especially
Probably,
for
but
the sick.
That's not
They
my
set
problem.
up
Would you say
all
no?
kinds of charitable organizations for the community.
Yeah.
And eventually, the Jews from Avignon
Would you talk to her?
became similar to
Yeah.
status
What would you say?
as the
Say, hey, I'm
Portuguese,
available.
even though they had never
Hans,
lived with
no,
Christians.
you can't do
By the time
that,
you get to
dude. If you
1806,
come
we
on
could
the
not have
episode where
office
Judge
to
Marilyn comes on,
enter
you can't
into
be
the
asking
modern
her.
world of
Okay.
Forward.
affect
Well,
Bordeaux
I'll check out the
design.
vibes, and if she's like sort of,
2,131
looking
Jews
to
living in Bordeaux.
have a night on the town, then I'll be
1,651
like,
of them were Spanish
Show her around.
Portuguese.
But you'd have to ask her. You'd have to ask in a really nice
And
way.
another
I actually don't have to make it sexual at all.
Other Ashkenazi
I can just be professional.
Yeah, I would. She's an important person to know. I would get technically professional. I'm sure I would take her.
Really looking forward to visiting
This
Bordeaux.
beautiful lady, I'd probably take her to like Latchkey or like
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. probably take her to the comedy mothership.
She's in Mitzi's. Yeah. Is Hans on a date with Judge Miller? Can she come watch me, little boy?
She has to bag up her phone.
No, she wouldn't have to, right?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Is that a dress? Her sense of style is interesting because she's like trying to be like, I am a tiger, but also like a human.
I just want to tell you,
Beautiful.
one really interesting.
So what happens to the council, dude? That's a hell. It's a party. Daytona Beach or something. Yeah, they say next to Bike Week, it's the biggest week in Daytona. Without a doubt, the corporate council, the group tries to put all the judges, the associated goes down there. Boogie boarding. You ever boogie board?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty fun. Have you ever done that, Casey? Yeah, I love catching a big wave and riding it out. I know nothing feels better.
Oh man, like this is so small compared to a surfboard, and I'm having so much fun still. That's what I always say when I'm on that fucking board. This is so much smaller than a surfboard. I know, it's all big. Your efficiency is blowing my mind.
Yeah, probably feel cool to surf. I don't think I'd ever have the nerve to try to learn or anything. I don't think I can do it. Yeah.
It's not on the way to anything that I'm already doing. I'm never like, oh, I'm going to pass by the ocean. It's like you have to make a trip to especially go out to learn.
Got to. Casey, I remember last year we were doing the thing at Tony's ass in Hawaii. And Hans had his drone. We get some good drone shots.
Yeah, I see it.
Wait, are you still messing around? You still messing with the drones?
Yeah, I brought it here today.
Oh, really? What are you planning on doing with them?
Just bringing it up on the podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Maybe we could splice it in later.
Sure, for sure. I think Grant can fly it around. Has it been fun flying those things?
Yeah. I really got into it. I got like 5 drones now.
Oh my gosh. Do you have them all hanging from your ceiling?
I do have it hanging on my wall.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. The ceiling is better. That's where they belong. Is up there.
Yeah, get some fishing lines. Little tacks up there and just hang it up to little spaceships. Can help. I have a little airplane from the ceiling. It really helps them. When I'm not feeling good, I just look up at that airplane. There's always a way. That's beautiful. If I wanted to, I could be out of here. Yeah, I could. Fuck yeah. Leave everything behind. Start a whole new life. I could probably do that right now. Just looking at that silver little plane up there.
Hans, is it true that do you still run the YouTube channel Hans Kept Drone Shots? Yeah. I'm on there posting daily shorts. Shorts are where it's at now. I don't think doing videos anymore.
Wait, so what are you doing in the drone shot shorts? Just literally just footage from the drone?
I'm dive bombing strategic military targets.
That would be cool if they did ask you, Hans, if somebody from the military, if some big war popped off or something, and they reached out to your ass and were like, this is what you do with the drones. You really need you on the front lines to fly the drones. Would you say yes?
Of course, to serve my country.
Yeah, my gosh, that's probably cool. You wouldn't have to necessarily worry about it.
Yeah, what am I killing? People that deserve it, according to the people that raised me.
Yeah, the U.S. government, aka my parents. Basically all of our parents.
There are parents' parents.
I mean, I wanted to scream that time my mom took away my Mad magazines. It's like Mad magazines weren't even bad. It's like taking away all of them from me. I had them fucking hidden in my drawer. How'd you even find them? What were you doing in my drawer? Same thing with the government.
really fascinating. He was an
You're mad
educator,
at you have a sense of animosity.
not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish program,
We found your fucking combos up.
also
This is what the mercenaries wanted. They wanted us to bring it up on here.
With some dirty laundry.
basic life skills.
This is so embarrassing for me.
So what is the thumbnail? What is this? What shot is this? Well,
That is an archipelago off of Florida, and this is it displays my stout drone flying called spanging.
Use the spank method.
Yeah, I'm a spanger.
Wait, you didn't think about the other couple? Aren't there a couple other methods?
Yeah, there's the Rohingya style, popular in Myanmar, and
Zag, isn't there a zag around?
yeah, the one
Eagle eyes important. Yeah, eagle eyes. So what is the spankler method? What is the spank method?
And arranged this individual. I met both of all.
That's so.
July 1750.
Have you ever run into people? Because I remember there was a time my cousin and her buddy, they drunk and ate and cut them all up, and they were fucking wasted outside of Memphis. Or she told me about this in Arkansas, and some sort of, I don't know what happened with the drone, but it started attacking them. They had to like send some of the people to the emergency room because he was so cut up on his hands and shit.
It went rogue?
Yeah.
Got a mind of its own. It's like, wait a minute.
Or somebody could have just been mean and watching from like a bush. Hitting them.
It was a random drone that just came out of nowhere and cut everyone out.
Exactly. I think somebody had the drone. I think
There's a friend that was controlling it and he's just not good at it.
the remote's not working. Yeah. What? It's overriding the system. Yeah.
Why does it keep coming from my
I got all cut up, and I remember on that same lake having a wonderful memory. I think it was I'd taken some Xanax and was drinking a bunch of beer, and my brother Vance was on another boat, and I'm on one boat, and we see one another, and we both just saluted each other. It was just such a wonderful, I loved it. It was a wonderful scene. I used to love just getting fucked up on little boats and stuff. Smoking cigs, just pretending I was in Vietnam or something. I'm like, I love a little fucking bartender, man. Tried to get one on. I love it. Just smoking sticks, just in the middle of the fucking jungle on some fucking river boat. Just fucking. But don't do that no more. Just look out of my window to the apartment. Watch the neighbors make sure they're not dumping more trash. I know. Well, we got a situation over there right now. Two of our neighbors, one of them was wonderful, the other one's nice enough, and they're moving out, so we have two vacancies right by us. So I'm afraid fucking loud because I'm gonna be looking out that window. I'm gonna be calling them. I'm gonna be calling it.
Much practice.
Straight away,
They're calling that shit a gosh with this current person. This one guy went to me was dying with all the vomiting he was doing. And then he showed up. Whoa, yeah, I don't know what was happening.
What kind of vomit noises was he making?
Horrible, just exaggerated, just.
So your walls are very thick in your apartment?
Yeah, it's okay.
What can you do about it? Can you add more shit? Like, can you just be like, oh,
sacrifices and cardboard and probably all kinds of stuff. You can take on your wall dressers. Yeah, dressers.
Signs with Jacques have selected.
More posters.
And I saw that the ad was pressed by the.
Yeah, we'll see. Like too, we got Steven Seagal, famously from Memphis. You know who I found out went to my high school? Who was the
don't be upset.
person at Nickelodeon? Dan Schneider. Yeah, Dan Schneider went to my high school. I was just looking it up and talking about him the other night. This is suing somebody, and he went to the high school I went to.
Yeah.
Of course,
It's okay to do it. You tried to start it with the high school obsession. But it's okay. They probably started when it was more technically.
Commentators
Just a high school obsession. Something about your high school was awesome. Wanted to living there.
I wish my hair looked like this.
People who are arguing.
That'd be a good look. Yeah, I wonder if I could get a toupee or something. People would know it's a toupee. I remember my grandfather used to wear a toupee. I thought it looked strange. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, great. How are you doing
Essentially,
this?
what happened was that the dog.
That's really good on you. Oh my gosh, yeah, what if I just...
So,
oh my gosh.
Caused the poison vaccination. You would get a sense. At any rate, the dog is clearly very impressive.
Yeah, he goes back to his roots to kind of start over. That could be a movie. You can make it like the Arkansas movie kind of, but it's Dan Schneider going back to high school, teaching. You're there, Hans. You have your drones. You're doing something with drugs in the drones in the prison. Flying. Did you ever do that? You probably get away with it. How much? What's your cost point to drop the snow of soft?
Probably like $750,000
or $750. It's not that much money. So you would do it for $750.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what would a kilo of soft be in the slammer? I wonder. Like, what, $100,000? Oh, easily. Kilo of soft. Yeah. And the slammer. Look, you could probably set your shit up like that, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Oh man, just have a little device. You press the button and it drops the blow off. In a present.
Oh my
god. And it takes pictures too. He's picking it up and he can sell this to the fucking CIA. Yeah. CIA, TNC. Started showing Harvey Levin. He's also another good part of Judge Million's show. They always get Harvey talking to the random people that are doing the commercial. It's kind of fun. Sometimes there's people messing with him, but Harvey's good at just cutting it off. He'll just be like, okay, back to the judge. And somebody's acting really weird, because sometimes I watch it so much, sometimes there's some real weirdos standing up. Something they would do it in LA. Oh my gosh, we're about to know, y'all. Maybe we should fucking, I don't know if they're still doing it, but we would have to try to get one. Fucking people who are talking to Harvey Levin.
Friday, you want to do it Friday? They probably don't do it on the weekends.
I think I'd freeze up. I don't think I can talk. You'd be scared. Jimmy would talk for you. You know what he's looking for. Would y'all? I would totally appreciate it. I really would. Because I would. Oh man, yeah, y'all can tell him.
Yeah, we'd be like, he's a huge fan. He talks about you all the time.
He's freezing up right now. He can't talk. And I can just.
At least his mother.
No nonsense approach to
left
low class
where they were
workers, blue collar laborers.
He thinks you look really pretty in the leopard print. In case you stall. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you would embarrass me so bad. If you've got that, you cannot say that, Casey. Please. Don't do me like that. I don't know. I might have to tell her. Is she married? Yeah, she is. Yeah, he's a freaking, he's a prosecutor. So, I know. And he has 3 daughters. Yeah, I think she's happily,
get rid of all of this and the marquee
they look beautiful in Florida together.
Yeah, no, I think he's Cuban as well. So, I mean, it was a Cuban prosecutor. She's a Cuban prosecutor. I mean, it was never going to work out for me. Yeah, there's an age difference as well. And it's just never going to work out. It's a hard pill to swallow. Find something else. Just gotta cut your losses, man. On to the next.
She's a particular type. So, woman too.
Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father
there she is at one of the basketball things. Playing one of the games or season 2. Targets. That's her fucking husband. Oh man, that's her boo. I've been together like 32 years. What? Yeah.
What about the other guy?
Harvey Levin.
Oh, that's the guy that's
He's the guy on the streets who also happens to do TMZ, I guess. I knew Harvey from the People's Court, not TMZ. That's where I know Harvey from.
Our protagonist,
I would die on that hill. Wait, does he own TMZ?
He gets married
I don't
at
know. He's a busy guy. I don't even know how he does it. I can't even begin to fathom how he's doing all of that.
Well, the thing is that I always remember is Elon Musk has the same amount of hours in a day as we do.
I know. We have to remind ourselves that because mine is so hard sometimes.
We just have to yell at people. I can't be sleeping until 1 or 2 p.m. I gotta get up earlier. I gotta start writing. I gotta start doing 2 hours of writing every morning.
For sure. I mean, God, today with me, I wake up at fucking 12, and I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna get up today. And then I got Elon, when he knows how to surf. It looks like he's probably just surfing there. Look at that barrel chest. How do you do that? Is that surgery or just working out? I mean, that is surgery.
Yes, what's weird is that like the upper chest is normal, and then the lower chest is where it really gets full potential.
You got extra ribs. You got double ribs. Your body dysmorphia. Looking at this right now.
It's not just an ankle thing.
He's got double ribs. He's got ribs on. You know, the problem with ribs is there's spaces in between them. He filled the spaces with more ribs. Which is smart, but I think it's really expensive and it's really a time consuming. The recovery period is like 5 years.
It's like his chest goes into his beer belly. That's like a constant slope. Usually it's just the beer belly sticks up from the chest, but the chest is like, we gotta be a part of this.
But also, I think that's when he got stung by the jellyfish. Surfing, that's a jellyfish. So he's actually doing pretty good. Or it's actually laughing. I think I'd be screaming in pain if I was stung by that many jellyfish. He's a crack guy. White loves it. So my heart just, whoa.
Russian Elon Musk.
Oh, man.
Then, of course, you have
Stop. Boy. Grant, did you paint that one? Yeah, you like it? What are you doing back there? Just looking at you. Holy cow. Yeah, he just turned it around, man. He really did after everything that happened with Tesla and the factories. Did you hear about all that?
Yeah. They had to recall the Cybertruck because the cover was getting stuck.
Yeah, I was just kidding. Wait, he was stuck pushing the throttle down? That's okay, Grant. Oh my God. Yeah, he has two, just like what's his name, the actor. Kyle XY. He's another one, so there must be multiple. What's his name? It was
Kyle XY has no belly button.
Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, he does have two.
He has two belly buttons. It's a fear. At one point when he has his shirt off. That's why there's fear. Yeah, it's predicated to that. Oh my God, what's that? Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, it's not that weird. But it's super weird. It's blatantly weird. Most people don't. What are you working with, Hans? You got an innie or an outie or what's going on?
I got a seashell.
There's like a seashell. Oh my gosh, you have a little seashell.
Grant, zoom in on the seashell, please.
I didn't ever know you had a seashell.
I would have had no way.
Hold on, is my finger going?
Man, I get a weird feeling in my taint if you put it on my belly button too much. I never get that.
Yeah, I cannot mess with mine.
It's like connected to a bunch of weird shit.
Show me that seashell. And Hans, in your opinion, why do you describe, why do you say a seashell? I totally agree, but what's your explanation of the seashell?
Because there's a point on the bottom where all the lines meet and the lines go out from there.
Like a seashell.
Yeah, so I don't know what's up with my mom's whatever, umbilical cord, but she has to go to USB-C. You guys have like an iPhone charger.
More specifically, what should be the
Why do you
position?
say that?
I don't know what I'm just saying mine's different.
I had a special procedure when they cut my mom's umbilical cord. They cut it with those special scissors that can cut patterns. So mine looks like a star. Oh my gosh, and the star pattern would be wonderful. I know, it's so cute.
Are you guys planning on having a baby soon?
They call themselves the nation.
Really? Don't cut the umbilical cord. It's not good for the baby.
Yes, what do you do, bite it or?
No, you just leave it and then it falls off eventually.
Why is it bad for the baby?
Because that's where it's getting all its nutrients and shit from. You don't want to cut it off cold turkey.
Well, they had to cut mine off because mine was wrapped around my neck 3 times. And I came out gray.
Gray.
Not breathing. So they had to rip that thing off of my neck. So maybe not every situation.
But they basically want to make sure that
definitely don't let your baby hang itself.
I know.
What were you thinking in there, buddy?
I wish I could remember. It's hard to remember. I wish I could remember. I don't even know who knows what.
You're like, fuck this place.
Yeah, you probably done some shit like that.
I want to
Go to this breakfast place. Is that what you said? Breakfast place?
Yeah, breakfast.
Breakfast place. I don't want to be in here. I want a pancake. Babies can eat pancakes. I know. What is it? It's what happens though. So it goes. The woman eats it because of how it is. It goes straight to the kid, right?
Yeah, your mom's body filters out whatever, and it just squirts in Pedialyte through the belly.
Just like a blood hole. They call the umbilical cord the second button. So eat pancakes though. If it's a lady watching or something, you're pregnant, eat pancakes because they're good for a kid. Buttermilk. Babies need buttermilk. Yeah, that's not going to work with the lady. How it works with the mouth, and then the umbilical cord, the nutrients are not going to get there. The nutrients from buttermilk will get there. Not milk.
They always find a way. Are you thinking about the powdered pancakes, or are you making it from scratch?
A lot of syrup. Oh, a lot of syrup. I don't know. I don't think it matters. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. And the powder, you can just swallow the powder, and the baby will make a pancake on its own. Swallow the powder with a couple of minutes, drink a little buttermilk. You can make the little, he or she can make the little things more than you'll feel them just eats an eye. That's why they're caking in there. Yeah, that's what the kicks are. They're making little pancake biscuits. Just in the little sack.
In the oven. Making things in the oven.
Bun in the oven, that's why they call it bun in the oven. Yeah.
That's essentially.
But yeah, Hans, I don't know. Are you and your woman, are y'all together? Are y'all gonna have a baby?
I mean,
that's what the mercenaries are wondering. The mercenaries are wondering.
Well, I got some news for the mercs.
What?
I have already gotten my girlfriend pregnant. She is about 3 months in.
Oh my gosh, congratulations!
Thank you, man. In 6 months when you have me back, I'll bring the baby.
Were y'all able to, is it around your birthday at least, or what's the deal on that?
Yeah, we planned it out so that it is in,
close.
Well, 3 months in it is right now, so it'd be born right now, which is May 8, 9. So 8. So the thing is, like, we wanted May 8 on May 31st.
Oh my gosh, it's coming up. That's right around the corner. Yo, the baby is about to be born. You're pulling our legs. I believe
in 6 months. November.
Which is really our child?
No.
What the fuck? Dude, the mercenaries wanted something, and you couldn't give it to them right there.
Sorry, Merces.
Oh, man. Yeah, do you see how mad Casey is right now? It's like a raptor voice. It's like a dinosaur.
It's bubbling. It's like a Mongolian anger.
I'm so. It's gonna probably take me about 5 minutes to get over that. Yeah, I mean, that was weird. We were really happy for you, Hans.
It felt good.
Thinking whatever happened.
Yeah, I'd love to have a little baby. You know, just have a home birth. Just leave it some umbilical cord on until it's like 7.
Have the drone cut it.
Yeah, I would not give it shoes until it was 12.
Well, unless you're like me, I had to have my shoes had to be nailed to a little 2x4 because my legs were so wonky. So I had to have, I remember growing up.
Your Forrest Gump?
I don't know what it was. They just put me in, metal legs. I do have metal legs still. We had the Stone Cold Steve Austin knee braces until I was 16 or 17. Yeah. And luckily, it got better because Stone Cold started wearing them. But at the beginning, it was kids were making fun of me left and right. It was horrible. And then Stone Cold got real popular, and then like night and day, it changed from being like really cool. So it actually gave me a lot of street cred.
Yeah.
Finally.
Middle school. You were wearing it in middle school?
16 till you're 16. Yeah, I mean, I started when I was 8 or something. I went out for sports all the time, and my bones were weird, so I didn't wear the knee braces. I don't know, I never made a team.
Montgomery, you got weird bones.
In order to just adjust my rec specs and accidentally look the wrong way. It was bad. They could never give me a good team.
Yes, coach. Yes, coach. Sorry about my bones, coach.
Yeah. And then it's like I'm always just sitting on the bench, and that's why you stop trying out for teams. That's why I started to stop trying. I mean, that was just ride the bench.
What do you guys think about the popularity of high school sports? Do you think it's like overblown and unhealthy, or do you think it's a great pastime and we should enjoy it and not look too much at it critically?
Ooh, very intriguing. Excellent question. I don't know. I mean, if you're just specifically, if you're a member of a band or something and you don't necessarily like the football team, but you got to be around them all the time, that's probably not good.
Yeah, they're always bullying you, be like, look at this sousaphone motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a sousaphone, it's not going to work out. But that was always, probably in the hierarchy, the least popular kid in my high school was the kid with the sousaphone. Yeah. So why do you even choose that? No, chooses a sousaphone.
People are like, I just want to be a part of it. I'm not going to do anything. I'll clean up after you.
And they start hating on the football team, and then the football team selling all the tickets and getting school all the money. And I don't know. So
yeah, it's tough. I think high school sports is the best thing that's ever happened.
To this country. And I think it makes some pretty coin. It makes a lot of coin, and it makes a lot of memories.
It's people's favorite time of their life sometimes.
Being a part of a team. Being a part of a team.
I think that says more about their life than high school sports. I think like if your best time was in high school, that means you're probably not economically have a lot of agency and power. So maybe we should make the rest of people's lives better so that this meaningless game doesn't take up so much money. But hey, you get a construction company and you have to like build a Burj Khalifa or something.
Wiz Khalifa. Yeah, Wiz Khalifa.
You can make Wiz Khalifa.
It's hard to duplicate, but that's right. Yeah, I mean, some people are playing sports, man.
It's ultimately pointless. It's like, you're really good at this.
Well, I'm a big Florida Gators fan, and I go on their message board all the time, so let me have fun. Gator talk. Yeah, Gator talk. I think I don't have enough nerve to post anymore. I used to post when I would be drinking, and now I don't have the fucking nerve. I'm too scared to post anymore.
You posted about the Comedy Store and they roasted your ass.
Yeah, I posted some like random thread about like just random Gator like pictures, and I did one where I was at the Comedy Store on the main stage wearing a Florida Gator shirt. Some fucking piece of shit's like, oh, dumb picture, dumbass, or something. The Gators thing, they're getting my ass. This is bullshit. I'm a part of the team, y'all. Stop. Why are you going after me?
I know.
We're part of the same crew.
It's weird that he was mad.
Fuck you, dude. Yeah, you suck. Yeah, it's like I'm wearing a Gator shirt. That's what this thread is about. People wearing Gator shirts out in the wild.
That's beautiful that there's a place for that.
Oh my gosh, that was also the same time I would get on the G.I. Joe, people auctioning off G.I. Joes, and I would sit there for hours watching it. Because the guy was kind of fun. It was just big old nerdy dude. Just hearing him talk about all the G.I. Joes, I'd sit there for hours just fucked up watching. Every now and again, I'd get up the nerve to like say something in the live chat.
That's a great find. Great find.
Yeah, something like that. Like, oh my gosh, really cool.
Another year.
That's a rare one.
Yeah.
Shut up, nerd. They're all I don't know shit about Joes.
Yeah, I can't catch a break anywhere. Not the Gator one, not the G.I. Joe one. Whatever. I'm not on that anymore. There's too much on G.I. Joe. You're spending like $200 on the G.I. Joe. Fucking idiots. Yeah, I like to.
Yeah, that's cool. You can learn how to get good at anything with anything. Have you ever bought like an expensive piece of memorabilia? I was gifted a couple a sword.
Yeah, a sword.
Yeah.
From where?
From this guy, Jordy and Key Forge.
Jordy and Key. Wait, how big is the sword? Could you like bat somebody with it?
It's like one of those Spartan swords that they use when they lose their spear. It's like that long.
Shoot, wait. It's kind of like the Rufio sword as well.
Yeah.
Rufio is a similar sword, I think, to this one. Wait, so is it metal? You can use it against somebody?
Yeah. Brutal. It's so heavy. It's sharp and heavy, which is crazy. Because the sharpness will get you in, and then the heaviness will cut you through it.
So if you were really swinging that thing and like Grant broke into your house or something, and you were really swinging it like in his leg, would it like cut through his leg?
It would cut through his leg. It would hit the bone. It might not break the bone, but it would cut through the bone.
Yikes! You do that, Grant? Probably not my leg.
Oh, it would cut through your leg.
Yeah, that would be so cool.
Unless I started at your shin, but it would leave it in your shin.
Shin is too strong.
Yeah.
So don't go for the shin. If you happen to have a sword, you're going to go for more go for the joints. Yeah.
Right through. Go for the ligaments.
Stay out. Stay away from my family. Just somebody's running away with that in horror. Don't even think about coming back here again. And you're just throwing their arm fucking out of your house. Forgot something.
Cut your eyeballs, dumbass. Don't come back here.
Gosh, that'd be scary. Wait, so you have a sword and you have something else?
No, I have a sword. I was going to say something else, but then I switched it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it'd be fun. I don't even know if we can use that. Rapunzel looks amazing. Now you do this, Grant. I didn't even do this guy. Step right out here. Well, I hope we're going to LA tomorrow. I hope everything goes well there. I think it should. I think it should be a good time. We have to get the tacos in here. Hopefully, here they have a wonderful white cheese stuff that I only discovered. It's a wonderful white cheese stuff.
I love that. Check it out.
Welcome.
Oh my gosh, and maybe they would let us if they wanted to. Y'all wouldn't want to. I can show y'all where I was fucking Tony's from before Chili's living out. I'm sure the guy still lives there. We could go out there.
behind the building thing, man. That's
Drink a Bud Light seltzer out there. Oh, I bet the cans are still there. You just throw the cans everywhere. It's like item places. Everywhere. Well, Hans, thanks so much for being on the show today, my friend.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, no fun. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad it worked out. I mean, last time you really left us in the lurch. No, I'm kidding.
I fucked up. I'm so sorry.
You let us hang it. That was one of the worst episodes we've ever done because we were worried about you. We were scared because we didn't hear about you for hours after you were. Did you have fun that night?
Yeah, I got such good sleep. I slept till like 2. I woke up at 10 and I was like, okay, I'm awake. I don't have to set an alarm. And then I fell back asleep at 11. I still felt a bit too.
That happens sometimes. Be like that sometimes. Yeah, shit, man. Our bodies are so tired sometimes. I know. Sometimes you just want a nap. Yeah, I slept 15 hours. I just want to go back to sleep for another fucking 10 hours. 10 hours of sleep. Well, Hans, so nice for you to be here. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Brad,
look at that. My shirt changes with the screen.
What the heck? Oh, and it matches my shirt too. Gorgeous. And mine looks blue, actually. I have a green shirt on today, so mine's like blue this whole time. Alrighty, well, that was fun. Thanks so much for being here, Hans.
Thank you, guys.
Wait, what about the mercenaries? Yeah, we need... Oh, sure, yeah. Oh my gosh, and Hans, you gotta give a big shout out to a lot of these people.
Yeah, you gotta meet some people. I have to, because otherwise
I'm gonna bear my head. Yeah, the server going again. Al, Elliot, Anthony, Larry, Martinson, Art of Sean King, Mr. Sean King, and Danja Fox. He is one of the people that was being really weird about you being on. But Dankfo,
who was it?
Destiny A4, one of our really good friends. Dylan, Lisa, Hurrika, Illa, Jay Dizzy, Joe Cott, Josiah M, Justin Threckle, Dr. Threckle's son, we think, Kyle Heath, Larry, Tingle Sauce. Oh my gosh, and Tweak the Freak is actually like a scientist on jewelry. He works at K Jewelers. We talked to him recently. Yeah, you weren't here. We did it big, and we spoke to him. Yeah, he had sea monkeys. It ended up kind of working out. We would have never met him if that doesn't happen. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he had sea monkeys.
Oh, now it starts back up again.
Yeah, there's not that many. Yeah. It starts to lose.
I was like, oh, this is gonna take a while.
Nope. Take about 10 seconds.
Well, the loop makes it seem like it's longer.
I know. Thanks for doing that, Grant. Yeah, no problem.
Just put up a bunch of names. Who are the people on the bottom? Are they different from the green people? Yeah. We don't talk about the people.
Those are the bounty hunters. These are bounty hunters. These are people that actually helped us with the last server from the mercenaries, but now they're wanting a part, something that we don't fully understand yet. They're wanting a kickback, which we're not really able to do. Y'all know that. Y'all know we can't do that. So stop asking. You're putting us in a weird place, y'all. Yeah, I mean, it's already weird enough sometimes with Grant, much less something with kickback. I mean, dude, Grant wants more and more money every week. We have to give him more and more every week. Please. Okay, all right. Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co. production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh, no fun, sad dad. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
I really appreciated watching, and I hope somebody will be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I really look forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there in Portuguese. Thank you very much.
I think you, as a lifelong radio fan, a news anchor, a radio host in your own right, do not like listening to yourself when you would think, well, put it this way, in this business, we have these things called ear checks, where we listen to ourselves, or our programmers, our bosses will listen to us and say, hey, oh, don't do this, do more of that. Why not?
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Casey Rocket. Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery. You really want right now we are. I now play the break again. Do the break.
Emancipated in 1791. Largely as a result of hard work.
Grant, please. This is not the type of prank you want to do. Twice.
Emancipated, there was still a backlash in society. Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews to rapidly modernize society.
I had no idea what was the character. Robot leads in your bike, or was that more of a demon? If I hadn't drank this, I thought it was ripping from this kidney forest.
I thought you made a mistake.
I was like, oh, is this a hard drug I'm sipping on? Is it? We didn't even get it the first time. The first time was the best, when I was genuinely shocked. Okay, the second time, the exasperated taste was kind of funny. Please stop drinking. God, I'm scared to talk. 1-800 big trip. This thing is tripping my glass. Is that a kratom? No, I wish it was kratom. I love taking kratom. And that's a kratom. No, it's a Kenya forest. That's L-theanine. I cannot stress this enough. This is a Kenya forest. And I shit a shot drug in my Pontiac. And L-theanine and GABA. For the GABA receptors, it's really good. Where are the GABA receptors? They're up top.
Well, that one's for your heart.
Find ways to associate these things. So
that's the heart opening joy.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Open your heart and chill well for joyful intimacy. So what is Bella Hadid with Kid Euphoric? I wonder what's going on there. Are they together?
She's a founder.
Those amongst our subjects
did it very strange to do it. Because you let me smell it. Very strange.
Have not had fixed surnames or last names shall be ordered to adopt 3 months following the publication of our present degree.
You might make it faster in a bad way. Ooh, that's always scary. You taste the demonic.
What is going on?
Yeah, it's actually really strong in the demonic. The L-theanine is a little subtle.
Well, this one is a rosé-inspired fusion.
It's like a kind of tastes like somebody melted it to Tootsie Pop.
And it has rosemary to open your heart and balance your mind.
like
Okay, rosemary.
marriage and contracts and all kinds of stuff.
That looks good. One's gonna like a roast too.
Dealing with. So the idea, I mean,
Grant
what's the first name to be sure,
Really go out.
ancient in practice.
I love that hoodie you have on today. It's fun.
That's a good one.
Jews historically used to have always
It's kind of warm outside, though.
acronym
But it's cool in here, so I guess it makes
That's actually a nightmare.
son of or daughter of their father. For
Don't let that get on your hands, Casey, or they will get sticky.
contractual agreements, they would always be.
I'm getting buzzed. I gotta put this thing down.
How strange would it be if you broke your sobriety accidentally on a kidney forex? It would be a blessing. Because the thing is, if you accidentally relapse, you get to finish the rest of the day. And it's still pretty. As long as it's
An accident.
yeah, like if I had a sip of alcohol, I would get to drink for the rest of the day, consequence free, because it was an accident. How hard would you go?
Oh, extreme. I would clear my schedule.
I would call in some favors. I would clear my schedule. How many beers do you think, if you were just, let's just call it beers, if you were drinking beers, how many beers? Because when you were drinking a bunch, how many beers did you drink?
The idea of
And 20. So what do you think it would take now? Because 20 would probably kill or me. I'm sure that would kill my ass now.
Maybe 12, maybe. Because I bet it cuts your tolerance almost in half.
Yeah, I almost died in the back of David Wilcox's fucking two-door Tahoe in a field party one time after polishing off a 12-pack of Bud Light. I remember hearing just Yo Gotti bumping through the loud-ass subwoofers, just thinking I'd die now. I was so fucked up. I couldn't move. But yeah, right, 12. If I did that again right now.
Like when I relapsed during quarantine, I had 6 seltzers and I was hammered. I was like blackout drunk off 6 seltzers. Like a little kid. In my fantasy world, I'd love to think that the Bud Light, like a little Bud Light had a good
They had the best seltzer.
I've never had one.
Aloha Beaches. What was the other one? That was like the red one. There was an orange one too. The orange one, I can't remember.
So,
Ooh, it was good.
that's it.
The acid reflux. You get acid reflux still?
At meal specific, if I eat something crazy, I might like more pesto. Yeah, like if I eat like just a
Also,
huge
applied article
spoonful of pesto or something.
Extra pasta.
to live in the empire.
How many of those? If you can do 12 beers, how many can you afford to do?
Well, I've had 2 sips and I feel like a fucking Charlotte.
They should sell these at 30 racks.
Oh my god.
Do you know how much those things are?
Article 3,
8-pack, $59.
says,
You're kidding. Yeah, way.
I feel like $1 million.
So it's more expensive than beer.
Yes.
And why is it? Is it a sexual thing or what's the deal behind it? Because those writings on there seem very cryptic.
Is it
Sexual way.
Yeah.
God, I just want to be listening. God, I'd rather be listening to music.
I think you start listening to it.
Oh my god, some 41.
Oh my god. Fish. Yeah, the lizards. I love that one fish song a lot.
especially the Gilbert's version.
Yeah, the Gilberts.
It's unclear exactly why
Richard. That literal lizard movie? Yes. Yeah, the father. Yeah.
I missed the lizard part.
Oh yeah, we're just like King Richard is in the fish song, but it's not the King Richard. Not the English it's their dad, who I think was a real piece of shit.
I heard he was a real stickler. Yeah.
But he got his girls good at tennis. So credit where credit's due.
Fish dad and the Williams dad. The same.
And all of the
Yep.
That's an accomplished dad.
So
That's
this
to be
law
Good at anything these days. Decent girls who play tennis will be
So we're going to do January.
actually in the Gregorian calendar.
I mean, 21st century fathers can be anything.
The French
Be a good hider. Hide and seek for women to kids. Be a provider.
So on April 1st,
My dad was always the best hider.
Yeah, a lot of our dads were.
Especially back then.
Dads could hide.
Not so much. I looked up to how good my dad could hide. There you go.
Oh my gosh, sometimes my dad would be hiding behind the door and I'd be in a bandmate or something just as a little boy, and then he would come out from behind the door and act like he hit his knee on the door, but it was really just his hand. It would make me laugh hysterically. Thought he hit his knee on the door. It was a prank. He got my ass. He could make me laugh every time he did that.
Never gets old. Did your dad ever get a tooth in the door?
Like names of particular heroes from that revolution.
I'll take it from here, man. You're not really. Yeah, you got a couple. Yeah, as soon as I would get adults, I wanted to be baby again. It doesn't work like that. I want you to have all babies upstairs. The downstairs, all babies upstairs. We go the upstairs room. Yeah, the up ones on the upstairs. It's like a code name, so you're trying to trick me to lose a tooth. And that's probably weird with only your bottom teeth being the adult teeth at the top. Yeah, that's a. All babies at the top. Big say. I can't tell you how many times I heard that around the dinner. I wonder where he even got that from. I wonder where that even
Right, maybe it's.
I read a really article on this issue by Pierre Bernbaum, who
Maybe
is
something
a
at the
professor
top.
of narrative.
Sounds like a song.
He says that
That's great.
there's never been
He did
any
multiple teeth at
good
once.
study
Yeah,
done
that's how I love this one.
And
And then this one, he actually put on an RC card and just ran it. Damn, he must have had that thing gassed up. And then he put a bunch of little pieces of toilet paper on the back of it, and it said just married. So it looked like it was little tin cans, but it was my teeth.
all kinds of things.
Well, that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
It sounds like kind of a Stuart Little sort of.
It's pretty creative. It's not like the neighborhood kids watching on the side. They were throwing rice. Yeah, like I just been married, but it's my teeth. It's like, shut up. Yeah, just blood coming out of your mouth. Just get out.
There he is. Dude, how you live in camp? I think you have too. Sucking dick at mini golf. You're a prodigy at it, dog. I've never known anyone better. Incorrect. You're not funny enough. Next one. Okay, do you want my opinion? You don't have severe autism. No, you've never met anybody with severe autism. Someone with severe autism generally is nonverbal. Someone with severe autism is generally nonverbal. It does. That's why I said generally. But you're not even close to that. You're some dude who does have some things. You have Tourette's. I'll give you that. You spent $2,500 at a doctor to basically diagnose you with anything they wanted. So they said that you have ADHD and Tourette's and autism and all this other shit. Okay, cool. And then they also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over. They also insulted your intelligence. which you can't get.
TikTok much, but it seems like the one director also said 1,000 for us to be
I'm in agreement with you. Did you know that you have an invitation? Zoot, and I still think that you may be a savant at sucking dick at mini golf. There's no doubt. Someone could not play over 1,000 games as much as you play and suck so much dick without having some type of special ability. You're gonna bomb so hard, it's gonna make your head spin. Tell me a joke. You need jokes to be a stand-up, big dog.
It has a 20.95% crime rate. Theft, robbery.
Doug, you're gonna dude, I do not recommend you do stand-up. At least not yet. You need a routine, dog. What's your routine? Let's hear it. Yeah, dude, and you're gonna bomb so hard, it's gonna cause you massive embarrassment. And it's gonna be very depressing to you. Whoa. Zoot, I'm telling you right now, I watch more stand-up comedy than maybe any person on earth, and you are not ready for it. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it, but you need a routine and you need to practice it. How long are you going to go up there? For how long are you going to go up there? Dude, that is so difficult to do without any routine.
I'm not touching this. CRRITCK. 48.62 1,000.
Yeah, and Zoot, you aren't generally you're not like naturally incredibly funny that you could just go up there. So we'll do a pretend. Okay. So just pretend. Zoot, you're gonna be on stage in the next 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Get your routine ready. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and now to the greatest comedy club in Australia, we have Zoot. Go ahead, Zoot. Yay, take it away. Zoot, go ahead. You're on stage. What are you going to say? Zoot, you're up. No. You can't do that. Zoot, you're going to do that on stage and you're going to be really embarrassed and people are going to boo you and then you're never going to want to do it again. Okay, Zoot, just pretend you're on stage. You ready? Make a joke. Zoot, you're going to do so badly, you're going to cry. It's going to destroy you. You're never going to want to do it again. Zoot, what's a joke? Tell me one joke. That was my question. Or what your joke was. So pretend that. Where's the joke? Yeah, that's not a joke. Zoot, but you're not. No, are you ready to play Moncala? All right, come back when your phone is charged. Come back when your phone is charged. He's fucked if he does that.
and DeLuca were both 70. A man who evaded immigration agents at a cannabis farm in Ventura County last week has explained how he did it.
Jesus Vasquez came back to Glass House Farms this week to try to pick up his car, saying he evaded arrest by ICE agents by hiding in one of the glass houses for many hours. He says he stayed hidden from around 11 a.m. during the raid after 2 the next morning, finally coming out after the federal agents had left.
ABC's Alex Stone reports at least 361 people were arrested last week at Glass House Farms locations in Camarillo and Carpinteria. A wildfire in the Grand Canyon is still 0% surrounded. ABC's Faith Abube says it's burned down some historic buildings.
The Dragon gravel fire pushing into the canyon, extreme summer temperatures fueling the flames here. Officials now calling in reinforcements, doubling the number of helicopters doing water drops.
She says officials have asked for help from more firefighters from other states. Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell is apparently willing to testify before Congress about the part she played in facilitating the sex trafficking of underage girls. Daily Mail says Maxwell would be more than happy to tell her side of the story. She was convicted in 2022 on child sex trafficking charges and is serving 20 years in prison. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy later tonight with lows around 60. Sun by tomorrow afternoon with highs around 80. Mid-80s in the valleys and 90 in the IP. Low 70s at the beaches. It's going to look a lot like that all through the week and the weekend. Right now it's 69 in La Palma, 70 in Yorba Linda. And we have a crash on this 105 in Linwood.
Heading westbound right up the 710. It's taken up the 2 right lanes, causing delays back up to about Paramount Boulevard. In the 210 eastbound at Azusa Avenue, just after Azusa Avenue, it's in Azusa. The motorcycle wreck there has the car flat. 2 left lanes blocked off. You'll see traffic pretty heavy from about Mountain Avenue. And some good news if you're on the 15 northbound in Rancho Cucamonga, just after Foothill Boulevard, it looks like the crash has been cleared from the right lane. Your drive is recovering from the 10. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
Hey, buddy, come on over. I don't know. Let's measure. Okay. Just tall enough.
Yes. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky, hey, you love working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called Work.
You remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials? They work it out or finding homes. We like to say this is for the regenerations, affected by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was a $1 billion idea. Google's giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world. Downtown Vancouver.
Here's a shutdown.
From wondering, the makers of Dr. Death and Business Wars comes a new series, We Crash, about a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, empowerment. And quite frankly, it just all sounded, just to say no. That was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned to me and said, "Oh my, this is a cult."
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crash, wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished. This is over. They literally stopped going to work. Get rid of those guys. It's a sad.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind The Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans,
Godfather's Godfather.
James Caan,
To me, what's coming next? Since that's why you gotta force you up and drive around a block.
Al Ruddy,
I said, I got a call from these Italian guys. They want to see the movie based in a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved the chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. AFI.
Live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeart Radio app. We're cutting for TikTok, but we need 1,000 followers, so we can do it with your help. Sometimes people prefer TikTok to the other social media apps. They have a requirement. You gotta have 1,000 followers. I know it's partially my fault. I'm not all that active on TikTok, but it's here before. But 1,000 followers will be allowed to stream live on TikTok. Gotta tell you about this. If you've ever been to the Orange County Fair, it's a great time. We've broadcast live out there. Great time. Love the Orange County Fair. But if you're not doing something out there, you're just going to enjoy it, it can be rather pricey. The good news is the price for admission and parking for 2025 are the same as 2024. The bad news is they were high in 2024, which makes them still high in 2025. Parking is $15. Big picture, that's relatively reasonable when you go anywhere or an event. Like if you were to go to SoFi Stadium to see the Rams, they're charging $90 for parking for just 3 hours. But you can park all day at the LC Fair for just $15. Oh, Twan, when you went to Universal City Walk most recently, how much were they charging for parking there? $35. Oh, golly. Okay, maybe that's a steal. In terms of parking, from 2017 to 2022, on-site parking was $10 per vehicle. And it's weird because the parking hasn't changed that much. That's something special with it. In 2023, the cost of parking increased to $12 per vehicle. Last year, it increased again to $15 per vehicle. General admission to the fair is $13 on Wednesdays and Thursdays, $15 on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And admission for seniors and children is $9 every day. And those prices have increased as well over the past few years. The fairgrounds also offer an everyday passport for $60. In other words, you can go every day. It's like a season pass. $60. According to Storybook Fair Course, face high cost to LC Fair and event centers reserves have soared upward over the past decade. At the end of 2022, the center's investment balance reflected over $67 million in reserves, which has been steadily growing. So, since the pandemic, at least, the OC fair has been relatively healthy, due in large part to the increase in prices, increase in parking. I haven't been in the past few years or so, but from what I remember, it's a great time, definitely great food, and definitely really hot out there. But it starts on July 18th, and if you do go out there, please let us know about your experience at the OC Fair. I remember, what was it? I think it big car cruise that we're out there broadcasting live for, which is a great time.
I love the fear period. I was hoping to be able to broadcast on this week. It's delicious food. Want some of the weird food?
Oh, they had a lot of weird food, but it had a lot of good food as well. I'm not too adventurous when it comes to food. I don't need deep fried donuts with bacon and sour cream on top. The stuff that they start putting together, like meats and sweets, is just weird.
It's weird. I'll take it. This year I saw an advertisement for the new deep fried chicken sandwich, the chicken donut sandwich, which is 2 donuts, not a donut cut in half. It's 2 donuts with a fried chicken breast, bacon, I believe cheese on top of it.
It's not sexy.
And then they dip it in that batter. So they dip all of that batter and they deep fry it. So it's one big fried ball of deliciousness. They take it out and douse it with Louisiana hot sauce or something like that. Like they kind of just baste it, and then they hit it with a maple glaze syrup. And I said to myself, well, let the heart attack come.
Let's do it. They're going to be selling fried bacon wrapped pickles. Just eat those in the hospital. I definitely eat it in the ER. Oh my gosh.
Sign me up.
It's just me and Tamala. We're just going to be holding hands. I don't know how to put that inside your body.
Easily.
I have flaming hot Cheetos and cheese pickles. But I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get a porta potty while I'm home.
Well, why are you talking about eating that other stuff that's inevitably going to leave there?
Yeah, but I can hold on to that longer. The hot stuff, that's running right through.
Coward. Says you. I like hot food. I have exactly. So eat it. I have to side. You can't talk to me that way. I got to side with Tuala on this one because I have to be active and prepared for the worst. If I'm going to eat something that I'm out, if I'm going to be out somewhere for 7 or 8 hours, I have to be mindful of what I eat. Yeah, because we don't want to have an internal misunderstanding. There's a whole adult diaper industry that you should be availing yourself of. No, just because if I were to wear a diaper, not that I would, but if I were to wear a diaper, just carrying it around with me is the smell like dumplings.
No, you don't want to carry that poopage around.
And you'd be walking all straight, with your legs all out to the side, because you're
walking saddle style.
What's wrong? Oh, I got something in my diaper. Oh, just
you're not going to say anything because you're going to be walking, you're going to be turning going, what's that smell?
If I have to worry about that, I'm not going to eat it. All right, listen, I'm not an expert on the diaper thing, but I imagine you're supposed to change them if you put a load in one.
It doesn't. Once
it doesn't.
Yeah, you got to walk, you got to find the bathroom line, no matter what you're the old dude with the load in.
I don't think they're meant to be like a long-term fashion accessory after you've already utilized them. Let's see this to its logical conclusion. Okay, at the fair, you eat something that you shouldn't. 2 hours later, it causes a chain reaction. You can't get to a bathroom. That's why you have the diaper on. And it saves you in that moment. Okay? Yeah, right. But this in that moment, so it doesn't like come down inside your leg.
Well, yeah, but you don't know if it's going to be solid enough to catch.
No, it's a diaper, so it should be able to handle any type of.
You don't know what explosiveness it can handle.
Right, but the point is, you're not on the baton death march. You can get away and go change and clean yourself up. You slap another clean one on if you have to. So just maybe have a product test that needs to happen, boys.
Disembodied voice. And the funny or disembodied voice, I know we'll talk about it after 9 when I come on board, but I'll be there at the OC Fair next Wednesday, so I will have first-hand knowledge of all the excitement for you. In fact, Stefan and T, you should probably roll with me, and then you can come to the show afterward.
Why don't you just go ahead and put on a diaper and let us know how it goes?
Test drive. You do know me, Mo. You know I will.
I know you would. That's why I said that. You'd probably put it on video, too.
Well, not the chinny cheek portion, but just you with me. That's right. You know how we do.
You do. Don't do that. I'm not wearing a diaper until I have no other choice in life, and hopefully that's no time soon.
Yes, I'm sure your incontinence will never come, sir. Oh my God, there was a laugh from the other room. I didn't know that was. That was Dan.
That's not you. streaming on TikTok. Right now, let's go to our runner, Q524 Auto. Here's the latest. The Electronic Board of Supervisors is expecting
blonde hair.
$1 million
Look at your bird. Blonde hair. I mean,
2001.
sometimes you gotta do weird stuff to mix it up a little bit. I don't know how else to say it. Sometimes you just need one spice or
There's a Sheriff's Department.
it's the most popular figure we have here in Cincinnati, Ohio. He has my favorite area. My church included. My son's had small hair. For the rest of training camp and going into this season. And not answer to the same thing.
Lows around 60, sunny tomorrow with highs from low 70s at the beaches to 90 in the IE. This report brought to you by Macy's Backstage and from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We got a stall on the 405 in Carson.
That's heading southbound at the 110. Looks like it's just been moved out of the right lane, so your driving is now recovering from about Artesia Boulevard. The 105 heading westbound in Linwood right after the 710. Looks like a crash there. Still has the two right lanes blocked off, so it's slowing you down from Garfield. And if you're on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, traffic building up right after Imperial Highway. That drive stays slow to just after Gypsum Canyon Road. But Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Older, I know 3 people that got cancer, and because of the massive distrust and this idea that the pharmaceutical companies and all these scientists are out there to make a buck and not cure you or make money on the treatment, not the cure, all of them refused treatment until it was too late and all 3 of them died. Let's be careful of anecdotal evidence. It's an anecdote from me. It's a very small sample size, but I have to imagine there are enough people out there who do these kinds of things, and I get it. I get it.
No, in fact, we don't have a fraction of the paranoia we actually need. I don't like being the guy saying that. I am, in my heart, the ultra champion of science as the mechanism through which we come to progress. But science as it is currently instantiated is so broken and so corrupt that, look, I hear you saying things that I absolutely would have said not that long ago. But unfortunately, the evidence is right in front of you that this can't possibly be the world you actually live in.
We just can't seem to catch the guy. We're always just behind him, you know?
But what really hooked me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man.
Okay, I'd rather just where it's like, if I was a big guy, I think I'd enjoy putting men on my shoulders involuntarily. And where you're like, I don't want to do this, and you're going on my shoulders, and all of a sudden you're on somebody's big shoulders, and now you have to go fight somebody else who's on another big guy's shoulders, and it's like, you pick this side, you pick this side, and you're like, I don't want to do this, I don't even know how to wrestle. But I had this joke where it's like, if I was a big guy, I think I'd enjoy putting men on my shoulder. Dinner, hang out.
Let me be fun with your wife.
Colombia.
It's not a different trip if it's the boys. Colombia? Wow. That's our language. Wow. There's a reason I don't go down there. I would change, man. There's a reason I don't go down there.
I'd rather just go to Miami, have some dinner, hang out.
Let me be fun with your wife.
Colombia.
Wow. It's not a different trip if it's the boys. Colombia? Wow. That's our language. Wow. There's a reason I don't go down there. I would change, man. There's a reason I don't go down there.
On the go, beyond the app, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and designed to limit driver distraction while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Hey, Top with Joe Foreman got some bad news. A local Can we just switch over hands on me comfortable?
Designer adult diapers.
They have the one that we were talking about from a while ago was one that you're supposed to be able to wear at a concert. Yeah, you can be there the entire night. Kids let loose. And yeah, I think it might be called the concert diaper.
Depends. Concert diapers.
I say all that to say
diapers. They're called diapers, right?
Yes.
And they were originally a collab from last December with Depends Liquid Death, the water company.
All right, look, Nick, I ate this on, but I want you to know that you're allowed to take some dignity. No, yes.
No, I'm not. I'm in radio. It have been for over 20 years.
Okay, all right. He's taking your suggestions right now, so if you log on to the YouTube Amigos Motown chat on YouTube at Mr. Mo Kelly, he is in the chat right now, taking your suggestions as far as what to wear, how to wear it, how he's going to model it, whether he's going to try to produce it or not. It's up to you to tell him what to do. And he's in the chat right now. And the only way that you can participate is log on YouTube at Mr. Mo Kelly, and then you can tell him exactly what color to wear, circumstances we're going to use. This is all in conjunction with the OC fair we're talking about.
And Paul who's in the chat real quick, we cannot take this to the hallway for sanitary reasons, but thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, we can't do the hallway until tomorrow. We can't tell you why, but we'll bring it back tomorrow. Now, there is a black knit diaper with a leather stitched crotch with a flaming skull.
It's not a different trip if
Whatever Swell is talking about, I put the link to it in the chat. So,
Fire.
You can see Fit Diapers. The first mod Fit Diaper combo between Liquid Death and Fit.
Are you saying that you can be relaxed enough to let the diaper do the thing?
I am going to say that I very likely could do the number one, but I do not think I can do number two.
It's not designed to catch a number two.
Right, exactly. It's intended for like water absorption.
Yeah, it's front loaded.
That's the best way to put it. It's front loading, not back loading.
Okay.
I didn't mean to count here.
That's the design. I don't have any input. I mean, people don't believe me, and I'm going to say this, and I know Mark's going to say, "Oh, you're full of it. You're lying." No, this is not honest truth. I do remember a time when I was a child in which I was in diapers. Some of my earliest memories were being in diapers.
You can't just have
There she is.
White House correspondent gig.
How you doing, girl? I'm wonderful. Are you ready? All right. You're going to have an invitation in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Miss Aquarius. I set the all-time record yesterday. And your time, you're going to set it tonight, maybe. Nice strike. Look at us. Get it. Nice spare. Okay. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Oh, girl. I tried. Thank you, ma'am. Get another strike. Get another spare. Ooh, girl. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. All right. Get it. Almost. Ooh. Ooh. Get it. $97. All right, Mr. Aquarius. Turn. It's your turn. I win, you win. That's still really good. Get it. Oh, you just kissed it. That was beautiful. You're welcome. That was terrible. That was awful. Ooh. Get this. Miss Aquarius, good job. That was good. You're welcome. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
After recent ICE raids in Los Angeles, many undocumented immigrants now face mandatory detention with no chance at a bond. Policy ICE, not immigration judges, can downtime to 8 decades old law the Trump administration.
That was beautiful.
As originally written, backed by $75 billion.
Oh, that's what. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Get it. Miss Aquarius. That was dirty. That was dirty. Good job. You're welcome. Get it. Look at it. Look at that shot. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Ooh! Fire. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. 98. Miss Aquarius. 98. No one's touching that. No one's touching 98. It's you, girl. I win, you win. Good job. That was really great. We both had really good games, really high games. Excellent work, ma'am. Absolutely. You take care. Sweet dreams. Forward to play. You're willing. Take care. Sounds like a plan. Bye-bye.
Two left lanes off limits, so it's causing some heavy traffic from about the 605. And if you're on the 91 heading eastbound in Anaheim Hills, you'll start seeing some slowing just after Imperial Highway. Your drive's going to stay slow to just after Gibson Canyon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Money in person.
All right, everybody settle down. Find your place, please.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Listen, get your books out. We're going to start here with chapter.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccinanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same. Psychedelics are everywhere. Could psychedelics soon be the new Prozac? Investors want it. The most important idea working here, because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety.
So you need desperate specialists. Times wants some help. As medicine, we can make this all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Wait, I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people could get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to live right. This is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is stuck. We are humans, and humans like being seduced. Listen and follow this podcast for free.
He's in there. I would love to know the origins of this. Was this in a book? Or is this like a how-to remove your teeth?
It's like a Mad TV. It's like a Mad magazine. It's early,
It's Spy versus Spy.
Interesting. Why do you always bring that up?
It's a little colonial.
None of us have ever heard of that. We're going to bring it up. Grant?
That would have been the worst part, or one of the worst parts about being lived in olden times. The teeth situation, the dentistry.
Pull them out, I guess.
Yeah, it's a story that my family tells. Like when your grandfather came, there were no dentists in America, so he pulled out all of his teeth.
What? Really?
Yeah, he pulled all of his fucking teeth out because he didn't want infections.
Where do you come from? Where do you sail from? Where do you get your Jews?
I think that one was from Lebanon, Lebanese coming over.
First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part.
Maybe not. Maybe it was not. Maybe it was the other side.
I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite. I remember it very well.
It's not
Dad is my dad.
There's not an extensive history.
Yeah, I think it was my great grandfather probably.
World. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more
Never met
about
him, so he never
his
heard
beer.
died. My great
Oh, no, great one.
Why wasn't my
I wasn't he there for
that's really funny. A kid who's broken because he grew up without a great grandfather.
I remember all the other kids in school hanging out with their great grandfathers. You never got the chance.
That's our still time. Yeah,
you give me mine. He's very old.
Really?
109.
No.
You have a 109-year-old great grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Arkansas.
Little Rock.
Little Rock. Yeah, I don't know if this is just the kid euphorics talking, but I'm starting to feel like I have a 109-year-old great grandfather. Okay. There he is, Mr. Todd. Oh my gosh, Grant, you got a picture of Mr. Todd.
Last name Todd.
Mr. Todd. Was he the guy who knew the Peanuts person? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Howard Schultz. Yeah, Charles Schultz. Creator of the Peanuts and the Snoopy.
Was best friends with your
Babylonia.
my great grandfather. Grandfather's 109.
On the war, 109.
This, by the way, is another example.
He was pretty old even to be fighting in Korea. He was.
The reality is that Jews were allowed to
He was
Europe.
Must have been really good
Challenges
for
that
them to
especially
still
to the
bring him over when he's in his
blood
50s.
libel and post-desecration,
He was one of the underwriters. He was the oldest drill sergeant ever to be at Fort Lejeune.
very poor investment.
Fort Lejeune.
Yeah, the one that got on the water poison. Well, that's why he's so sick now. At 109, they said he would have been
far
one
less
for
than land by the time you get to
well, hopefully he calls the number because there are
you have
laws
lots of Jewish
deal and that kind of stuff.
because they apparently were such popular
But he's not
producers
as
of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Hagelbar is the third is complaining about it still in the 13th century, saying that the churches that
grandparents because they were flying to
wine
Skinner Country.
That's sad. It was the 500 weekend. Yeah, it was the 500 weekend. So they always have Skinner to open to those. That was going to be important. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, my gosh. Just the nastiness. So she told her to drive a truck on the beach.
Was that a big tradition for your grandparents, Daytona Beach?
Yeah, that's where they met.
Super cool.
I know, and they turned out to be my grandparents. How weird is that? It was just overseeing a stranger. What are the odds? That's I know. They turned out to be my grandparents. Super cool. Yeah, that's kind of magic that happens. Down on this.
Jamaican Daytona.
God, sorry, I didn't want to use something. I'm a little sad thinking about my grandson, William. I'm like, wait, you have a grandson? Do you have a picture of him in your billfold? I'm like, dude, that's our grandson, William, too. I know. It's just the weird. And they got to be really good friends. They didn't know if we got to come back every year to Daytona for NASCAR. Before that, oh my gosh, it's the strangest thing. It happens more often than people think. All the grandparents meeting.
Would they bring you on that vacation, or is that just a grandparents only sort of situation?
Just like grandparents. I'm too young. It's a grandparents thing. Just Daytona, getting her, oh my god, Michael Sturgis, oh my gosh, Hawks Breath Saloon, they used to love getting drunk at the Hawks Breath Saloon, and they were bringing back a t-shirt.
A t-shirt. Hang out, they gave you a t-shirt.
Yeah.
But for
salty dogs,
is there no one in the crowd in this?
Rabbis came with a rule that said that in order for one to be
I think this was during COVID or something that we're still doing the races, but there wasn't anybody in the crowd.
What's your favorite grandparent?
Dedicated.
This is like a Mortal Kombat thing.
But that's
I like that they're all on swings.
Wines are
Did you pick this or just a regular?
Just a regular. Yeah, wanted to find us 4 grandparents.
Exactly.
Interesting.
So this is kind of what it looks like when your grandparents are all on vacation having fun.
Especially
because swings. I'm going to take number 1. I like his weapon there, and he seems really stoked about it, so I'm going to choose a fighter. I'm going to go number 1. This seems a lot undersized, so I have confidence.
Distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure.
And I mean, when they're putting, basically what they used to do, they would get, picture everybody off the swings, and you just get one person with their midsection of one swing and their leg section and the other swing, and twist them all up real high, and they start swinging around real fast. And one day, one of their girls' heads hit the freaking metal, so like that hitting some metal.
That's how they talk.
So you pick one.
Yeah, this is a fight situation, right? This is a fight. Yeah, well, I'm definitely going 1 now because I feel like that's an easy call. One to find one.
And you might have to get on an airplane or something where you can't even use that gun.
Definitely a lot of
No, they might not be fighting. They have to travel. They gotta travel.
They have to get on an airplane. So
I feel like I have more questions than like who's the best sleeper on an airplane. So they're resting when they get to the
general circulation.
I'm still going AK guy. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see anyone else with a gun, so I feel like probably the best.
He's on an airplane. He has to get on an airplane, so he can't bring the gun.
We can't do this. He's gonna lose the gun. Maybe it's flying private over
Until like he doesn't have the gun.
Okay, well, it's really hard because he has a gun, so it kind of seems like it's an integral part of his character.
Well, maybe he finds one. Maybe tells it to himself. Yeah.
But still,
So
since
you're the
1988,
one that I want to
the rest of the
love.
world has
Yeah, 1 to 5, 1 to love.
taste for kosher wine.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not noticing a huge difference between any. They all seem to be having a good
Okay,
time.
that's a very quick
Well, we're
overview
swinging.
of Jews and wine
feeling on
to at
this.
least the 1980s.
Number 4, I like a purple
Hoping
man.
to report back more once I
Although I don't want to. I don't want. If she's my lover, I don't want her to have an AK-47. But
That intimidates you.
probably. Do you think if you went out?
This is still her as an old lady.
I don't know, man. She's super intimidating. Something about her is very disquieting.
Hello,
Yeah, I think I would be intimidated on a first date if she had an AK-47. I'm not talking about going on a date. I'm talking about loving them like a grandma.
Yeah, it just
You're asking, would I be intimidated by my grandma if she had an AK-47?
Well, just pretend like she has to get on a plane too, and you're meeting her in the airport. She's not going to have a gun.
All right. So wait, what's the question?
You would love her like an able
You would be able to love her with or without the gun is the question. Oh, I think so. Okay. I've loved my grandmas before. You don't seem like you believe me. I don't believe you. I don't know what I would have done to have you not believe that I would love my grandma regardless of shit and
Seems like you're caught up on the gun.
Well, again, it's really hard for me not to when it seems to be a big part of her character. And now she's in love. Which is why? Which one would you pick? What's your fighter? What's your lover? Remember, I went one fighter, four lovers, so you're gonna have to beat that combination.
You went 1 4.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna choose this anyway, but
you better not copy it. Wait,
so that shows 1 and 4.
1 is my fighter, 4 is my lover. And the guns are on the table. And then they have to get in an airplane before they fight. So remember that.
Yeah, when I'm with them, I think
this is bullshit.
So I'm actually gonna pick. We're gonna give her the gun with lady number 2. So she's allowed. She's actually a pilot. So she's allowed to
Spears. Delta pilots, if they have enough miles, they can carry a gun. Really?
their diamond medallion.
This is thinking at night or anything like that.
She had 2 and then maybe 3 for the lover. I don't know. Maybe the grandfather.
She can't have herself
What is the
away from the Caitlin Clark
You kind of look like Johnny Knoxville and Bad Grandpa.
I know. It's gotta be fun.
So both Williams people have guns, and neither of mine have guns now.
Yeah, because you're getting on the airplane and you're not allowed to bring weapons even anywhere near an airport.
I feel like you
don't even have them.
It does make sense, but I'm not happy about it. Casey, beat that.
All right, so William, your fighter. What was your fighter? I had like number 2 with the AK. And then your lover was 3.
All right, I'm going. Well, I'm going to do the gentleman's reversal here, where number 1, I'm in love because of the stripes and the cape. And he's a kippy and number 3, I'm going 2 grandpas here. Oh, William, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to fall in love with number 3 too. Both of us? Yeah.
Well, you could probably do it.
Dude, I think that's going to play to my advantage. He's also in love with the same grandpa. Grandmas. I think I could get you guys against each other.
No, we would all probably just love each other in the house.
I don't know. I think I heard a grandpa likes Casey a little bit more.
No, man. You know he likes us all equal. Yeah, why would you even say that, Jordan?
That's just something I heard that's not coming from me.
It's all of us.
He loves all of us. The one who said that to you was probably my enemy.
Yeah, somebody told you that.
Yeah, your grandpa, the grandpa. He said, your grandpa said that he likes Casey more. Yeah, we meet sometimes.
Saw where?
Well, we were prepping for the fight, so you gotta get intel on what's going on. And I was like, these guys both have the same grandpa. I know there's gonna be some tension there. So I got some intel.
You allowed, so why did you even bring all this up with the 1, 2, 3, 4 grandparents if you knew it was gonna come to this?
The fight?
Yeah.
I know. Did I bring up the grandparents? I believe you're the one who mentioned that all 4 of your grandparents met at Daytona Beach at the same time.
Grant throwing up the weapons.
I think that's how we got here.
Wrench into it. Grant, how are you?
Well, Grant, are you even doing all right, man? Are you doing okay?
I think I'm okay. Have you had one of these things yet? In case he's drinking?
No, I didn't even know about that. I guess the client who owns the place.
What's that?
Bella Hadid owns this place.
Co-founder.
Someone came in and said they own that thing, I guess, and they dropped off 12 pack or something. Well, they got me feeling busted open, brother. I feel so gross right now, Grant. It's giving me a headache.
They have nootropics.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, what is that person doing in here, Grant? Are they recording a podcast? They were a guest on someone else's. What are they talking about?
I wasn't here, so I don't even know the drink that you guys are holding up.
Kin Euphoric.
Kin Euphoric? It's a drink for boys or the first drink exclusively for boys and men exclusively by women.
I've never heard of it.
And honestly, I had 2 good sips, maybe a third tiny sip, and my head hurts. So I don't know about you. Like, someone call it a headache. Someone call it a brain blast. Grant, he's had some time and all.
Casey's getting an idea.
I'm afraid someone needs
So this is an Narcan. Does that hurt Jimmy? Jimmy Neutron has a brain blast. Is that like painful?
Oh, I thought it would have to be.
Steak.
Jimmy Neutron? He's a little after my time.
So who is your core genius?
Dexter.
Dexter didn't have a brain blast though.
Yeah, he had one here. He was a sister. Yes, his fucking sister. She was always doing the wildest shit. She's kind of like a ass, but she was
But a ballerina.
Yeah, she danced. She used to dance. Oh my god.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, what even happens in this? What even happens here? I don't know. I don't want to be close to it. No. It's either be, they say if those 2 brains collided, it would have the strength of a neutron ball. What? And that's powerful. For people that don't have any idea, that's a really powerful neutron bomb. Oh, there's... Someone talking?
This is a little bit more competitive than the grandpa fight. Oh my god, they always says death battle.
And what's that weird picture? I don't know that new picture. I've never seen that Dexter. I don't know if I like
I think that's a fan fiction Dexter, yeah.
Dexter, like, ooh, what really feel about that? Looking like that.
Why are there's so much fan art of Dexter and Jimmy Neutron?
Why did they make Jimmy a little hotter? Why did they make him like a little better looking? Hey, totally. I mean, that one where the one right above your head case, if you look at him there.
Yeah, they look super hot, that one.
Hello, wanted to kick? Yeah, he's asking for a kick. Christ. Yeah, I don't even know who I'm betting on.
I did, you know, during the Jimmy Neutron movie, they all ride roller coasters in this space, and that's pretty badass, so I feel like Jimmy Neutron.
I don't know, Dexter more classical science.
He doesn't have a movie.
Yeah, Jimmy's more theoretical. Right, it's theoretical physics versus practical science.
Which one was Oppenheimer? Which one was Oppenheimer? Real.
So he wouldn't even be against these guys. It's a different category. He's a pacifist.
That makes sense. Yeah, I wonder if besides the Jimmy and Dexter were on the war.
It's probably Axis powers.
Yeah, Air Force into it though, probably.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Civil War. I didn't know which war you were talking about.
Really funny. The scientists in the Civil War, though.
It's just Neutron on one side.
Race.
I could see
Musket.
Neutron. He would be a Confederate citizen. I could see. Yeah. Oh. Colonel Jimmy.
So we are doing Civil War.
General Jimmy Neutron. And then Dexter, yeah, he'd be on the north side. Yeah.
Whoa, that's kind of interesting, because Dexter's a little bit more the evil one, isn't he? That's how you look up.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of you guys have both been against me.
No,
Every time I say something, you say, and you look against me.
That's how we do every podcast. You gotta pick a side. Right, Grant?
Yeah, 100%.
Thanks, Who was out there, though?
Just another client came in. I guess they're coming back. It was Bella. You want me to bring her in?
Yeah.
I think we'd probably be good for the episode. So who's this third scientist now? We got the blonde above my head over there.
Jimmy looks so devious. They're basically holding hands.
The 6 charter members
Is that
developed 3 main goals for the alliance.
Meredith's computer?
3 goals that basically
Dexter and Meredith.
Lewis Robinson? Oh, is that the Meet the Robinsons?
Swiss Family Robinsons, the boy who rides on the ostrich.
Is he a genius?
That's the boy who rides on the ostrich.
2.
Why would he be grouped with Yeah, I don't know. It's a different era. Remember Smart Guy? That little kid who was so smart he graduated college.
He's a smart guy.
He was smart. Wait, so what was his deal? He
I
got
don't
into
like that.
college.
Just really don't like that.
Yeah, it's like a little kid, and then he had to go to college so he could learn more.
What was this? Smart guy? What, just a real person? It was called Smart Guy?
He's a smart guy, smart guy, smart guy. I sing that song, and honestly, something in my head. It's so weird.
Whoa.
Is that a really
freak
great
you out?
family
It's crazy.
unit? They were all really good.
Like what you're seeing what's going on,
Sister, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're not their
freak you
actual
out?
brothers.
Is it crazy?
I would.
Well, it's very disheartening as well. Because I think my dad saw that coming. You know, we moved here when I was 13. The year 2000. That was 3 years after the British gave back to China after the 100-year treaty. I guess they're like nice colonizers. They're like, we're gonna colonize you, but just 100 years in here. You know,
Michael Rockefeller is a
streets are because they're extremely protest. It's going to be the street food ambulance is amazing. It's tough, and I think that's one of the main reasons, aside from education and all that, just more opportunities in America. That's one of the main reasons why my family wanted to move out of Hong Kong, you know, to America.
Just trying to show
because my dad
new cultures, just what
50s, 60s, communist revolution. Motherfuckers would kick down your door and take everything. Both of my grandparents went to jail on both sides because they're intellectuals. I believe my father saw that my grandfather was like a chemistry teacher, and he was considered intellectual and went to jail.
He wasn't going to work out.
Just because he was an
Pretty much
intellectual.
cost his whole
I
career.
believe so. I don't know the exact story, but then I know uncles that were like talking shit that I was going to jail. I didn't go to jail.
They just don't know.
They went to jail because
He's not really there.
I think it's a mixture of things. They just fucking throw you in jail and kick you out and take your shit.
Unfortunately.
Now I said that I can never do a movie in China.
He probably transcended it to the next realm.
It's kind of pretty good. When I see hipsters having German male posters, German male t-shirts and shit, German male killing a lot of people. That's like funny because after we have like a fucking Hitler poster in your house with somebody that's cool for it. You know, like, it looks because so I know history that well, but I know the stories that my parents told me about
and we're going to head up to the synagogue.
It's actually pretty cool. I
church
think you would
is not
miss
at
a
all
pretty good cause.
uncommon to have
Yeah, it's better
synagogues
than just going
near
missing
the
like
churches, sometimes
like kill
cathedrals in
yourself
large
if you're
cities
going
because
into
of
the
the
Japanese suicide force. I mean, that's a weird.
It's a little bit like
They tend to be the oldest residents. I
it's
think
a little
this
bit like the Red
particular
Bull girls
town
that
is
used to be
especially
sometimes
fascinating
Red
to
Bull car
illustrate
that throw
the
the Red Bull and
widespread
stuff like that.
phenomenon that
Motherfucker.
very much because we tend to focus our energy on
I
the
just-
larger centers where you have
I just saw Red Bull Girls last week, and I had in the car with the backpack going to Amy's ice cream.
But the truth is, after the Hispanic expulsion
I couldn't even believe it.
1492,
I picture him out on the beach, like messing with his glasses, thinking, shit, why didn't I bring sunglasses? It's just the glasses with all the little lines.
They spread out into a lot of the smaller villages, smaller settlements. And fascinating that they retain their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue before. It's still absolutely amazing. And really good seeing the day today. Here we are in the synagogue of Reborn, a really great example. Okay, yeah, that's all we do. Really cool. And look at this, they got a student here in the courtyard. So nice. Beautiful stuff here. And then check this out. This is great. It says, let us close the house of God with feeling. 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the in-your courtyard, like you're checking it from the street. There's a very, quiet gate up front. Then we come into the synagogue itself. Walk in for the first time. This is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent example of a little provincial synagogue for a community that was in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got the women section up there.
Do you want a beaming joy, or do you want the energizing flow?
Mine's caffeine free, that sucks. Yeah, this one has 50 milligrams.
Do that one, William.
Hope you're ready.
Well, I'm already on. How many milligrams am I already on? It's already I'm on 70 mgs right now. Do it up to ignite the 120.
Now we're going to look inside.
That's the energizer.
Beautiful.
The caffeine always makes me feel better. I'm kidding. Oh my gosh, I drank too much coffee yesterday doing some stuff around the apartment, and I couldn't go to sleep.
Oh no.
It got my ass. I drank it too much. Couldn't go to sleep.
I want to mix this with some kava.
That the synagogue actually
Get a little cinnamon in there.
really
And you guys,
What is this stuff?
Yours is bright ginger, orange bitters, hibiscus, and citrus. It says
Yeah, it almost makes me want to actually drink alcohol. It almost has like a, because I've never had the non-alcoholic beer because I don't want to taste it, but this almost tastes like
Yeah, and just so people listening know, the email is hello@kennyforks.com if you want to tell us that.
Casey sent you.
In case you're not going to say
Casey said,
maybe they'll send you some more stuff.
Yeah, it's hello@kennyforks.com. We need the sponsorship from Kenny Forks. Please tell them we're willing to do it.
Get word to Bella.
Work the point, right? Willing to do it. We will do it for a FaceTime with Bella Hadid. We have to at least see her via a computer screen or something. I just want to see her better. Yeah. But we want to meet Kenny Forks in person. I want to meet the manager of Kenny Forks, but I want to take a peek at Bella. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
It could be how long? Seconds or a minute? Okay, yeah,
really
minute.
Interesting looking.
We need a minute with Bella Hadid and Kenny Forks in person.
And again, that's hello@kennyforks.com.
In the
subject line, William needs a minute with Bella.
Burning the fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, then World War II was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported.
Why does he spell it like that? I was picturing K-E-N. Why does he spell it K-I-N?
It was a great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa.
It's just they playing these games like this. It's like 10. I'm trying to get
I don't give a damn. Oh God, you're turning amazing board games.
Bullshit. It's
it just makes it all really whatever it is you would like to say about the nature of what
I swear, I hate this stuff. A functional beverage for modern rituals. Yeah, what does that even mean?
I don't know. And I have a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, I don't feel good all of a sudden.
You guys need snacks?
I can't drink it. Oh my gosh,
If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world,
today.
breakfast.
Alert! Oscar Mayer Kobe hot dogs. Wait all day to try one of these things. So you probably dip them in the kidney fork. No. Use it like a straw for kidney fork. Bite the middle of it.
This is the entrance here, and there's mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance,
Well, your drink is supposed to ease stress and amplify energy.
It's amplifying my smell. I swear. Of all the senses to be heightened, it's just smell really far.
the smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old
Spice Graham, what are you ordering now?
decades and decades coming from the fuse here.
Those
You
kids
see
do my
there's
next question. No, oh my gosh, they actually.
menorah right in the center.
What is this?
The evoking menorah is on the exterior wall.
What is this?
And here is the comic. This is a really interesting photo. This is huge theatrical that go up.
Why do they
look?
look
4 stories worth.
Oh, I don't like the
Skylight.
consistency at all.
Natural light in
What is
over
this?
the arrow.
Hot dog.
You can see that the arrow has still
God, it
decorative
feels like an
elements
old
of the
like baseball.
Actually, it doesn't. I'm
and
really
then
happy
the
that it smells
stones
good.
on the
Yeah, me too.
It smells
the
like a
breastplate
nice
is
gummy.
metal. And then they have
This is the first thing I'm eating today is
not the
hot
abbreviated
dog.
type of the
First thing
Ten
in my stomach.
They're all spelled out and
What Elon Musk has for
text.
everything.
Just gorgeous. They have a large lemon section on the top,
Forks right in
and
the
it looks
fucking
like
dome.
pictures all the way around the back as well.
That actually is quite
Beautiful
the.
acoustics, gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, that
And
is
look
quite
at
the combo
this,
though.
there is
To be
a
really
massive
badass
organ here.
dessert after you have hot
Now,
dog.
I have to get into this a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on shot. Was huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. Do you use the organ, not use the organ? Because it is possible to, play an organ without electricity using hydraulics.
You still got a couple packs.
Compressed air. But the question is it appropriate? It was a hallmark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy is really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that used for circumcisions. The Santek, the godfather of the world, holds the baby on his lap, sits there, and he's brought here for his feet. The word no synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living, first secretly as Portuguese
Yeah, it's not.
merchants
I don't
in
feel
this
like my
region, and
enthusiasm
only
is
in the 18th
sustained
century
throughout
beginning
the
to
whole hot dog.
assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged, and then ultimately by the time you get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, they finally had come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of Jews not only in France, but also all of Europe and by extension North America, where a lot of the articulations of how to exist in modern society were finally expressed in a contemporary society where people's membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux, which we're able to actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here.
You can have one too later if you want.
And
Wouldn't it be cool if Elon did a Tesla version of the hot dog?
kind of
It's a Tesla Cybertruck. Cyberdog.
and it looks like they're connected to the center section or to the left section for the center section.
They've been
See it's
catching
open.
people cutting the
Yes.
electricity lines.
Here we go.
Charge ups
To the hot dog.
Banked seats,
Yes.
kind of like
Do they have charging stations across America for the hot dog mobile?
sort of a bleacher style.
Next to all the Tesla ones?
Nice, terribly big. But, these 19th century people,
I know they don't have to, but they fill up all the
consider
time.
here.
Oh yeah, carrots.
I wonder how much it costs.
So it looks like this
Carrots, you
is
forget about carrots for
with the photograph
Oh my gosh, it's called a
sign here
carrot.
says, please don't forget to put your
What
books
is
back on the
that?
shelf.
What is that?
And this synagogue is active. They have,
Great.
we just saw them coming out this morning.
Cybertruck where they
As,
were
I don't think they could probably don't carry this large
cutting
here.
out.
They're
I thought
probably
it was
just
a hot
smaller
dog.
ones
Well,
than
my finger's stronger
during the
than a
week.
carrot, so
On Shabbat and
I
holidays.
like that test. Oh my gosh, I saw some video. I think last night some dude at some soccer match in some other country, and he has what he thinks is like a Roman candle, but it's like, oh fuck it, it's not a Roman candle, but it just blows up. Like a dynamite? Yeah, it just blows up in his hand, and then it shows it for a second, and it's just shredded. Yeah.
Most of the original secret tours were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis. But several were saved by the community.
I saw a bad one in a Brazilian prison.
They cut this guy's fingers off, and they made it its own thing. What does that even taste like?
Yeah, it seemed like he was in shock, so he wasn't eating it very well, but he kept trying.
Behind me, you see there is a plaque that memorializes the 1,600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis, so that's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later put to Dancy. Someone pointed out that it is sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial of the Jews who were interned in the synagogue during World War II. On the front doors here, there are photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same.
No, the dog has a name. Serbius. A Serbian film. It kind of looked like a film. Oh. It's a bad, and then there's another. Eric had to get I had a bad toenail issue on my toe one time. In LA, got it
very happy to have a special talk to you today. I'm working with Truro University Berlin and some of their esteemed faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular, and this happens to be a fascinating book that looks at both the historical evolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in a fascinating way. Perhaps controversial, but really looking forward to these discussions with the faculty of Truro University Berlin. In particular, I want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Truro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstadt, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Leinstadt.
How is the laundromat going? I sold it for
cool. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in his first chapter?
Who'd you sell it to?
They say the best day in the laundromat owner's life is the day he buys a laundromat and the day he sells the laundromat. I would say that a lot. And don't get sucked in. If you're one of these people that get sucked into these MLMs, do not get sucked in to buy one. I mean, Casey, obviously, you're an outlier kind of in this equation. You're able to buy one and sell for a profit, but a lot of the time you're selling at a loss. You cannot get suckered into buying one of these things.
It's a pyramid scheme.
And this obviously makes a lot of sense.
It's the dryer lint. What you do with all that dryer lint? Yeah, I mean, that's
you should pay.
The whole thing is like you go to your friends and like, you should buy a laundromat.
But on the other hand,
Yeah, but like, how is that profitable? What do you mean? Like, well, then you sell laundromats to other people, and then
history, especially of Nazi Germany and
yeah, that's always the burden.
Smaller
doing one of these things is
examples
of
union.
and then you
But this book, another keys are sometimes
because what you're talking about. It's all tied for extra. That's all big. You're like, oh, you can sell the laundry for extra.
Let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, I said because I just see that the chapter
will have like
he gives key examples, right? He gives the example of Austria, particularly after the Anschluss, has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course,
Well,
heated
for
by
every
the
50
Nazis
cents you
with
got to buy,
Kristallnacht.
so it would
But
save
like
a
Lenin
little
rises
bit
to
more
power in
hot dog out,
1970.
and you would buy it at
Germany
51 cents
invading
you get another
with
bite. So
Operation
that's
Barbarossa
smart. Were
invading
you
the
able to
Soviet
open
Union.
up the thing so you
You have
wouldn't have
that
to keep on just dumping
spontaneous
50
wave,
cents in
like for
there?
example in the
Like
city
a
of
red
Lviv,
painted quarters or
the
something.
attacks on Jews. Before the Nazis
Yes, I was
even
able to tell. Yeah,
imposed
well,
these things.
and so you were
And
able
I
to
think
end up
that's his
selling
idea
full hot dogs at almost a 300%
anticipatory
markup.
obedience.
That's interesting.
It's
So
as
you're
if
buying
people try
pieces
to
that you're just
figure
getting
out
access
what
to
the
a little
new
part of the hot
boss
dog at a time.
wants,
Yes,
and
25
they
cents per
push
bite.
forward
And
to
is there like a
provide it
guy in
even
there
before the
holding it
boss
so you don't pull the
goes.
hot dog
So
out?
what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that
And
they're not
yeah, he would
appropriate?
give you a bite, and then
I
something
think
like he was in there
it's
full time, 24/7. So if you would whisper, like, "Hey, Greg, it's me,
examples
Casey," he would give me,
I
like,
think
he would give me a full dog.
I think
I would have to make sure no one else saw that, or else they'd go, "Wait a second, you get a full dog for 25 cents." There's somebody who's ready to be quiet. Don't know if you're talking up with them, I can tell you right now.
And is that just
It really helped clean the place at night, though, right? I mean, if nobody's in there, you could
yeah, so you had to, so you were paying for the attendant for the whole laundromat and then also for the hot dog guy.
It's the same guys mutually. It was
Okay, so you kind of run in and out of the hot dog machine if you needed to.
they caught me hit by beds actually. It's him and his son, Josh. Hey, out of the 25 cents with a bite, you're seeing like 15 cents or 10 cents or all 25 cents. Like, what's your cut in that? Because he must be making something. He got, for every bite sold, he got a bite. So he was paid for that.
That's why they're not hungry that way.
No, Lady in the Tramp thing. So eventually, if you paid $5 a quarter, let's say, eventually you would hit lips.
So he's eating from the other side of the hot dog. Oh, so it's not, it's actually one huge hot dog in there, and you're getting bites of the big hot dog.
Yeah, it's wound up like a coil.
There's also one huge hot dog. That's kind of, and what I am fascinated by this is that his son is in there. Like he's an apprentice, like kind of like a blacksmith or something.
Learning trades. He's learning trades. Gotta learn somehow. Gen 3, I think. Yeah. Dad was doing it.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
There is.
But in a way,
That's probably 2
it's a
bites.
democratic government,
That's
so
really
Which is a pretty good deal, because that looks almost, that's a pretty good deal.
like how might that actually work?
Where they accidentally kiss, they start putting a little heart, they accidentally kiss in the
There
middle
was
of
an
them.
immense
Yeah, he probably does his eyes like this when it happens. Just like,
on the
I'm
streets,
sorry.
like there were all sorts of the
Wait a second, was that lips? Who's in there?
I didn't realize that you were eating the other side of this giant hot dog.
speaking
sorry,
of
it's Josh.
everyone who
Josh is the son.
was real or supposed
yeah, I'm talking to Josh.
and so on.
My dad's
Oh,
called.
shoot. What's the dad's name?
Really?
Yes.
Serbian, I think.
If they
Yeah,
did,
from
they
Serbia.
were
That's
stopped by
right.
the government.
And the dad's
So
gone.
again,
Huh?
Because he had to name his son something a little more
but
Americanized.
on the other
Because
hand,
I think his story,
You're not going to sell hot
wasn't
dogs for sure.
anti-story.
they're going to see
I don't know.
like, they're gonna be like, what is that? Where are they from?
Well-advised
I'm not
country
going to
like
trust
Hitler,
them. They
for
don't have
sure,
dogs.
but this is kind of another
And
question.
fortunately, well, it's kind of a foolproof model.
Maybe
Because if you took a
the
big
problem
bite, you
is
got
in the
ketchup on your shirt.
terminology. Because I really
You
like
have to wash
what
your shirt.
Professor Snyder has to offer you. Maybe it's not that we're looking
So
at
it's actually, that's why it's kind of worth it. If you can get a hot dog machine in a laundry
I'm not a
mat,
sociologist, but I would guess
it's
that
more
most people
worth
just
it.
want to keep their heads down,
If you can
stay out of
find a way to
trouble,
make people's
take care of
clothes
their
dirty
families
while
and so
they're
on.
in the laundry.
But there is
you
a
could actually
certain group of
loop them
people
in there.
who will
They get stuck
engage
for
in
years.
Yeah, you might not even work out
anticipatory
a couple of
innovation.
clients really. You could just
Meaning
get
they
them
will
in
say,
there.
oh,
They're
so
never
we've got
going
a
to
new
be able
boss
to
in charge.
get out of the
What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my
You're kind of
own
forcing them
cause?
because sometimes they're actually
And I think
clean and they're
that's
walking
the
out
especially
with a big bottle
dangerous
of
aspect
Hershey
of them.
syrup.
We think of, for example, in Vichy France, that
Squeeze it
even
on them.
before
It's honestly
Nazis
a perfect
implemented
plan
a
because
deportation
they
order for Jews,
put
they were
their clothes
rushing
in the
to
machine.
collect the the Jews in order to ship
Because
them
they get
off.
hungry.
And I think
They
in
get a
terms
hot dog.
of the Soviet Union,
Ketchup
you
gets
see
on their shirt.
things
Like,
like
fuck, I gotta clean this now.
Stakhanovism,
Put it
you know,
in
the
the
whole
machine.
idea of like
They get hungry
trying to
again. They need a
prove
hot dog.
to the
25
great
cents
leaders
here,
that
$5
we are going
there,
above and beyond
shipping
what
away.
we have.
Keeps going because they're
That
gonna get
I think
hungry.
is a real human phenomenon.
They're gonna keep getting
Fight
hungry.
The machine pays for itself.
I totally agree with this. I
Clearly,
think
it's
this is
for itself. You know,
this
with
is a
2
good
employees in
argument,
there.
and actually
That's what you got to do.
I guess one did
research
turn
on this when it comes to
Josh.
Yeah, well,
national
it's a sign
socialism
though.
and Ian
Yeah.
Kershaw,
It's nonsense
one
of
of the most
apprenticeship.
prominent
Yeah, I mean-
scholars of Nazi Germany. He
Tom
coined
Hanks,
the
you ever
working
been
towards
for
the
And he's standing right on the hot
this
dog.
is basically it. This is, and
Can we
here's
move him a
example
little
of
off the hot dog?
basically
Can
civil
we get rid of
servants
the dog, please?
which
Yeah,
are,
disrespectful.
well,
It is very
trying
good. There we go.
to guess what might be expected of them, and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those
Nice.
results.
That's a safe distance to observe that hot dog from.
Always actually
But again,
is
if
that
you're
because they are actually pushing for a career like opportunism, but it's just because they
You know, it's a cheap
suppose
dessert.
well, that's
Does it have
kind of
a water?
their self-understanding,
I don't
like
think the long one has a
being a
bun.
good servant
These
to
ones
the
both
state,
have
and hey, we
buns.
have a
Here,
new
this
we have a
is.
new
I don't know what this
government,
is.
so we work for that
It's like Clark
government.
Griswold.
And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. It was the same personnel, and they just continued their job, and
Oh
they
yeah, they fucking trap his ass up in the attic. If I were him after getting trapped in the attic, I would have left.
maybe not
I would have given him
Democrats by heart, but by understanding. They actually,
I'm
and
out of
this
there.
is
I'm
how
out of
Western
there.
Germany in the end
Wait, that's a good cut from the
a
attic.
successful and a stable democracy. It's for those who
Yeah,
know
let's just say that
personnel,
would be the presence. I'd be the
like
Grinch.
them not being
Really? Yeah, I'd be the Grinch if they tried to do
persecuted for their crimes and so on. But these people actually continue their loyal service to the state, even if it's regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial and totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
on the show.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a
Let
lot
me
of
switch a
fun
little
and
bit
again,
to
the
the contemporary
Sure, you
period.
want
I
to
mean, one
close
thing
this
I
like
like about
scary
this
as the
book as well
Grinch. You don't want to
is
end
that
on a
it inspires me to think
you
about
want to end
today.
on a can you for it?
You know, young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just lost their franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today?
Or the minute? Are you getting the minute?
The minute is off the table.
What?
I mean, what is very obvious is that you should always
Minute is off the
reflect
table.
what you're actually
I want to negotiate up from there. So, yeah, I mean, what, 45 seconds?
Really,
45 seconds. Yeah, just a thanks for being your news spokesperson. Even just a picture where she's holding up a newspaper so we can tell it's from today. Yeah, she has to write as in that. She has to write on a sticky note or a newspaper or something her name.
this is
So
something
we know she's alive at least. So I mean, it's possible proof of life, so
and I
that
think
it can
this
still
is
be done.
something that our
Well, that's more of this fruitful partnership.
are
And again,
interested
one more
in. Many of our
time, that's
graduates
going to
say
be
they
hello
then
and
on
K for it.
And it's
memorials
with a K-I-N.
and they become educators, not teachers, but educators, like
Not with a K.
grown-ups.
No, it's
They are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we
Thank you for having me.
get people to
Thank you for
critically
having me.
reflect what they're actually doing and thinking and how they are behaving?
Drunk white boy.
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the amazing work that you do at Shore University of Berlin. Can you just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
If you need to get in contact with me, you can
Yeah,
contact
I
with
mean,
Casey.
what we actually
So go through Casey.
Best way to get in contact with me, DM Casey on Instagram. He'll be able to DM me.
So it's not just about directly reflecting.
Oh gosh, and hold on, we got the tingle sauce. That's new. And Tweet the Freak is actually the scientist juror. It's very smart. He works in a mall at Cage Wood.
That's the
And
name.
see that
Anthony Whiplash, Mark Atza, Art of John King. Danja Funk, and stay safe up in the trees, Danja. Dave, Chastity,
understandable, and it's not
My
not
sword
a full
Is this
academic
new?
writing
That's
so
new.
Oh my
but
gosh, tell my
well,
Sorsica.
execution can
Tell
also
my
be
Sorman. Oh
online
my gosh,
Welcome.
Big Dizzy.
that is
Joker,
accessible,
Poseidon,
it's
Justin
understandable,
Drickle, Dr.
reaches
Drickle,
the
son.
audience,
Dr. Drickle.
and
That was a Lupe?
do this
Lupe.
together
Okay.
in the
God,
voice.
he
They are
really knows the
experience
Not as much as he thinks.
they are not just
I actually lost some mercenaries, sadly, but I'm trying to rebuild our mercenary army, so stay tuned.
That nice group of
Nothing like
and it was actually shown by the
kind of
United
not
Nations
working
report.
out.
So we use the test.
We have Kenny Florence on our side.
Total sauce. Like a barbecue or something.
20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. Of course, I'm looking forward to speaking with some of the other faculty at Touro University Berlin.
Alrighty, well that was
with that, I
fun.
just
Well,
want to
thank
give a
y'all.
quick thanks to Dr. Rainshot for participating in this conversation, and I hope
Thanks
all
for
of
joining
you
us
will
for
join
this
us
week's episode of the
for
William
the
Montgomery
next few
Show.
discussions that we have on
Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the
Thank you
William
very much for
Montgomery
watching.
Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny co-production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Now, this is part of a new series I'm starting. I've called it Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. Now, let me just step back for a second and tell you why I've created this new series. My wife and I recently moved to a new community where we are
recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Gummy worms. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, the sweet people at what rotten original gummy worms, and they come in sour. Fucking corporate's here. Yeah, what's going on, Brand? That alien's wearing the alien shirt today. Oh yeah, show everybody.
Very cool.
Yeah, ask for the freak and he will appear. Yeah. God, that's right on cue. We're up and rolling. Wow. What do you mean? So it just wasn't? It was. Was the feed your freak in there? Yeah, we need that in there for sure. That's a good start of it, without a doubt. Yeah, where's the customer focus for y'all? Well, we were supposed to have a guest today, and apparently he got absolutely trashed. Yes, got trashed last night. I had a nice, what I thought was a nice conversation, but when I'm speaking with this person, sometimes it's hard to tell what's going on. It's hard to tell what they're perceiving. It's hard to just even tell. And he said yes, he agreed to it. And now, fast forward, 10 hours, I'm texting him. The phone is on silent. I can't get a hold. I texted again, still no response. You should have just said no last night. Total botch job. Yeah, we won't hurt our feelings. Just say no. Yeah, he needs to just tell us no, and we need to find out. We need to go talk to him. Give him straight. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little mad too. I wonder what'd you get from Taco Bell?
The water. His favorite water, please.
Oh, so pure. I won't lie to you. I got 2 chicken cantina tacos. Ooh, from the cantina menu. It's this new fall menu that they rolled out early.
Spring.
Interesting. They're testing it because you know what they say in show business: if it works in the fall, it's going to work in the spring. So, they're these delicious, like slow roasted quinceanera tacos. They're so good. And it's chicken. It's chicken, and it's really, really good chicken. It's this new cantina menu, and I've been getting the chicken tacos at least twice a week. Damn it, that sounds pretty healthy. A chicken taco. And it's good to hear that the chicken's good, because Casey, that is something that would scare me. The idea of like pieces of chicken from Taco Bell would scare me, that there'd be gross pieces, but you haven't found a lot of gross pieces. Not a single gross piece. They've really taken control.
He does bean and cheese burritos because he's scared.
I'm too scared. I've turned into, I've kind of turned into a pussy. I'm scared to eat any meat. I'm like, oh, I love eating the meat, but it just, there can be weird pieces, and then it's like, I don't want to finish whatever I'm eating because it grosses my ass out. I hate that you get a hard piece or something. Or extra chewy. Yeah, hard or like extra chewy. Well, it's basically guaranteed to not happen with these cantina tacos. But you would think it's healthy, but here's the fun part. If you look really closely at that middle taco, which is the cantina layer, that one is, the shell is covered in cheese. So they cover the shell in cheese and then melt it with cheese on the
Classic.
So it's very bad for you.
Cheese on the outside, cheese on the inside.
Ice cream paint job. Is that what that rap song was? What was it? Cheese on the inside, cheese on the outside, something ice cream paint. So it's almost like a panini. It's like the panini, of Mexican food, the cantina taco, Taco Bell press. It's like a birria taco? Do you have a dip for it?
Yeah, what makes it cantina?
There's no, it's this delicious little chicken. The chicken is what makes it special, I guess. That's what's the cantina part. Like the spices, the herbs, everything used. The emotion. It took me about 20 minutes is where I was late for the podcast. I ordered it. I'm at the window, and they're kind of just standing there for 10 minutes, and she turns around, she goes, "What did you get?" Y'all didn't even try to make it. They were just hanging out. Then she's like, "Oh, there's a man. That's horrible."
Is that why they gave you a water while you waited?
Yeah, they gave me this complimentary water on the house. We got water last night from
That's why I asked.
Very sweet.
Our shit wasn't ready. We were the only one in line. They're like, "Oh, it's water." So we went in the pause.
Shout out to Sebastian. That was his name. Shout out to Sebastian. Guy was at the White Castle, Casey, on, I think, Friday night. I went to a White Castle, and I get there in the drive-thru, and we're just right there, and then I say, we start to order, and then they say, okay, wait a second, and then we wait 5 minutes, and then they're like, okay, what do you want? They start ordering, and then wait a second, and 5 more minutes. I swear this happens 3 or 4 times. And I'm thinking it's maybe just one person back there. It was insane, but I was really at this White Castle on my mind. And I ate way too much of it. And we get up to the window, and it's like it's like a bunch of people working in there. It's just so strange. And you're the only person? Yes, we were the only person in the line. It was just very strange. Well, when you get White Castle on the brain, I mean, Harold and Kumar had this problem really bad. Yes, on the brain, it's impossible to have it. There's no substitute. I know, and it's like you're right there. It's like, Casey, we couldn't drive off. We were right there. We had to wait, and it was fine. It was good. It's never as good, I will say, as you want it to be. It's always a little bit soft. Yes, it's the point, but I was horribly disappointed. I got a large French fry, and I swear I dump them out on like a napkin or something, and it's just a ball of brown, greasy French fries. It was all brown. And I ended up eating almost all of them. It wasn't very good. It was disappointing. It really was. Yeah, I let down this David thinking about that. I was in St. Louis. Yeah, St. Louis. God, St. Louis. Yes.
That's very close to where my uncle was from, Big Money Monster. You're right up in Big Money Monster territory.
It seemed, there were a lot of frog noises. I was hearing a lot of frog noises. I think there was a creek nearby the wall where this place was or something. It seemed like, the Money Monster area for sure.
Territory. Yeah, they eat frogs.
Oh my gosh, that's the Big Money. Hi, darling. Red eyes.
I know. God, I would kill myself.
If I just coming across,
I wouldn't make it 24 hours. Yeah, because no one would believe you. You'd become a pariah, and then I would immediately just fucking rush your left full gun.
I think I would immediately, seeing it, just try to hold my nose, shut my mouth, and try to, kill myself that way. But I think that's hard.
You're saying just stop breathing on purpose?
Yeah, stop breathing on purpose. But I think you pass out and start breathing. Oh my gosh, what is this footage?
We're about to gun it down. They got it. Holy shit.
Oh, is that like blood? Is that have they been shooting? Is that blood coming out or that's mud? Oh, okay.
Now this is basically a
part of his first calculation. Like he cleaned part of it and he wouldn't play in the blood. Yeah, just kind of waiting around.
But also
like a weird kitty cat, just keeping his top part clean.
It appears that
we just don't understand the culture of these beasts and if they even run it familiar.
I know, are they all just lone wolf types? I mean, I have read a couple of papers. It's like some are lone wolf, but then others you see pictures in families. And it's like, do the women run the family? Some people say the women run the family. It's a picture article.
Oh, it's so stressful not knowing. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Maria, what's your household like? A matriarchal one? Does your wife run everything? It's not what Mike was saying to us. Mike was talking so much shit the other day about how you're fucking pussy web and you do anything your fucking wife tells you and all this bullshit. You have to go fucking out all the time. Pick her shit up. Yeah. Totally bitch web, pussy web. That's what Mike, he literally was saying those phrases.
Yeah.
Well, given that she doesn't listen to the show, that is not true.
Where's the her leg? And a letter. And a letter with like a USB card in there, and she's gonna wonder what it is.
You might want to see this.
All jokes aside, don't.
Is that a threat?
That's a plea.
Well, we're gonna send her a USB card, and it's just our album we haven't released. It's not even a podcast. It's all the songs that I'm working on. Yeah.
So tell her not to fucking show anybody though. She can't release it.
That's so embarrassing. Mine is mostly Robert Earl Keen covers.
I know, Casey's wonderful. And I mean, you cannot let her release this to anybody.
It's not ready.
I'll just put my foot down.
Welcome.
Y'all, because we're sitting on a very important piece of multimedia.
Yeah.
How are you? No, I have to wake up. How are you, pimp? I'm watching the William Montgomery show. How are you?
There's no way she's going to be fucking going to People Mag.
No, I don't think I slept any of it. Well, I just was closing my eyes, dog. What's good in your neck of the woods? Baby, you're not disturbing shit. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? What's your fish's name? Tight. I hear that your iPhone or your iPad is starting to lose its connectivity with its charger. Is that correct? Yes or no? No, it's definitely the receiver. And do you ever clean it out? Okay, well, it could be the cord. Have you seen these AI videos with Sasquatch? They're hilarious. I could watch like a whole TV show just on that fucking Sasquatch. Um, yeah, on Reddit they have just the AI video. There's like a whole series of them, and he just does like funny shit. Like, what did I find him doing? Um, I know he was in Las Vegas, and he was gambling, and then he met some chick, and she like roofied him or something, and he awoke the next morning, couldn't find any of his shit. There's something like that, and it's just so funny because it's pretty realistic, and the voice they use is pretty funny. Yo, dog, have you seen these suction cup things that allow you to climb up walls? You're right. But that's the next topic is the suction cups. So what are your thoughts on the Sasquatch? Is it about lesbians? Hi. No. It depends what it is. If it's like a big time person, like a Vivo, Lady Gaga, or like Taylor Swift video, you're gonna get in trouble for it. But if it's like Joe Rogan, well, here's the thing. This was a case involving your favorite person, Brendan Schaub, the guy from who's been on Joe Rogan more than anybody. And so long as you create, it has like the words are. Let me get the exact words. It's like it needs to be transformed in it with the creative, like a new creative um, elements. It's fine. Yo, dog, what are the rules on YouTube and being able to use other people's content? Like, doesn't it have to be transformative? That's the word, or something like that. Yo, dog, you're exactly right. The key word you're looking for is transformative. That comes from fair use, which is what YouTube often relies on when there's someone else's content without getting a copyright strike or takedown. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Fair use basics. U.S. law. YouTube follows this. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission under certain conditions. To qualify as fair use, a video must usually be transformative, meaning it adds new meaning, message, or purpose to the original content. 4 factors of fair use. YouTube and courts look for these 4 main things. Purpose and character of the use. Is it transformative like commentary, criticism, parody, or education? Is it commercial or nonprofit? Nature of the original work. Factual works are more likely to be fair use than creative ones like music, movies, etc. Amount used. Using only what you need helps. Using too much hurts your case. Effect on the market. Does your use hurt the original creator's ability to make money? Examples of transformative use. Reaction videos. If you add commentary, not just watch silently. Video essays or reviews with breakdowns, opinions, or analysis. Parodies, not just copying, but twisting it into a joke or satire. Educational remixes, like explaining a news clip or breaking down a song. What doesn't count as fair use? Just reposting a song or video, even with a filter. Using long clips with no commentary. Compilation content, like funniest moments, highlights, memes, unless it heavily adds new context. Monetizing full-length shows or music without permission. YouTube-specific tips. Content ID. YouTube scans videos for copyrighted stuff. Even fair use videos can get flagged. Disputes. You can dispute a claim, but it's risky if the owner fights back. Transform it well. Add your voice, visuals, editing, or critical perspective. Don't just borrow. Yo, dog, what if something is newsworthy? Then can't you use it? Yo, 100%. You're tapping into another major protection. If something is newsworthy, there's often more legal wiggle room to use it, but it's not automatic. Let me break it down. Newsworthiness does not equal a free pass. Just because something is newsworthy doesn't mean you're totally safe to use it without transforming it. Even journalists have to play by some copyright rules. But it does strengthen your fair use case, especially if you're reporting, not just reposting, adding analysis, commentary, context, using only short, necessary clips. Real world example. Let's say there's a viral video of someone doing something wild at a protest. Fair use would be a YouTuber uses a 10-second to talk about what it means, gives political or social analysis, adds subtitles, commentary, etc. Not fair use. Another channel re-uploads the full clip with just a title like "Wild Protest Footage." LOL. The first is transformative and newsworthy. The second is just writing clicks. Journalistic fair use works best when you cite the source, you don't use more than necessary, you don't hurt the original creators market. For instance, you are not stealing their entire you're not stealing their entire exclusive. Bonus, public interest does not equal fair use. Even if it's in public interest, like footage of policeman misconduct or leaked celebrity stuff, you still need to use it responsibly, add your own voice or context, be aware the copyright holder can still challenge it. TLDR, if it's newsworthy and you're reporting on it, adding value, and not just re-uploading, you've got a strong fair use case. But always aim to be transformative, even with the news. Want me to drop another example? So does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, it helps our case. It also helps the case that I don't make money off it. No, if I ever am monetized, I'm going to give all that money away. 100%. Yeah, I won't. That. It's like Joe Rogan. He has his Spotify deal. He doesn't need any of the money that he gets from YouTube. No, he takes it, but it's like he doesn't need that. Yeah, that's where you get into trouble. So even though I don't make money off this, if we play copyrighted content that has that content ID that's easily identifiable, I'll get a copyright strike. It depends how long it is, but yeah, generally we'd be okay with that. Dude, we have another thing to talk about after the suction cup. Can I tease it? Is it the big Les? No, what is it?
Consider themselves laughing, not. We might scream, but it's going to be very not.
I'm looking at it right now.
Seriously, is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. If you're feeling
Is it as funny as Family Guy?
But if you click it now, you'll episode.
Listen now. Podcast Network. Open podcasts like
All right, just a moment. I'm going to watch a 55-second clip of one.
Limo at your service. Hundreds.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and visit now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
That was a bad example. What's Sassy the Sasquatch?
This is
Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and crime experts.
there's got to be something. The late night. A mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Yo, were you aware? Can we move on from the topic of Sasquatch and then we'll talk about suction cups? But I have another topic. No, well, yeah, like what would you climb up first? Would you climb up a building? I think I'd like to start climbing. No, like the Empire State Building. Oh well, yeah.
That's how we run the corner. How many kids? What's still going on? Starting out or kind of staying in Orange County where we were before the break.
All right.
Thursday nights downtown.
Yeah, one of those. I think it's like those one of those billionaire row buildings on Park Avenue in New York City. Word. I then I'll let you masturbate because we'll check my thing. Free gilfs, yeah, dog. So long as they consent to it. All right. So, are you ready for another topic? Yeah. So everybody's favorite Australian was in here, and they're really struggling. I wish I could help them. They struggle with their own personal issues, and they came in here. They want to be exceptional at something, and they're like, "Yeah, but what are you exceptional at?" And I really am. I'm better at live streaming than perhaps anyone else on earth, and it's just about consistency. Yeah, and Well, he's just he like he told you a little bit about what was going on, but like basically he wants to be a savant at something. Now, I'm not saying I'm a savant at live streaming. All it takes is just consistency and being able to press buttons. But he wants to be a savant at something. And so he keeps like saying, I tell him, Doug, you're a savant at something. He's like, what? I'm like sucking dick at mini golf. He's like, quiet. So he really wants to be good at something. And I'm like, all right, well, what is it? Like, at what do you want to be really good? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, like, do you think like what do you want to do? He's like, I don't know. So he comes back a few days or hours later, whatever it is, and he's like, I've got it. I know what I'm going to be. I know what I'm at, which I'm a savant. I'm like, okay, what is that? And he's like, stand-up comedy. I'm like, you? He's like, yeah. Now I'm like, I'm not saying you can't be really funny, but I've never found you to be like naturally hilarious. So do you have a joke you can tell? And he's like, no, I'm just going to wing it. On Monday, I'm going to just do stand-up comedy. I'm like, dude, I watch more stand-up comedy than perhaps anyone on earth. I mean, like, I'm watching a stand-up comedian's podcast right now. I watch Kill Tony. I've watched every Kill Tony. I'm like into old school stand-up, retro stand-up. I watch comedy specials of all the greats. All of them, every single one of them will tell you, every single one, without exception, is it takes practice. You can't just go up there and kill the first time without ever having done it before, without any material. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, dude, that doesn't make any sense that you would do something like that. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, improv is different. Improv, you have they're different. Improv usually hold on. Somebody's got to give you the scene, right? Hold on. The idea of improv is that you don't know what is going to be there. That's like in the name. It's improvisation. I've seen many of them. I've had friends in them. Stand-up comedy generally is there's you and a microphone and you have to make everybody laugh, right? That's true. Generally, it's always a keyword. Okay. With improv, even in its most basic form, where you're there to make people laugh, there's someone else giving you a scenario of what to do. And that changes everything in the expectation of the audience. What I'm saying is that if an audience sees you do stand-up comedy, they have an expectation that you've prepared whatever it is, your routine, to make them laugh. So they have a higher expectation of the comedy because of the fact that they expect you to be prepared. With improv, they have a lower expectation of the quality because they know that you just got the scenario seconds ago and you're just thinking off the cuff. So their expectation, their bar for humor is much lower than it is for stand-up. Does that make sense? It's not really improv. Improv kind of has rules to it. Like one of the rules is you can't say no to something. You just have to go with it. And I mean, like they're like that's true. All unwritten. The basic improv. Right, exactly. So the first one is yes, and usually you need a partner as well. Dog. The way that Zoot's going to do it, he has to have 2 to 5 minutes prepared. And he just goes up without anything prepared, and he's just going to wing it. That's not going to be funny. And I told him that's going to hurt your self-esteem because people are just going to shit on you. I told him, just tell me a joke. And he's like, I don't have any prepared. I'm like, so you don't know any jokes? He's like, right. So I'm like, you're not going to be funny. He said, I'm going to just go up there and tell people that I'm the R word. But he said the R word. I'm like, but you're not the R word. You're a pretty normal person. You may have some minor issues like Tourette's or whatever, but you're not R word. You're far from it. In fact, in some things, you're pretty smart. So no one's going to think it's funny if you go up there and just name a bunch of like psychological issues that you think you have. No one's going to think that's funny. Here's the thing. At least with how I understand improv, you need someone to randomly give you a scene, right? Then it's just stand up. But the second that somebody gives them a situation, then it becomes improv. Now, there's a type of stand-up that utilizes improv a lot, which is crowd work. And if Zoot was like, I'm just going to go up there for 2 minutes and do crowd work, at least he would know what crowd work is. And I'd be like, okay, you can do that and you could make that successful. And that's improv in itself because you're getting information from the audience and you're improvising using it. You're riffing on it. You're commenting on it, whatever it may be. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT. Yo, dog, from a very basic standpoint, what is the difference between stand-up and improv? Explain it to me in 3 bullet points, no more. It could be less though. Yo, dog, here's the difference. Stand-up is written and rehearsed. One person delivers jokes as planned. Improv is made up on the spot, usually done with a group, no script. Stand-up equals joke telling. Improv equals scene playing. I'm in agreement with that. Are you in agreement with that? What is it when a stand-up comedian goes up with no material and just wings it? Yo, a stand-up comedian who goes up there with no material and wings it, it's usually called improvised stand-up or riffing. Depending on how they do it, it might also be called crowd work, when they talk to the audience and react off the cuff or going off script, when they just speak spontaneously, or freestyle comedy. Less common term, but some use it. It's not quite full improv theater, but it is using improv skills in a stand-up context. Comedians like to keep things fresh or challenge themselves. But Zoot didn't say, I'm going to do crowd work. He said, I'm just going to go up there and wing it, which to me is, yeah, it's a bullshit. Whether, yeah, but he doesn't need it right now. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was just riding on cloud nine, kicking ass and taking names, but I don't know. I want him. Yeah, he's been doing that. I'm gonna call him. I want him here. I'm gonna. And here's the other weird thing. It's not that weird, but I'm always like, Zoot, come to, come to. Let's play. He always comes in here and he's like, my phone's about to die, and it's like, Zoot, every single time. And the other day, I'm like, what percentage? On what percentage are you? He's like 49%. I'm like, that doesn't mean your phone's about to die. I'm requesting him. Anyway, I wish he. I truthfully think that he could do. I truthfully think he could do stand up really well, but he just needs to rehearse it. That's all. What what have you ever heard my podcast? Have you ever heard my podcast? Yeah. No, different. I have I have 15, I have 15. What do you mean an interview is not a podcast? That's one time. Have have you ever have you ever seen my podcast on Spotify? Rabbi Rothschild podcast on Spotify. Their podcast created. The first part of it is, and then I let people talk about anything they want. No, you have to look under podcasts. What are you talking about? I don't know if that's a real thing. I've never interviewed anyone who. Oh wait, there was one guy I think maybe. I don't even know. Maybe. Oh wait. No. That's different. That was me being interviewed. Yeah, no. That you're right. There was that guy. Yeah. But I didn't interview anybody in a wheelchair, to my knowledge. I interviewed kick streamers. No need to apologize. Yeah. Well, anyway, I did a podcast, and I have 15 episodes. I could have more. The reason why I don't have more is because it takes too long for me to download them and upload them and to edit them and everything. That takes time, and I don't like doing it. Um, have you ever heard any of the ones where I interview someone? Was that no? That's okay. No big deal. Um, the earlier ones I think are good. I'm not saying the later ones aren't, but sometimes the quality isn't as good. There's one that I do that a guy and I kind of like get into it. I'm asking him questions and he's just kind of being a jackass. So, but I still posted it. Um, but like, I think they're all the greatest ones that you're ever going to hear, and they're full of content. And I ask everybody the same 73 questions. Very well. Are you? Yeah, dude, that was the plan. And then when I asked him about it, he's like, I need a six pack. I'm like, don't you have a six pack? He's like, well, yeah, but now I'm working on bulking. I'm like, well, didn't you just need a six pack to like get this job or whatever? Dude, play Moncala with me. I'm going to teach you. It's not hard. I'm about I'm about to send you an invitation. All right. Riser is about to get an invitation. You have an invitation. Okay, so you don't need to play, right? Okay, so basically, whenever you go first, you want to click the third one above, and then there's like a secret to it, and then like a third one. It allows me to capture you. Basically, if you capture everything with a single stone on the other side, so it's your turn now. That's perfect. That's great. Now do the 1, 2 down, like the second one from the top that has 3. I just told you incorrectly. Apologies. It wouldn't have changed anything. Would it have? It would have. Yeah, so we'll get it so that you get something. Okay, so I get to go again. All right. So pick something. We'll the next game we'll go through and I'll read the instructions with you. All right, so I'll get it so that you can win something maybe. Okay, just hit anything. There you go. Perfect. Okay, now do you see your brownstone? Press the brownstone and you'll get some points. There you go. So you just captured 3. This is the oldest family of games in the world. Excellent. So do you see your lowest gray stone that's like about to score? Next time you have a chance, if you press that gray stone, you can score and get a new spot. No, the lowest one. That's okay. The lowest one, right, like the lowest gray stone that you have. It's like, do you see this? Yeah, the one with 1 that's right before where you score. No, not that one. Oh, I bet it is. Apologies. I bet it is. You're right. Okay. So I'm gonna take 2 of yours. I didn't want to. Okay, now there you go. So I'm just gonna end it. Captured. Okay, I'm gonna read to you the instructions. Here are the instructions. Mancala is a 2-player turn-based strategy game played with seeds or small stones and rows of pits in a board. The objective is to capture as many seeds in your store as possible. The player with the most seeds in their store at the end of the game wins. The game board. The game is made of 2 rows of 6 small holes known as pits and large holes on opposite ends called stores or mancalas. The game starts with 4 seeds in each pit. It should be in each of the pits, but anyway, the colors of the seeds don't matter. Your scoring store is to your right, which is on the top side of the UI. Gameplay. One player will start the game by picking any pits containing seeds from their own side. The player will remove the seeds from that pit. Do you want to just play archery? Okay, well, just play archery with me once. Because I don't know why you haven't beaten me. And no, I want to play you. I want to play you, and I'm going to play you right now. So, Riser, you have an invitation. You can make your dog dinner or whatever you have to do. You have an invitation. Here we go, baby.
The announcement comes after similar moves in YouTube, which said it was also targeting unoriginal videos, including those that have been easier to create thanks to artificial intelligence.
Using Elon Musk's generative AI tool Grok, the department says it's granting contract awards of up to $200 million to AI companies, including Musk's xAI, as well as Anthropic, Google, and OpenAI. And San Francisco is making Microsoft's 365 Copilot available to city government workers. The city says they're needing a tool to improve city services.
Oh, dude, you've beaten me a lot. In fact, at one point, you were definitely, I feel, better than I was at this game. But you're not as good at this one than you are at the other one, where you have as much time to shoot as many as you need. Dude, we tied.
Have you heard it yet? If not, hear it right now on iHeartRadio and let us know what you think. Plus, on the Dear Chelsea podcast, you know the name, Monica Lewinsky opens up about public shaming, resilience, and what she learned from living under the global spotlight after all these years.
Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handle show, when parents are deported, what happens to the kids? The number of immigrant families making emergency plans to be separated.
That was good.
Has skyrocketed, and they are devastated. Of course, some of us are kids, but that's a different topic. That's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Bill Handle show.
Not as good, but it's still pretty good. Get this one. This is the big one. Oh, that was great, dude.
I appreciate you talking.
I'm messing up, dude.
A little more than 6 years ago to the day, 2018, Jeffrey Epstein was charged with sex trafficking.
You need to average a 9. Okay. Okay. You need a 9 to tie, 10 to win. 9 to tie, 10 to win. Here you go. Game winner. You want to play again? You want to play again? All right, well, go do what you need to do, and then come back when you're ready.
Pushed forth during COVID, and how many people were cooperate? Like, once I saw the level of deception that was willfully pushed forth during COVID, and how many people were cooperating with this, and like how many organizations, government organizations, were cooperating and knowing that they lie, knowing that these were lies, like, yeah, they can lie about all kinds of things. And this is today with the internet, you know. Like, where's the Epstein files? Can't find them. Don't exist. Like, they can get away with shit, man. Like, once I saw the level.
The deal also gave immunity to, quote, any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, close quote. That is a quote. That's important. Epstein dodged federal charges. His co-conspirators were granted protection against prosecution, and Epstein had to only face minor state charges. That was 2008. And that's also important to know because the Florida Attorney General from 2011 to 2019 was none other than Pam Bondi. Yes, that Pam Bondi, meaning Bondi access to all of these original Epstein files as long as 14 years ago. And I'm recounting all this because this was all out in the open. Maybe I'm just paying closer attention to this stuff, closer than most people. But releasing the Epstein files, as they're called, be they the Florida or the federal ones, have never been predicated on electing Donald Trump president in 2024. Now, I know it makes for good conspiracy fodder and campaign promises, but it was never dependent on Donald Trump returning to the White House. Would I like to know who is linked to the reasons why Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years in federal prison? Of course. Would I like to know who are the protected co-conspirators in the 2008 deal? Of course. Do I believe that the Johns and those complicit should see justice? Absolutely. But if you're mad,
Are you going to stay in here while you make dinner? Was that a yes? Yo, pimp. Was that a yes?
which originally was a case, could have been released instantly. Remember, it was just a state case. Scott's successor, Governor Ron DeSantis, did release 150 pages of testimony.
Are you going to stay in here while you make dinner?
To release more than that.
Oh, okay. Well, then we can listen to William Montgomery show.
Showing her cousin. And she, I,
How much time do you need?
This is what happens when the dog chasing the car finally catches it. This is what happens when Ahab finally slays the white whale. When Charlie Brown finally kicks the football and Lucy doesn't pull it away. The conspiracy is not all that complicated, but the allure of conspiracy.
Do you want me to talk to you?
Is the real driving force.
A 2-in-1 microwave air dryer combo, air fryer, a 2-in-1 washer and dryer. And I know they. I know they do. What is it traveling? Am I supposed to guess this? Am I on the right? Oh, it has to do with traveling? Does it have to do with helicopters? Does it have to do with That's what helicopters do. Does it have to do with driverless cars? Does it have to do with Yeah, I mean, arguably we already have that with autopilot. Does it have to do with bullet trains? Does it have bullet trains? Okay, does it have to do with the water?
Robin K. and Tom built in their home, and their bodies were found yesterday. LAPD this guy broke into the house, locked the door. Years returned. Incidents. The violent struggle. The suspect was inside their home. Victims. Says police. House Speaker. Attorney General.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, big dog.
On what's reviewed in the Jeffrey Epstein Portnoy system. Ranking Republican in Washington.
I'm in agreement with you on that one.
And the FBI has since said there was There's no such list. He says some Republicans now want imprisoned Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell to be on the House Rules Committee.
Why doesn't a digital passport exist?
Whether the Epstein files should be made public. And Mike Waltz, President Trump's ex-national security advisor, who is now a nominee for U.S. ambassador.
Security and privacy risks. Digital IDs are juicy targets for hackers. If someone steals your phone or hacks a server, it's way easier to forge or misuse than a physical passport. Governments are hesitant to fully rely on something that can be compromised with a few lines of code. Every system has their own passport system and requirements. Every country has their own passport system and requirements. There's no single international agreement or infrastructure to support a universal digital passport. The International Civil Aviation Organization is trying to push standards, but it's slow moving. Governments don't want to hand over control to a global system. A universal digital passport would require a high level of mutual trust and shared control, something most nations aren't comfortable with. Not everyone has reliable access to smartphones or internet. Digital only systems could create inequity or exclusion at borders. Some countries are testing e passports, biometric passports, and digital ID apps. Apple and Google are even working with some US states and airports to use your phone as an ID, but we're still in the early stages. Does that answer your question? I think that we should have probably had these a long time ago, but yeah, I'm in agreement that those are the reasons why we don't have them.
The forest has been
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't understand why. It's not like you have to force everybody to be on this standard. It's just like an additional thing that you could have. Right, exactly. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't believe the bullshit answers that I just gave you because they already have digital payment systems. So if they already have digital payment systems, why can't they have digital identification systems?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio #1 radio and podcasts all in one app.
Nearly 9 the nation's largest. President Trump is very severe tariffs. There was no ceasefire in the next 50 days. Those tariffs placed against countries that trade with Russia. Gas from and under the new agreement with the US.
Well, I've seen some things on your phone.
NATO members will buy and then pass on to Kiev. Mexican announced an anti-dumping tariff to prevent Mexican importers from flooding with cheap
There can be a lot of issues with that, though. Well, like let's say you have some type of plastic surgery done, or even just fillers in your face, that can change your face makeup.
Trash continues to pile up in California as more sanitation workers walk off the job. Garbage collectors would stop showing up and in solidarity with striking workers on the East Coast. Venice says it's going to crack
I mean, that's a thought, but even still, like, have you seen the difference between some women when they have their makeup on versus when they don't? I mean, I know they do it in China, so it obviously works some way, but um, there's a very good way to do it that you ready for this one? Are you ready for this one, son? Do you know who Bob Lazar is? It has to do with identification. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? I think you do. I talk about him all the time. Yeah. Okay, so you know Bob Lazar. When he worked at Area S4 back in like the late 80s, the technology wasn't really advanced, but one of the things that they would do for you to be able to get your identification card there is you would take your hand and put it over like a light, and the light would take an x-ray of your hand, and you can identify somebody by the size of their bones in their hand. Isn't that fascinating? Like enough of them, yeah. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't just. Let me make sure I have the technology correct. Yo, dog, what kind of technology was used for Bob Lazar allegedly at S4 to get his ID card? Did they do an X-ray on his hand, or was it some kind of other ray that allowed them to measure the bones? Talk to me like Joey Diaz, please. Yo, listen to me, cocksucker. This ain't no regular ID badge and bullshit, barcode bullshit, okay? We're talking about deep black ops, Area 51 type shit. Joey Diaz style strap in. So Bob Lazar, he's a wild motherfucker who says he worked at S4 near Area 51 back in the 80s. He talked about this thing they used for identification, and it wasn't a fingerprint scanner. Nah, it was some sci-fi retina thing. It wasn't some sci-fi retina thing either. It was a goddamn bone reading device. Here's what the fat man breaks it down like. They use this device that scanned the bones in your hand. Specifically, it measured the lengths of the bones in your fingers and some space between the joints. Everybody's bone layout is different, like a fingerprint, but on the inside, real creepy shit. Lazar said you'd put your hand on this flat panel, and there was this little light sensors underneath. Some people say it was using backlighted X-rays or low-level infrared to see the skin and map the bones. They called it a hand scanner, and for years people thought he was full of it. But here's the kicker. Years later, a picture surfaced of this exact device he described, a real military grade unit used in the 1970s and 80s. Some weird pegs and lights. No one had even heard of it till Lazar mentioned it. That's when people started going, wait a minute, maybe this guy ain't blowing smoke. So yeah, dog, not a palm print, not a chip in your arm, no retina laser show, just a good old fashioned bone reading light machine that made sure you were who you were before you stepped in the belly of the alien tech beast. You feel me? You want pics of that, what that scanner looks like now that it's out in the open? Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So it seems like it's called an Identimat 2000. Lazar talked about this bone-based biometric scanner called the Identimat 2000 that used subdermal bone patterns in your hand, not fingerprints or retina scans. You'd place your hand over it. Sensors or low-level X-ray or infrared beams would map your finger, bone lengths, and joint spacings. Why it's iconic. This wasn't some sci-fi barracuda. The machine was real and old school. Lazar insisted that it was a top-secret S4 thing, and later folks dug up pictures of the same model he described. Supposedly, that exact hand scanner was even used in Spielberg's Close Encounters, commercially available since the 1970s. What it did is, as Lazar said, once the scanner verified his identity, a card authorizing access would be dispensed. No chips, no retina lasers, just bone structure, cocksucker. Joey, advice in your ear. This scanner's like insert your hand, see your bones, get the fuck out. Ain't no bullshit. That's how they kept the ducks in a row at S4. Make sense? I've looked this up. Gait. They can identify you by your gait. Yeah. Could they test your hair, you asked? Yeah, but that would be more like DNA testing. That could do it. Those would be unique. Who's your favorite Canadian musical artist of all time? Biggest Canadian music artists of all time. Do you like Rush? Do you like Celine Dion? No one knows who that is. Yo, dog, give me a list of 50. Is that a girl? All right. The number one all time is Alanis Morissette. Yeah, why don't they have them on this list? Oh, they are. They're at number 35. Nickelback. Everybody hates Nickelback, but I really like Nickelback. Dude, there's something interesting about the name Rockstar. It's fucking amazing. I also like their song "The Day Nobody Died." I look forward to that day someday. Dude. I mean this. There's some okay. When I say Nickelback, what do you think? Right, exactly. But what else? Wait, exactly. What does that name mean? No. Generally, it's seen, I guess, in football, like there's a position called a nickelback, like a running back, a nickelback, but it has a deeper meaning. Hold on, it has a deeper meaning. The meaning of this band is actually like something really fascinating, but I don't remember what it is. It has to do with science, though. So just one moment. Yo, dog, why does the name Nickelback band have that name? It comes from the phrase "Here's your Nickelback." Oh, and it was catchy, Canadian, and weird. What does it mean? Just that? Okay, so you're right. What position is a Nickelback in sports? A Nickelback is a defensive back, or the fifth defensive back in a field. Okay, but so that's why I thought it was called that, but it's called "Here's Your Nickelback." Okay, fine. But there's an even deeper meaning to this. Yo, dog, what is this like scientific theory? Or it's something like, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's Nickelback. It's either like it's like deep science. It's really important to like the world though, or the universe. What is it? Yeah, Nickelback isotopes or nickel in physics. Um, Nickel alloys in science. No. Nickel isotopes and nickel-based nuclear reactions in astrophysics, especially in supernovae and nuclear fusion. In stars and supernovae, in some supernova explosions, massive amounts of nickel 56 are created. Nickel 56 is radioactive. No. No. What are the different definitions of Nickelback? So Nickelback the band, Nickelback a football position, Nickelback in science, nickel isotopes produced in supernovae, decays in cobalt. It's a huge part of what makes dying stars shine, nuclear-based catalysts. Nickelback is a phrase in cash slang. There's something about Nickelback that... Yo, dog, can't you use Nickelback to like determine the age of this universe or something? You're probably talking about nickel 56. And yeah, this bad boy is actually used to understand how stars die, how supernovae evolve, and how the universe unfolds. It's a radioisotope of nickel created in huge amounts during supernova explosions, like when a massive star dies and gets its blood, it blows its guts into space. Scientists study the decay rate of nickel 56 and similar isotopes in distant stars. Dog, there was something more to this. Is Nickelback used in like time travel at all? Is Nickelback not directly? Is the term Nickelback used in any science fiction?
Israel on Jerusalem's Mount Zion, studied Hebrew and a program for immigrants to the modern Jewish state. He's an expert on the Dead Sea Scrolls. As a matter of fact, we wrote a book about that back in 1997. Ken, welcome back. How have you been? Terrific, George.
Dog, there's something to this that it's not telling me. The term Nickelback, I looked this up like earlier this year or last year.
Just threw myself into the ancient Near East and studied with some of the finest professors in the world on ancient Israel. I was just fascinated
What
with all of this. And one of the places we went was
are the definitions of Nickelback?
desert to a place called Iran. We weren't just sitting in a classroom or in a library all the time. We went out on field trips regularly. And just to go out
The band, football position, slang, here's your Nickelback, pop culture, Nickel 56, not really, not literally, no. Fuck. There was something that I read that was really advanced, and it was like Nickelback had to do with it, and it was like the band, and it was no, it was some kind of scientific thing. I don't know. I can't find anything about it, and that's really bothersome to me. No, they didn't. They don't know what the fuck's up. Dude, there's this lady on Blue Sky. She's such a bitch. Her name is Lady B Middlemaster Neal, and she reports all of my accounts. Fortunately, she is not awake 24 hours a day, but this fucking bitch, and I say that with a capital F and a capital B, needs to stop reporting my fucking accounts. If you ever see this, you stupid bitch, I'm never mean to anybody on this, but I'm mean to you, you fucking bitch. I say that Lady B, Middlemaster Neal, like, I don't really think you're a beach. I think you are just doing your job. But quit being a bee, girl. I'm trying to bring world peace, and you're over here being a socialist, atheist, humanist, empath, mostly harmless, sweary cis woman. You're a proud mom of two, nanny to Finley. Fuck Finley. And warning, it may contain nuts. What the fuck does that mean? Save the bees? I'm all for all the shit that you just said, woman. The opposite of woke is cunt. Don't be a cunt. Okay, whatever that means.
Tiny letters inscribed, and how to fit all these together is, of course, the world's biggest jigsaw puzzle, but also the most important one, because they open a window on this day.
No way this is fucking recent. It is 25 minutes ago.
Speak, new advances made in technology, helping us to decipher what these fragments mean and how they all fit together.
Who do you think wrote those scrolls?
Well, that's the question. I always assume, as most scholars, that an ancient Jewish sect, a breakaway sect called the Essenes, who who lived somewhere in the first 2 centuries BCE, that is before the Common Era, went out into those desert sands and created this community, essentially living on the edge of eternity, as they saw it, waiting for the Messianic age, the dawn of a new era, supernaturally ushered in by God.
What happened to what?
The governing thesis in terms of all.
This woman who has made it her duty to be like the hall patrol of Blue Sky just goes around and reports me whenever I have an account. And when she reports me, it gets banned right away, which is cool. I have over 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used. So it's not like it causes me too much despair. And I'm making them at any given time. But it's just like, mind your own business. Well, once you push the report button, basically it goes to the moderation team of Blue Sky, and then they have like about 100 people around the world who work 24 hours a day, and anybody who gets put in that queue, they review why they were banned or why they were reported and ban the people. But the fact that they see Rabbi in it, they just ban it automatically.
Including those who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls out on the shores of the Dead Sea, but multiple other groups, such as the early Judeo-Christians. And when we read the New Testament now, even in Jewish scholarship, we read it in light of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but also this early sect. We can call them the Enochians, in fact, this term. Why? Because they were fascinated with the biblical character of Rivers. Just briefly, in the book of Genesis, his name was Enoch. A lot of people have heard of Enoch. And there's an entire book of Enoch. The book of Enoch never made its way through the Bible. It's huge, it's voluminous, it's thick.
Kicked out by Jews and Christians, wasn't it?
Both. Yes. It was banned from the Bible. And perhaps for good reason, because it discusses material that is far afield from what we read in the biblical text. It's a completely different version. In fact, I call it the cosmic stepchild of the Bible, and it's pretty cosmic, as a matter of fact. You might say that the book of Enoch essentially flips the book of Genesis on its head. Why is that? Because it's all about the origin of evil. And when we read the biblical story of evil, what are we looking at? Well, there's, of course, Garden of Eden.
How much more time do you need?
There's Eve takes of the forbidden fruit, and she gives it to Adam, and he eats it, even though God had told him, shall not eat of fruit of the tree of life. Yeah, that was a human sin. It was a human disobedience. That was the origin of evil according to the Bible. But the book of Enoch never mentions this, quote, original sin. It has a very different reason for evil. And it has to do with a group of rebellious angels in the heavens.
What are your thoughts on Alanis Morissette? Go. You don't know who Alanis Morissette is? Oh, tight.
They lusted after earthly women and cohabited with them and bore a race of giants. That's the book of Enoch. These rebellious angels who defected are known as the Watchers. The Watchers. And the giants that they bore are known as the fallen ones. It opens a whole world of not just mythology, but of supernatural, visionary content.
Almost sounds like UFO encounters. We're going to be back.
What did you say?
To access the
Nobody knows who that is. Patty Mail? Oh, Patty Mayonnaise. Yeah. I know Patty. She's not Canadian, is she? Wait, you're not talking about the person from Doug? Yeah, they do. It's a television show about a kid. He's got a best friend named Skeeter, and his crush is named Patty Mayonnaise. Dude, it was on. It is. It was on Nickelodeon. It was also on Disney. Okay, who the fuck? Patty Mayo. Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's up, ILY? Can you hear me? Fuck you, ILY. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. Who is Patty Mayo? On what? On YouTube? No one knows who that guy is. All right. How many hours of footage does he have uploaded to YouTube? I'll wait. Does he have 3.5 years? Three and a half years of 24/7 content, baby.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen.
Like lemonade stands? Yeah. I mean, normally like zoning doesn't allow for that, right? Yeah, who gives a shit about that though? That's like a British thing. That they need to get rid of those laws. Those fucking, what are they called? Yo, dog, what are those laws in England that don't allow you to block a neighbor's sunlight?
Here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting
No, they're called The Right to Light.
don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just a regular about not. I mean, we might about something not about something as serious. We're just not gonna take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Thursdays, if you're feeling fraught, you can always unclick it if you feel like.
Do I know why all apartments look the same?
But if you click it now, you'll never miss it.
Well, many times they don't all look the same. Many times it's because it's the cheapest way to have something look based on like a certain architect's plans. Right. Correct. Yeah, but you need that. You need that because yeah, you do in case one of them gets blocked from fire. The odds of that are far less. Basically, I could prevent an entire building from getting outside if I just start a fire in the stairwell under your laws.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, hormones, stress, sleep disorders, is supported by reducing inflammation.
Right. Right. But those become damaged and they're not as strong and people mess with them. When I was like in my late teens, early 20s, I lived in a place that had one of those on the side of the building, and people would be drunk at night and grab onto it and just like slam it, and it'd be really loud and they would keep me awake. But I always thought it was kind of cool, so I never got mad. But that can happen. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of saw the fire escape as being kind of an old timey thing. So, um, no, so I don't know if you can imagine this. I'm sure you can, but imagine like a seesaw and okay, so imagine a seesaw that would go up when the fire escape was not in use so that people couldn't climb up it and like do damage or whatever. But what people would do when they were drunk is they would like get on their friend's shoulders and grab it and pull down so that they could go up it. No, 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 no. This is like a fire escape with like stairs. Like, haven't you seen a fire escape on the outside of a building in like New York City? Yeah. So it was like that. And those things, I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So let's come up with a better idea. Like, imagine a fire escape that, I mean,
thousands of miles in a nonstop.
Yeah, because usually it's in a high, like a dense area, and the property values mean that every square inch will make your building cost more. So instead of having an actual stairwell, you just build it on the side of the building, and then people can walk on and people can walk under it. They don't. I mean, these are like an old building, so usually they don't do them anymore. But like the building I was in was like it was like a national historic building, and so like they couldn't just like do all kinds of changes to it without destroying like the original intent of the building. So one of the things that they had was these old timey um fire escapes. Yeah, that's a good question. Um, well, anything electronic is out of the door because it, like a lot of times with the fire, it can cause, um, it can cause, like the power goes down. But yeah, have you ever seen how you get off a cruise ship that's like sinking? Well, yeah, I mean they have life raft boats, but the way you get into a life raft boat is there's this thing that like would stick out of a window or off of the side of the ship, and you slide down it almost like a when a plane like in a if a plane ever crashes or whatever and you need to get off, it's like a big inflatable thing, and you just slide down it, but it has some friction so that you don't slide down too quickly, and then you slide into the life rafts. No, I mean you couldn't do it for like a building that's like 100 stories tall, but you could do it for a building that's like 10 stories tall. Well, maybe not 10, but like 5. Yeah, I'll get you. It's on. I saw it on Reddit. It's really cool. It's a cruise ship escape slide. Yeah. It inflates in 90 seconds. Okay, type into Reddit cruise ship escape slide, and it's the first thing that was posted 4 years ago. Damn, that's interesting. It inflates in 90 seconds, and people board a raft. No, it's not a vertical drop. There's like it like expands so that there's like friction. So it's like you're going out of a birth canal, basically. Yeah, but you don't drop. No, no. There's a there's another video that I've seen of somebody going down it. Okay. Um. Okay. So then just go to the media part, and a lot of these are water slides. Not what I want. I want an escape slide. Let me see if I can find it. cruise. Yeah, it's not that though. It is a vertical drop, but imagine it's like inflated on the inside so that you go down it, but you go down slowly. What'd you say, Big Dog? I mean, unless you were really, really fat. Okay, I found it. Okay, are you ready? Okay, type in how a cruise ship is evacuated. It's under oddly satisfying. So they actually. Yeah, but do you see how you put your hands on the side to slow yourself down? Exactly. That's what I said, like a birth canal. There's moving air there. The issue would be if you went too slowly and somebody came in right behind you. But that's why there's a little light inside of it that tells you when to go. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I see the one that I'm seeing. Yeah, you see. Do you see the guy's hand that can slow you down? Right. So imagine that, but it doesn't have to be straight down like in a cruise ship. It could be at an angle on a building. Let's ask let's ask ChatGPT about how high this could be. Yo, dog. Imagine I was building a building, like a really big building, like one of those buildings on Billionaires Row, but I didn't have enough money for fire escapes. And I want to have like a cruise ship evacuation tube. How high could those cruise ship evacuation tubes go without hurting people? Like, could it go all the way to the top, or does it have to stay at like 5 floors high? How could that work? Yo, that's a wild idea. Using a cruise ship. evacuation tube kind of system for a skyscraper. Let me break this down. Okay. How high could it go? Height and speed limits. The higher the tube, the faster you go when you slide down because of gravity. Speed increases roughly with the square root of the height you drop. If you drop from super high, like 50 floors, people would be hitting crazy speeds, risking serious injury. G forces and the body increase with speed and turns. Too fast equals risk of bruises, broken bones, or worse. Cruise ship tubes usually max out at around a few stories, like 3 to 5 floors, because of these risks. Could it go all the way to the top of a skyscraper? Nope, it's too dangerous. But if you segmented the tube into multiple stages with slower sections or gentle slopes, then maybe. Another idea is to use air resistant water mist to slow people down, or build a staircase style tube with multiple exits every 5 floors where people could stop, wait, and then continue down. So that's the idea. You could have one that expands, but it just every 5 floors you hit like a big trampoline, and then you go down to the next one. Oh wait, I've seen this. I've seen the design for something like this, but it was created after 9/11. Um, it's a it's a skyscraper parachute. Type in skyscraper. Type in skyscraper parachute into Reddit. Yeah, but type in skyscraper parachute, and the first thing that comes up is damn, that's interesting, and that's how you could get people out in like a big fire. No, it's the first thing under. It was posted 2 years ago. It says after witnessing the horrors between having to choose between burning to death or jumping to their death during. Just type in. It's the first post under relevance. Oh, it's also the first thing in media. It's also the first thing in media. Yes. Yeah. It shows a guy jumping out a window. Um, no, this one has 12, but 12,000. No, it's a real person doing it. Type in, just type in after witnessing the horrors of people. Well, after 9/11, there were all these people who felt badly for the people who were burning, and like you could see them in the footage, just like hanging outside the window with like all these flames going around them, and so people were, and then they would jump to their deaths, and so people came up with this like 25 years ago. Yes, it does. And I'm sure you could make a better version of it, like I don't know, smaller, more compact, probably with like more parachutes, flame resistant, certainly. Maybe have a USB charger inside of it. Right. It expands. You just stick your tushy out of the window and it expands and pulls you out. Well, you don't fall. The parachute. Exactly. What did you say? Not like an octopus? What'd you say? Oh, it could be because it's archived or something. I don't know. That shouldn't be the case, but I don't know. But then you see the guy lands and he's really safe. That could be. I've got a way to be able to save people. Well, hold on. I'm cutting you off, aren't I?
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with
What was that one?
get the latest info about COVID-19.
Okay. What about a series of drones that just hook you to a harness and then fly you out? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, you could just like have it on top of the fire department. And okay, I saw this the other day. It was on Reddit. This oh yeah, police are already starting to do this in the United States. So it's against the law in the United States to equip drones with firearms, but they're starting to use them like at police stations that they take off from the police station, and they're able to get to the crime scene or whatever faster than the police are in a car and be able to give them like a visual of what's going on, and they're just automatically deployed. They aren't being they don't have to like they don't have to manually drive them there. They just have to know the location, and then these drones fly over it and basically allow them to apprehend people or whatever. And this company that I saw, because it's illegal for them to use a gun with a drone, which I hope is forever illegal, but I'm sure they'll make some change that they'll allow it in the future. Um, what they do is they have the drone, like I was seeing it for people for mass shooter incidents where you, let's say you have a mass shooter or whatever, the drone identifies the mass shooter and like charges or like flies into the guy's gun and puts like this substance on the gun that disarms it. Yeah, I think that's illegal in the United States still.
West Coast operation, saying it doesn't see a way to remain profitable operating out of Burbank, which has been its West Coast hub for years. Avello currently flies cities around the West.
Nope, no exceptions to that. Because it could, if it gets the wrong person, then you have someone who's dead.
It's moving its planes to other hubs around the U.S., including North Carolina, Florida, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, offering employees the opportunity to read.
I'll believe it when I see it. Hey, I just had someone who wants me to officiate their wedding.
Officials say they hope this change will result in large savings on power as the South nation faces increasingly hotter and longer summers. Current air conditioners in India have to as low as 62.
3 minutes ago, they said, "Is the clit chewing rabbi available to officiate my wedding?" And then somebody else, some chick said that, and then some other chick said, "The phrase clit chewing makes me physically recoil." And then the girl wrote, "I wonder if he actually uses teeth or if he just thinks clit chewing sounds hot. I bet he's actually really, really good at eating pussy." You got that right, girl. eight minutes ago, she made a screenshot of what I write, and she wrote, "This guy is basically an artist." I love it. All right, how long is it going to take you to make your fucking dinner, dude? All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Here's William Montgomery.
She shows her cousins within 30 minutes. Yeah, you know she's close with her cousins, Grant. You know they're gonna fucking know at the very beginning.
Yeah, but cousins don't count.
Do you even like them anymore? Do you even like them anymore?
The cousins?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever did.
Okay, that's what Mike said. We can, he said
That
he
actually
liked
tracks. You're kind of fact checking what Mike is saying.
Oh, wait.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he
That
said
doesn't
that.
mean that everything Mike said was true.
So Grant's actually really pussy whipped, and he just even like his wife's cousin.
Yeah, dude. We know she keeps you in the house.
I'm allowed out. Just to do these shows, yeah.
Yeah, just to mow the lawn and shit. She fucking
Bring home
makes
the
you.
bacon.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah, I don't know if we can send you this thing anymore. Then
That seems like a bad idea.
Did you guys try the gummies?
Oh, we can try.
yeah, let's try it. Here, we can.
That's original. That's super sour.
Feature freak. This is.
Feed Your Freak? Is that the name of it?
They're called Rothschild. Oh, and it's a 60% less sugar than leading brand, which is good because, oh my gosh, I ate almost a whole chocolate bar last night. I was going balls deep in some freaking Hershey Kisses with the almonds. You ever eat those?
Yeah.
Only
things
wants to
are good.
get.
So good. I will say the back of this has some pretty confusing math. It says 37 grams of carbs minus 7 grams of fiber minus 11 grams of allulose equals 19 grams of net carbs. So there's some sort of nutrition math there. I'm not sure.
I've never
what.
seen math.
Yeah, I've never seen carbs minus fiber minus allulose equaling net carbs. Oh, what is that like?
I don't know.
Oh,
Is it sour?
It's a sour one?
Try sour one, William.
These are sour. Those are real sour? Okay. See here, and this is because... No! Edit that out. We weren't talking about... Edit it. Yeah, edit it.
He didn't send me those.
Woo! That was kicked to him at first.
I feel like it's saying it advertising less sugar while being like rotten is kind of like the opposite.
And it should be awful for you.
Yeah, like these destroy your teeth.
Ooh, they're so good though. Thank you, Rob.
Are they?
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Yeah, they're good. They're pretty good. It probably doesn't help I have a sin in my mouth right now.
No, you don't.
It probably doesn't help with the taste.
Ugh.
Those regular ones look like a good regular old gummy worm. Ooh. How's the rotten regular one? Pretty good?
The regulars are good.
Wait, what are the flavors? I see slobbering something on the image here.
Slobbering salamander.
Slobbering.
Loopy lime. That one's for just for crazies. Yeah. Messy mandarin. Ooh. Slobbering strawberry. Weirdo watermelon just for freaks. Scary cherry and barfing blue raz. Yuck. I kind of want to barf right now. I'll just
Can you hear me?
Anything today and just out.
Do you think that William Montgomery should have called this podcast the William Montgomery Show or the William Montgomery Podcast? And why is that? Some people do. Yo, Doug, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away.
shows, podcasts, and music. To order the CC Radio Solar with Bluetooth, call C Crane now at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. I'm online at ccrane.com. Also available at Ariani and Amazon.com.
Hold on a second. This other chick wrote, I unironically love the Rabbi bot. It's very funny and have to respect the depth and commitment. That's tight. Okay, you want to play table soccer? All right, are we going to play and are you going to be closer to the phone or are you going to be 1,000 miles away? Yeah, you need to be closer to the phone because nobody can hear what the fuck you're saying. That's true. There you go. You sound way better now. Okay, do you want to play tactical or active, dog? I'm not sure what I played with you. Okay, so tactical means you go and then I go and then you go and then I go. Active means we both choose what we want to do and then it goes at the same time. We're going to do active because I think it allows us to do more. Okay, we're going to play 5 goals to win, one versus one, and the amount of passes limit is going to be 3. Ooh, you picked the Netherlands. Do you know what color? Do you know what the color the Netherlands jerseys are? Yeah, exactly. Good job, man. Okay, you have to make a move, and I think you can. You can move 2 players at once. There you go. And you can move 2 players at once. Like, well, you pull back on one of the guys, and there should be an arrow. Yeah. There you go. This is active. Well, no, I'm hitting the ball this time. There you go. Okay, well, we can play the other way next time. So you can kick the ball with you. There you go. Oh, fuck you. That's the first goal you've ever had. Really? I thought I beat you 5-0. Okay. Are you gonna go?
this great cacophonous silence, as I like to call it, where you can almost hear the divine down into your being, and you get it. Yeah, I understand why these ancient Essenes and Nakians, whatever we have to call them, left the system.
Oh, we're past.
Literally established a community in their minds on the edge of eternity, awaiting the Messianic era. And how many groups have done exactly the same sort of thing in our own day and age?
Still waiting.
Still waiting. But yeah, the world's a scary place out there. I've been terrified for decades over what Iran has been doing with its nuclear weapons. They talk about the possibility of an apocalypse in a World War III. Looking at it. Now, of course, that has changed too recently, hasn't it? Yeah. So we've got a few more minutes left on the doomsday clock.
Go to some calls west of the Rockies. Marcia's with us in Los Gatos, California. Hey, Marcia, go ahead.
I want to ask this question. Right now, and I about how God
Right, I like
evil continuously, and what would the Creator want to tell humanity?
and you can like block the other player.
Tell them. So when I think he still seed of the seed, still seed of the life of its seed, you know what its seed looks like? Its seed is root with the stump, and then the branches, and the tree of life is the placenta, and the vessels, and the fetus with the arms, and the livers, and the eyes. And I think he was telling humanity, don't be cannibalists. Don't be eating one another. You'll surely die. What the original sin was actually literally, look at Adam and Eve sitting in the woods with all the animals watching what they do.
What do you say today?
Yeah, and I love that analogy, by the way. The tree of life is central to Jewish mysticism, even to this day. We call it Kabbalah or Kabbalah. It's become really a phenomenon among various celebrities, including Madonna, who have ventured into mysticism. And I'm fascinated by this as well. On a personal level, when I recite Jewish prayers, I try to do it in a Kabbalistic way that opens the soul to something really that is beyond. And your mention of cannibalism, that's interesting.
I think this is a superior way to play.
Talks about these giants who were the result of the water. Spawn these Nephilim, as they're called, the giants. But tells us that these giants began devouring human flesh. Talk about cannibalism. And wiped out if God had not sent the flood in order to destroy these Nephilim. And yet, we're told that
this is a superior way to play.
Shades of Jurassic Park.
For sure.
And that the spirit of these Nephilim yet survived as a force of evil.
Fuck you, dude.
That still contaminates the world today. Jewish scholar.
I even said we're gonna play to 5, and you said, yeah, that's what I want to do.
We're all created with free will, and by the way, 2 inclinations: a good inclination.
Oh.
Reside within us, and every day we get to choose which inclination we're going to follow, or the dark side. We make that choice in every prayer that we pray. If we do it with intentionality, but also in every little act, even the minutest acts that we perpetrate. We can either elevate the broken shards around us, which is basically what the world is today, a lot of just broken shards, and we can elevate those things in everything that we do, or just the opposite. We can scatter even more. That's our human choice, and that is what we read, in fact, in
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
They defected from the heavenly realm. It was their choice. They had free will. And that is how this power of evil entered into the universe.
Do you think any of the writers of the Dead Sea Scrolls can have had ability to see the future.
And that's a fascinating question, George. It really is. And of course, scholars are skeptics. I'm a trained scholar, so we're trained to be we don't talk about the ability to see the future. But before the break, I mentioned the book of Daniel. We now have AI re-examining fragments of the book of Daniel.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
And incidentally, the program that they use from Groningen University is called Enoch. That's the AI program they're using. And it has redated some of these Daniel fragments to as early
This is the superior way to play. Because then on each turn, we're both doing something, as opposed to you go, and then I go, and then you go. I didn't either until I randomly played against somebody.
I thought about that for a second. I thought, my golly, we might be looking at a smoking gun that proves the reality of prophecy.
Let's go to Ted, truck driving in Louisiana. Hello, Theodore. Go ahead. Hey, thanks for taking my call, George. Good morning, Ted. Hey,
Oh, fuck. That was great. No, it'll just stay like that. No way. I'm going to try to pass it. Oh, this sucks. Now, this is a bad spot.
Well, actually, it has been identified. If you're talking about the alternate rod, right? It has been as cannabis residue mixed with fat. And so there was some kind of a mixture that was burned on the ancient altar. And that has surprised myself included, because it references in the Bible to spices or what I mentioned as something even in drugs. Why specifically talk about frankincense and actually find cannabis? That's archaeology. And that's something that you can't quibble with. It's beyond how we look at just the texts.
This is the superior way to play. Okay, you ready to play the other way? 5 goals to win tactical, 3 pass limit.
How about calling them non-terrestrial entities and then leave it open to discuss seriously what these things might have been and connections between UFO phenomena today?
Do the Dead Sea Scrolls make reference to the flood of...
Do you know what the dragon attack is? That's exactly right. You know, for as much as I give Zoot shit, and I give him more shit than anybody, I really like him. Exactly. He always comes in here like Kramer on Seinfeld with something like, I've got it. We're like, what is it that you've got? I'm going to be a savant at stand-up comedy. I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me I was going to be a savant at comedy. I'm like, okay, what's your first joke? He's like, I don't need jokes. It's like, okay, so you're just going to go up there? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Do you see why this is an inferior way of playing? It's so slow.
Listen, La Jolla, California is with us. Hi, Tom. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, perfect. Dr. Hanson, great information.
Oh, and notice there are more guys on the field in this game than the other one.
I have a comment and then a question. When you referencing cannabis on the altar, it reminded me here in Southern California, we have a whole group of people who consider them Rastafari, and
That
are mostly African American. If you remember,
that must you can't. You just like take a shot on goal. But if you make it, then it doesn't count. You just want to advance the ball. But if you make it in this version of the game, if you make it on the first shot, it doesn't count. It does count in the other version, in the active version. No, it does not count here. It counts in the other one. Yeah, I mean, I always find it to be beneficial to have a bunch of guys in the box, just because you can stop a lot of people. Do you know who Alanis Morissette is? She had one of the greatest albums of all time, known as Jagged Little Pill, during the 1990s. Haven't you ever heard the song? It has the song Ironic on it. And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the good advice that you just didn't take. 'Cause who would have thought it figured? Mr. Play It Safe. He was afraid to fly. Packed his suitcase and kissed his kids goodbye. He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And when the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this nice? And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic. Oh, yes, I really do think. It's like, right. Okay. Do you want to play the shit version, the one that you suck at? Or do you want to play the one that you're pretty good? Tactical or active, big dog? Okay, do you want to play archery? I suck at this game. You want to play literati? You want to play basketball? You got it, big dog. I've never played that. Shut up. Oh yeah, that's like Cards of Against Humanity. But it would probably be too hard with just two people. All right. Haven't you ever played Cards Against Humanity? Oh, okay. So there's like a card. There's like um. There's like a card that they put down, and then you have to choose like what card matches up with the other card, and it's usually like really sexual, and then vote, and then it awards points by who had the best who had the best dog. I'm dirty at this game.
I'm Mark Roner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2,000 National Guard soldiers are being withdrawn from LA. The Pentagon deployed them after President Trump ordered soldiers to help protect federal property and employees during demonstrations against immigration raids in June. A Pentagon spokesperson told ABC News the lawlessness in LA is subsiding. California sued the Trump administration over the deployment, but court sided with the White House. Governor Newsom said the troops are needed to help as peak wildfire season begins. After recent ICE raids in LA, many undocumented immigrants now face mandatory detention. No chance at a bond hearing. Only ICE can release them, not judges. The Trump administration says it's just enforcing a decades-old law as written. With $75 billion in new funding, ICE is expanding detention, and advocates warn this could mean more separated families in Los Angeles. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with lows around 60. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon with highs around 80. Mid-80s in the valleys and AV. 90 in the IE. Low 70s at the beaches. And it's going to look about
It's 42 to 5.
From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Roner.
I'm Dr. Viome. Viome's full body intelligence test is the new science in anti-aging and life-extending insights. Viome analyzes your biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep your health issues. Next, doctors design supplements. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. Your body test why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, why you can't lose weight and more. Viome reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and look younger.
Viome is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Viome guarantees remarkable health.
No, it's AHS. Ashes is ASH. I put Oz like when you relax.
JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free. And listen now.
Yeah, that's where you want to swap out your letters. Yep. If you have the letters to do it.
In the cruise line industry, we saw a big gap for something that felt much more like a boutique hotel. So most cruise ships are really big right now. You think about the biggest cruise ships, well, they're
2 and Ted.
Yes. You have 20 different places, lots of different dining, lots of different entertainment venues. That's what really makes experience.
Boutique hotel. Go to virginvoyages.com. Thank you very much, Jamel.
Thanks, Paul.
Listen to CEOs You Should Know on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. They sell everything on the internet.
Right. Why would I go to a store?
Why would I go to someplace? I could sit in my underpants or no underpants and buy stuff. Gary and Shannon.
I did that yesterday.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI.
anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640.
That was really good, dude.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Ron Brashler joins us to talk about programming your lucid dreams. Make sure you're part of the program. Gina Salvati in for Tom Danheiser. She also doubles as the editor of the Whole Lifetime's digital magazine, and she would love if she's been weeks to send you a free copy.
We'd love to do that, George. Thank you. See, everyone is welcome to email me at Gina, that's Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
And you'll get it out to them within a few weeks.
This is true.
And then ongoing after that?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you so much, George.
And of course, for you Coast Insiders,
and
nothing like it.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast.
Do you know what Coast to Coast AM is?
And every show, I learn at least one thing.
You're amazing.
Insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get.
Did you know what it was before me?
Doesn't matter as long as we have our provision. Got 5
Tight.
years of Coast to Coast programs to play. Couple ways to sign up to become an insider.
Some do, but not usually.
It says insider, click that and you're in. The other way is to go to the App Store, look for the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put it on your phone, and through the app, you can sign up as well. Now, like some, you can become a Coast Insider now too, so take advantage of that. We'll be back with final calls with Dr. Ken Hansen, but first, here's this.
Research shows that testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing Epic Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule with amazing results. Here's product creator and partner.
Let's look it up. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it stands for a dry form of lava resembling clinkers. Whatever the fuck that means.
People are starting to see after the first week, the first 2 weeks, massive differences. We've seen anywhere. Anybody who's wanting to reverse that aging process, wants to feel better, feel younger, this is absolutely incredible product for you.
Epic Tea capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9597. Epic tea capsules at healthylooking.com or 800-549-9596. Promo code George for free shipping from healthylooking.com.
Increasingly targeting student loan borrowers amid ongoing policy changes. They can ask for your social security number or account information, login data, or they give you supposed debt relief, urgent loan forgiveness, or repayment assistance. They're trying to trick you. Scammers appear very credible, so experts advise verifying anyone who reaches out. It is important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot.
Your goal is to at least get half of what my score is.
Pretending to be you. If you do become a victim, the US-based restoration specialist will fix it. Guaranteed, or you get your money back. Now, protect yourself with LifeLock. 40% off your year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LIFELOCK or head on over to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 40% off in terms of apply.
At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain, I was truly dreading getting any older. I had weak bones, achy joints, weight that wouldn't go away, almost no energy, and constant brutal headaches. I was falling apart physically and mentally. I searched desperately for alternatives to the pain management traditional doctors offered. I had tried alternative medicines with no...
No, I'm listening to something on the Dead Sea Scrolls.
90 days. It took less than a month to feel results, and I've lost 95 pounds. I'm off all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone. I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Kozak, and if pain has you dreading your future, don't suffer through another day. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter, Dr. Waller's 10 Bad Foods, and tons of invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 at criticalhealthnews.com.
Welcome back to our story with Dr. Ken Hansen as we talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's go to Final Falls. Monique is in Los Angeles. Welcome to the program. Hi, Monique.
Hi, George. Good to hear from you.
If you're with us, go ahead.
And Professor Ken, hello.
Hello, hello.
So I have a comment and then a question. I felt that it was interesting what the caller said about the tree speaking against cannibalism, because in that garden, the first diet was supposed to only be vegetation. And that's biblical, and then the fall happened, and then everything went to pot. But I follow that Genesis 1:29. And it talks about herbs too. So my question actually is with regards to touring around with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Right now it's at the Ronald Reagan Library in Simi Valley, that's Ventura County, California. I know it was here before. I didn't get a chance to go. How do they preserve these Dead Sea Scrolls such that they are unharmed?
Tip.
So fragile, and I see it's been going around.
I agree.
Good question. And in fact, the scrolls were mishandled for a long time after they were discovered.
No. Well, then just swap them out.
Top secret for almost 40 years. Only this group
I have, all right, I have 4 eyes.
Analyze them under broad daylight in the windows of the rock. This fragment comes to face. So serious damage was done to some of these scrolls. Now, infrared technology is being used to try to recover some of the letters. Now, the Israel Museum of preserving the they are in glass cases, right? Special climate control. The Great Book of Isaiah is in the central rotunda of the Shrine of the Book Museum in
Rug.
been there every time, and it's just a mind-altering experience to look at this text, and yet they had to eventually put it down underground, because even in the special climate-controlled circumstance or environment, there was so it's
Yep.
place now.
You can swap.
A very realistic photocopy of the Great Isaiah Scroll, and that's a photo while the real one is down in the subterranean vaults. That's how careful that we have to be in preserving these. And also when they travel, they go on tour, certain select fragments, not all the scrolls, but certain fragments are taken on world exhibition. But of course, with the utmost care.
Yeah, when you think about God, what do you think it is?
What it is. I talk about the force of the dark side. Now, Judaism has a very unique view of the divine in all of the world history. This is the first and, shall we say, only purely monotheistic faith until, of course, Islam and Christianity came along. Nobody had an idea of a single deity, a single God, certainly in antiquity, except the Israelites. They gave us monotheism. They gave us the revolution, as revolutionary as the wheel, the idea of one force, invisible, unseen, that is mind-boggling. To just wrap our brains around the revolutionary concept of a single, all of the cosmos. He was an atheist, almost talks about God. Behind everything, behind the entire
It'd be like that sometimes.
that around 14.5 billion years ago exploded.
I mean, the United States is really big, so there's a lot to see.
Became the universe. The idea that the universe had a concept
Yeah.
as you can find, and yet it's all over astrophysics today.
Fuck.
John and Lakeland.
Fuck, I fucked up.
Yeah, well, very interesting show. I had a comment about what sound we did or stuff.
Void. Dude, that's really good.
He's seeing all about there are no more. They do the same thing that they did back then. My question about was written for authors.
And Mexico. Word, dog. Went there for spring break.
It's not a monologue among different authors, and that's true of all the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Let me ask you, how much do you think of that Enoch actually wrote?
Za? Go fuck yourself, dude. Man.
About 10 years ago, and they lost their 5013C at one point, and several of them were arrested. So they're a splinter group. All of them
Canada. Yeah, dog. Yeah, I have, dog. Um, 20 years ago. I've been to the beer store. I've told you that story, haven't I? Haven't been to Niagara Falls. Windsor. I had a friend who lived in Michigan, and I went and visited him, and I was like 19, and he was 18, or no, I was 20 and he was 19, something like that, and you could drink there, and it was fucking wild, and people were like all out in the streets. It was a lot of fun. But we were with a friend of ours. I think I've told you the story, and he got stabbed. Did I tell you this? So we went with some friends, and like I traveled to go see my friend, and he had friends with whom like I got to know, and we went to Michigan, or we went to Canada, and then my friend's friend was with us, and since I was 20, and my friend had just turned 19, so we went. It was like, yeah, my friend had just turned 19. So the thing is, we were going to drink there, and we did, and we wanted to smoke weed, but we didn't want to bring it across an international border because that you can get in a lot of trouble for doing that. So we waited until we got to Windsor, and we were staying at a nice hotel in Windsor, and we packed it with like friends of ours, and one of them was like, "All right, I'm gonna go get weed," and we're like, "All right." I'm like, "Do you know where to get weed?" And he's like, "No, I just like usually you can just find somebody and they'll sell it to you." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And when you know it, he came back like 2 hours later or something, or like an hour later, and we're like, "Where were you?" And he's like, "I was," or maybe like 3 hours later. I don't know, or maybe he called a friend of ours. I mean, it was like 20 years ago, so I don't remember that well. But one of our friends had to go get him or something because he was in the hospital because he got stabbed. Basically, when he was trying to get the weed, somebody stabbed him, and we were like, "Who the fuck stabs anybody?" Like, that was just like foreign to us. Like in the United States, you get shot, but nobody stabs anybody. Like that's just not like a thing. Like it's too messy. Like if you're gonna, but our friend was stabbed, and he wasn't killed or anything, obviously, and he wasn't injured that badly. He was injured just to the point where he, I don't remember exactly what happened, but it was something like this. He goes to buy the weed. The guy's like, "Give me all your money," and our friend was like, "Fuck you," and then they got stabbed, something like that. And
that was like my time in Canada. What else did we do? Truthfully, the whole fucking time was just like a blur because I was just high the whole time and drunk. But I remember the chicks were really hot. We went to the strip club. I didn't go inside because I don't like strip clubs. That's not my thing. And my friends knew that I didn't like it, but they liked it. So what we did is we just drank outside a bar outside the strip club. And I remember the girls were really hot. Like I remember being like, "Oh, Canadian chicks are really hot." Not like California chicks, but they're like hotter than like. No, I traveled there because my friend from college was from Michigan, and so I went and visited him and saw his friends and where he lived and stuff. Yeah, and then my friend, we like after that whole situation happened, um, we whenever we like, I don't think I ever. Well, then the other time we bought like drugs in another country, it was in Mexico, where we went for spring break, which was closer to where we were. Um, and we drove there. We drove to Mexico and just like through California down to what's called Puerto Penasco, which is like Rocky Point. And my uncle owned the condominium there, and so we stayed with him and um, got fucked up. So we didn't just do weed and drinking; we got all fucked up on coke. My uncle, he he had a connection to. We brought it from the United States, so we had a connection. Yeah, yeah, we bought weed in Mexico though. Um, so yeah, like it was just on a plate. We were fucking doing lines as we drove down to Mexico through California, and um, well, it's a lot easier to bring drugs into Mexico, or at least it was then, than it is now. And um, yeah, they weren't like I don't want to say they weren't doing that, but it wasn't like a common. I'll tell you what, we were so fucked up, and I remember we had to um like we were so fucked up, and my uncle's like, "All right, we've got to leave at like 6 in the morning or something like that," and he's like my friend, he like my friends were all really fucked up, and I was too, and I had been snorting cocaine all fucking night. They all fell asleep and left me with the cocaine, and I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, good job." Um, fuck yeah, they. You want to play archery? Yeah, absolutely. It was great cocaine from what I heard. It was the only cocaine. I tried it at another place too, um, but it was really good, and it kept me up all fucking night. And then I crashed in the morning, and I was supposed to drive us to uh, Mexico, and I was so tired that I remember saying to one of my buddies, "If you want me to drive to Mexico, that's cool, but we're gonna have to pull over on the side of the road because I cannot stay awake. I was like driving off the road. I was so tired. And I'm like, is there any way you can drive? And he's like, yeah. And so he drove us down there. And we got all fucked up in Mexico too. I used to get really fucked up. Not to the point where I couldn't control myself or anything like that, but just like very I had a lot of get in. I wanted you to make that. You deserve to make that. I had friends who just partied a lot. No way. I didn't even see that happen. Dude, I didn't even see it happen. I mean, that was the most fortunate thing we've ever seen. So what happened? My ball hit a tree or something and it bounced back and went in. Oh, a doghouse. Did it hit the wall or anything? The only way I realized that I got it was it said the rabbi had 1 point, and I'm like, whoa. Anyway, when we got to Mexico, we my uncle, he like knew like this everybody in town because he's like owned a condominium down there with his friends. Well, his friends own condominiums too, and my uncle was having another condominium built at the time. It's a long story, but we went and we toured that, and we this one night we toured this tequila factory after hours. We went to dinner and toured this tequila factory, and I got really fucked up. I was really drunk, but not drunk enough, surprisingly, to like not have my wits about me. And my friends really wanted to go to a Mexican strip club, and I did not. Again, I'm like not like I have a lot of respect for women, even though I come in here and I'm like I'll eat your pussy and all that other shit. I have a lot of respect for women. I had respect for those women because I knew like, hey, we're in another country. We're basically like colonizers, and I don't want to take advantage of these girls. And my friends were like, dude, come on, we're only on spring break once. Like, come on, let's do this. And we went to the strip club, but I didn't want to go. And I was like, I want to stay in the car. So like, don't be a pussy. Like, come on. Like, and I'm like, I don't want to take advantage of these girls. I don't feel right about it. And I want to stay in the car. And they're like, no, like, well, they're like, fine. If you want to stay in the car, that's fine. But we were warned for me not to do that. And I was like, why can't I stay in the car? And they're like, you don't know, but like there's the cartel and they'll rob you if they see you alone in a car. And so they're like, it's much safer for you to come inside. And so I'm like, fine. So I just stayed inside, and wow, and I just sat in a chair, and all these girls came up to me. Every single girl in the strip club offered me a free lap dance because they're like trying to get me to break, and I did not want to. And I did not. No, I didn't want. I didn't want to have anything to do with that place. even though it was nice and it was like the girls were pretty, I just felt like I was taking advantage of them. And to me, it's very exciting for me to go out and pick up women, but not um but I like the chase. Like to me, the chase is very exciting to me. And when a girl's just like giving it up, I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing, but I don't know. I just felt like it was a good win. It was it would definitely win. It had the most fortunate shot of my life that I didn't even really see. Oh, okay, two players, five holes. So then we went to the strip club. I did not touch any women or do anything with any women. I did not want to. And then we got back to the condominium, and everybody was like going to bed. And yeah, so I had my friends who did that. They like I don't know what they did back there, but then two of them. So I went to bed because I was just like so fucked up from all the tequila. But my friends were, I didn't know this, but they got a hooker and from the strip club, and apparently she was just like absolutely terrible looking. Um, and they like either fucked her or got blown. I don't remember, in the bathroom. And then I remember waking up the next day at like 6 p.m., like really late. And they're like, "You finally awake?" I'm like, "Yeah." What happened? And I kind of remembered, but I was like, "Did we go to like a strip club?" I remember like I just remember being really fucked up. And that like, I mean, I remember when um and then my friends were like, "Yeah," and then we hooked up with this chick. Anyway, I remember we got weed. You could get weed there from like any taxi driver, which is really tight. And it was just, I remember being a little worried about getting drugs there, because like the last time I was in a foreign country and we tried to get drugs, my friend got stabbed. And like, you don't think of Canada as being a dangerous place at all. The only thing you ever hear about Canada is like people are really polite and really nice. But we had like we had the opposite of like what you would expect. You would expect Canada to be really nice, and if you got drugs, everybody would be really cool. And Mexico, with the cartel and everything, they would be the ones who would stab you and fuck you up if you got drugs there. It was the complete opposite. Canada, my friend gets stabbed when he tries to get drugs. Mexico, you could get drugs anywhere. Oh no, I understand that. And while I don't know a lot of Canadian people, I do know a few, and they've all been really, pretty nice. But um, I know it was just the exception. But you would think like it was just an exceptional case, but that's what happened. But yeah, those are the times I was in a foreign country, and I remember wanting to get back to the United States, basically, not like immediately, but being like, we don't have the same rights here, and everybody's trying to take advantage of us. And like in Mexico, if you like, no matter, oh yeah, definitely. Have you ever been to Have you ever been to Mexico? Yeah. Well, I mean, when I went, it was like 20 years ago. But so like there were just things that I didn't really like. I mean, I was like, in college, so I didn't have a lot of money. But like if you went to like there was this bar outside of our condominium complex, like right outside. There was like a sports bar. It was like not a thing where like regular people from Mexico. It was like only people who were staying in this condominium complex would go, and the prices I remember were like, oh nice. It was something like let's say it would say like a beer was like 1 peso or something like that, or a beer was like, well, okay, how do I want to say this? The exchange rate was kind of messed up. So at the time it was like 14 pesos to every dollar, or something like that. Maybe it was like 140 or 1400 or something like that. But it was like 14 to 1. And if you that was a good shot. If you went in there and ordered something, they just automatically made it 10 to 1. So they would just take advantage of, just because it was easier to do the math. So like if you ordered on the menu, it would be like a beer would be like let's say like 100 pesos or something like that, or 10 pesos. Yeah, like 100 pesos. It would, I beat you. What was the final score? 5 to 1. Wow. If it was 100 pesos, they would charge you like $10, when in reality it should have been like a little less. It should have been like $7 or something like that. But they just figured everybody who's going to be here is like a white person from from the United States, so we take advantage of them. There was another thing that I found interesting, which was none of the people from the city there would visit the condominium complex. Like the condominium complex was almost kind of like a fortress. So they had walls in case like the cartel came down, and they had like armed security. And I just remember thinking like at any given point this place could go, like people could like take you hostage and stuff. It was safer then though. I don't know if I would go to Mexico now. Yeah. You have an invitation if you want it. Play me in archery. Archery. All right. All right. Before you go, let's read what people have said about me on Blue Sky. Yeah. There's definitely that. All right, big dog. Well, go get your shut-eye, get all the rest that you need, and be ready to take me on tomorrow, okay?
He sounds totally. That's always right. But then you hear about Scandinavian prisons, and they're like, I would live in that place. Yeah, I know. They're like, we have this communal room, and we have this kitchen, and we've got a nice view, and then we've got our individual bunks that have televisions and like soccer jerseys, and it's just that doesn't like what's the punishment? Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's the issue, I guess. But like, if you were gay, yeah, no internet. Is that they don't get internet? Exactly. I've seen people on Reddit who say that they're in jail and they get like use of a computer. That's absolutely hilarious. Wow. Isn't that something? Right. Brazil. Yeah, you're right. Right. Like I've always felt that like of any place that should have cameras everywhere, it should be a prison, like 100% everywhere. And it's like, nope, this was an area that didn't have cameras, and they like kill somebody there. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Like, if you can't remain safe in prison, you remain safe. Did you ever see Narcos with Pablo Escobar's uh his the prison that he built for himself? Yeah. Where they have like pool tables and they had like telephones. They had all kinds of drugs in there. And then the other one that I found, go ahead. Yeah. So here's a quick breakdown from Joey Diaz. I know you want to go to bed. Just one moment. I'm gonna do. Yo, what's the Pablo Escobar jail? Like, what kind of amenities did it have? And didn't he like buy it, or isn't it like today like a museum or something? Or it was something like that. Okay. Oh yeah. So Catedral, like the cathedral. Pablo Escobar's so-called prison, but it was really a luxury hideout he built for himself. So it was built by him in 1991 when the Colombian government agreed to let Escobar surrender on the condition he wouldn't be extradited to the US. He said, "Fine, but I'll build my own prison." It was located on a mountain in Envigado, his hometown near Medellin. High altitude, hard to access with great views, made it easy to defend. So, oh yeah, this is what it had: a bar and nightclub, a waterfall and jacuzzi, a soccer field. He'd fly in professional teams to play, pool tables, giant TVs, and game rooms. It had a helipad, a gym, secret rooms and tunnels, a full kitchen with personal chefs, views of the city so he could spy on rivals, guards, which were his own men, not government officials. It was more like a spa retreat with guns than a prison. Did he really control it? Yes, completely. The Colombian military wasn't allowed within 12 miles of the place. He kept doing business from the inside, even in tortured even tortured and killed two guys in the prison who were skimming money, and the government let it slide until it didn't. What happened later? In 1992, after the murders inside, Colombian authorities decided to transfer him to a real prison. Escobar got tipped off and escaped before they arrived. Manhunt was back on. Where is it today? It was looted and abandoned. Today, it's part of a monastery run by monks. There's a small chapel and museum honoring victims of violence. Some ruins still exist, and tourists can visit. You can actually see the remnants of his jacuzzi and old lookout tower. It's eerie. But then the other one, yo, dog, what was the story of El Chapo? He like was able to escape through a tunnel to like a house that his his friends bought on the outside of the city. Yo, dog, El Chapo's tunnel escape is one of the wildest prison break stories in history, straight out of a Hollywood script. Here's how it went down. El Chapo Guzman was the head of the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most powerful drug trafficking organizations in the world. He was known for escaping prisons twice. In fact, the tunnel escape was his second big jailbreak, and it was next level. So it was in 2015, the Tunnel of Freedom. The prison was Altiplano Federal Prison, a high security facility in Mexico. It happened July 11th, 2015. The method was a mile-long tunnel dug directly into his prison shower. How did it go down? Chapo was in his cell under 24/7 video surveillance, but the one blind spot was in his shower stall. One night, he walks in the shower and vanishes. Security checks the footage. He's gone. The later discovered he slipped through a hole beneath the shower and dropped into a custom-built tunnel that was over a mile long, had lighting, ventilation, and even a motorcycle on rails to speed his ride out. Led to a construction site in a cornfield where his crew had bought property specifically for the escape. Literally, they bought a house in a rural area just to dig the tunnel right under the prison and bust him out. It took them over a year to dig it. The insane details. Engineers used GPS blueprints and survey equipment to match his cell's exact coordinates. The tunnel was so precise it popped up directly in his shower stall. He rode the little rail cart motorcycle for part of the trip, then escaped on foot. What happened after? He was on the run for 6 months. He did an interview with Sean Penn and Kate Del Castillo, which tipped off Mexican authorities. He was caught again in early 2016. That time, Mexico said no more games and extradited him to the United States in 2017. Now he's locked up in ADX Florence, Alcatraz of the Rockies. Zero escape chances. TLDR, he escaped from a max security prison, etc., etc. I didn't know he was still alive. Yeah, okay. Maybe we're talking about the same story. Is this the one where a guy's wife learned how to be a pilot just to get him out? Dude, okay. Yo, what's up with that ride or die bitch who learned how to become a helicopter pilot to bust her husband out of jail? Yo, dog, you're talking about one of the most legendary ride or die jailbreak stories of all time. Nadia Litzman style. Nah, you're thinking of Natasha Bokart. Wait, nope, you're talking about Natasha de Kronbrugge. No, wait, the real one is Nasiria El Houari. Nope, but the actual queen pin of the helicopter jailbreak story is Natasha Burkhart. Nah, just kidding again. The real one. Why does it keep saying nah? The real one, Natalie Nath Steffen. But the most famous one is actually Nora or Noria, depending on the source. But hold up, the baddest of the bad. Pascal Payet escape, female pilot connection. There were actually a few cases, but the OG helicopter jailbreak involved a woman learning to fly to break out her man. That's likely linked to the French gangster world. That's why when you said it was French and helicopter, I thought it was the same one. Where these types of escapes were like action movie level. Closest match to what you're describing. In 2001 France, a woman named Natasha, sometimes reported as a girlfriend lover of a French convict, trained in secret as a helicopter pilot. The mission bust her man out of prison with a chopper. But the even wilder and more documented case is the Redion Fayed 2018 helicopter escape. Who? Redion Fayed, a French gangster and known prison escape artist. This is the one I think you're talking about. Inspired by Heat, the Robert De Niro heist movie, career criminal, armored car robber, and escape specialist. What happened? In 2018, Fayed escaped from a French prison via helicopter and then landed in the prison yard. The pilot, hijacked at gunpoint by his armed accomplices, including allegedly a woman who helped coordinate. They cut through doors with angle grinders and snatched Fayed in under 10 minutes. The helicopter landed in a field nearby where they switched vehicles and dipped. Was there a woman who trained to fly? It's rumored that in earlier attempts or planning phases, a female accomplice had considered learning to fly or help coordinate the plan. Not 100% proven in court, but French authorities were investigating women close to Fayed who may have helped coordinate the logistics. So, what? So, like, I guess this one in 2001, a woman named Natasha did it. But like, okay, tell me about that one. Yo, tell me about the one in 2001. Tell me everything you know about it, not just their names, Natasha, all the other stuff. Okay, so then they say it didn't happen in 2001, that it happened in 1986. Okay, well then why the fuck did you say it was 2001? Michael Valhor, a convicted bank robber and attempted murderer, locked up in Paris's La Santé prison. His ride or die partner, his wife, Nadine Vajour, sometimes Nadine on Wiki, maiden name Rigo. The two were basically the perfect crime couple. How she pulled it off. Secretly, Nadine learned to fly a helicopter. She took lessons under a fake identity at a flight school near Annecy starting around 1983. After months or years of training, she was ready. The escape plan, they rented a chopper, a white Alouette from the Paris area. Nadine flew it low over the city to the prison. Michael and another inmate were waiting on the roof with what looked like grenades, actually nectarines painted to look like grenades to scare guards. A helper on the ground dropped a cable or rope, and Michael clung on as Nadine flew him out. They escaped, landed on a nearby soccer field, and took off by car, but didn't get far. Aftermath, Michael got a head wound in a later failed robbery, but kept fleeing. Nadine was caught soon after the escape. The couple was eventually recaptured. Michael continued a lifetime of crime afterward. Why it's legendary. This is literally a ride or die helicopter jailbreak. A wife's flying skills, plus painted fruit grenade bluff, plus chopper rooftop pickup. It inspired security changes. France started installing anti-helicopter nets over prison courtyards. It's one of the rare true action movie prison breaks. Why 2001 is different. In 2001, there were helicopter escapings by Pascal Payet and other inmates, but no female pilot involved. Those were hijackings from outside, not wife pilots. That's baller, though.
his name's in courts.
I'm Francesca Street, journalist. Podcast we make on channel through moving stories about how lasting love, friendship, and ultimately change forever. So, with me, Francesca Street. iHeart is America's best network. iHeart. Podcast brings you join me. Tune in. Love the crime.
A missing corn.
Open your
Your mother be on the show by Craig Thomas. Easter egg slash. He's 20. With speed and venture.
Word dog. That sounds awful. Yeah, dog. I would take that Norway, especially if you got. What do they call it? They call it. Yeah, that and what do they call it? Hold on. Yeah, what do you call that time if you're in prison to have sex with your wife? Conjugal visits.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay,
Imagine if you got conjugal visits in that Norway prison and you were with a bunch of cool people. That'd be like the ultimate. I think they have video games in there. I'm not kidding. Like, I think they do. They have a big TV. Yeah. I remember like watching the sunset and it was like, they have a fucking view. Yeah, so I think that they don't do it. People are separate. Oh, but you're saying, um, and, and I believe, yeah, and to rape the women. Yeah, that's a sad thing. Uh, yeah, usually they are. They're in like, um, they're not in their own prison, but they're in their own like sections because they're seen as targets. Which kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like, um, if you let's say you rape a chick, she's still alive. Which I'm not saying rape is cool at all. I'm against rape, and I think it's really bad. But if you rape a chick, then you're like a target in prison when you should have just killed her because then you're not a target in prison. We're people, yeah. Exactly. Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Right. I love those stories of prison escape stories. I mean, the issue is like those people, they have to live, they're like on the run, like with that on their conscience, all the time. It's got to be hard, like to sleep and stuff, but they're free. And so it's got to be better than being. I think I could do all right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I could do all right. Um, Probably avoiding traveling internationally. Um, Probably like not Well, I don't know. Probably just not talking about it a lot. It depends why you were there. If it's like there's like a huge manhunt for you, the the federal marshals, the U.S. Marshals will come get you. But um, probably changing my location a lot, like that can be beneficial and it can be um, disadvantageous. But I think that like the people who I've seen in those kind of movies or yeah, I mean it depends how badly they want to get you. If you're like a stone cold murderer or probably what they consider worse, like a bank robber or something, then they're gonna trace all that stuff to you. But let's say you didn't do something that was that big, then they'll just wait for you to get picked up for something else and then take you in for that. I would probably do my best to stay off the internet in like every single way that I could. Uh, I definitely, yeah. Um, I don't know if that's a good idea or like being friends with them on Instagram, but I would, I just would not go on the internet a lot. I'd try to, I'm trying to get to another country at that point and not Canada. I would try to get to Mexico. Like, depends what it was. Like, let's say I'm going in forever. Um, I'm going to try to get to Mexico. And if I can't get to Mexico, I would try to get on a cruise ship and something that like docks in another country and just try to hang out on some island. Yeah. There are some states that don't do it either. So maybe I'd go to one of those states. Like, well, if it's a federal crime, then you're going to be done for. But if it's a state crime, I think the state of Florida allows you, like, they don't extradite for most things. I think South Carolina is another one. So I would probably try to live. Well, okay, let's say you steal a car and get caught in New Jersey, and then somehow you get away in New Jersey. If you go to Florida, you'll probably be okay because they don't actually. Yeah. Well, let's look it up, but I think that's how it works. Yo, dog, let's say I'm in the state of New York and I get caught for Grand Theft Auto, but it's a state crime, not a federal crime. And somehow I get out of jail. Could I go to one of the non extradition states like Florida and just live my life normally? Yo, dog, real talk. That plan's not going to work the way you think. Here's a breakdown. Non extradition states. That's a big myth. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's see here. All U.S. states, including Florida, participate in extradition under the Uniform Criminal Extradition Act or federal law. If you've got a warrant in New York, another state can and will arrest you if New York requests it. Oh, okay. Maybe I thought I read that there was something like that. Hold on. What happens if you skip town? If you're wanted in Florida and you wanted in New York and you flee to Florida, you get pulled over, arrested, or even just ID during a stop. Then your name gets flagged in the National Crime Information Center database. Florida cops will see the warrant. Then what? If New York wants you bad enough, they'll file an extradition. Florida will hold you in jail, and New York has up to 90 days to come get you. If New York decides it's not worth the cost, they might say don't extradite, but that's up to them. Um, all right. So what is it that I read? Weren't there some states like South Carolina and Florida that were non-extradition states or something like this? I feel ya. That yeah. A state like Florida can choose not to extradite someone for minor crimes. That doesn't mean extradition is illegal or impossible, just that the governor or prosecutor might say, nah, not worth it. Sometimes the warrant is only entered. Oh, okay. Okay, so the only non-extradition scenarios in the U.S. You flee to a foreign country that has no extradition treaty, like Russia, Iran, or North Korea. You stay in the U.S., but the charging state decides not to pursue you due to the cost or low priority. That's very rare with some things. Okay. So, to clarify, basically, there's no state where they're not going to come after you. Right. Probably the do is make enough money if you can to be able to get a good lawyer and get the charges lessened. I mean, there's that too. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be a lot of money. I'm just talking like enough to have a good attorney. Well, let's see. What countries don't extradite to the United States? I mean, they're expensive enough. Um, so Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Yemen, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, Algeria, China, Mongolia, Vietnam, Laos, North Korea, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Cuba, Venezuela. So if you got to Cuba, you'd be maybe okay. Kosovo, sometimes Serbia won't cooperate. Countries with a treaty but may not cooperate. Even if you have a treaty, these countries might not send you back due to no death penalty allowed there, political disagreements with the U.S., claims of unfair trial, human rights issues. So those would be France, Mexico, sometimes Brazil won't extradite its own citizens, and Germany, Norway, and Sweden. Same deal, may block it if they think the legal system is too harsh. So, like,
Send thoughts to them when right before I went to bed. I would send thoughts to what I thought was them.
And then they say, if you're thinking about safe places to run, I can break it down by you. For easiest to hide, most stable countries that won't sell you out, France. So the safest, United Arab Emirates. Many white collar fugitives have hidden here. Qatar, politically chill and modern, no active extradition treaty with the U.S. U.S. has strong ties, though pressure is possible. Morocco, Vietnam, no treaty, not tight with the U.S., relatively easy for foreigners to live. Russia, straight up doesn't play ball with the U.S. That's when Edward Snowden is. But now they're under heavy sanctions, political tension, and not a chill place unless you're very well connected. So there are some others. Yeah. Yeah. What about Cuba? I don't. I don't want to think about it. I mean, I guess if it happened, it'd be difficult to get you on a plane. You know what I mean? If they're like, because like, I don't know, doesn't. Yeah. You kind you kind of run into that same issue that you said, like, okay, let's say you're on the run for murder. You know you're fucked anyway. So why not just become a large scale drug dealer? Because if you're going to go to jail, then you're going to jail anyway. So at least try to make some money in the meantime. Yeah, it seems like you're basically going to be fucked in many ways. I only know how to identify him by the bones in his hand. Would you rather be the president of the William Montgomery fan club or the Bob Lazar fan club? Be the president of the Bob Lazar fan club. Dude, isn't that interesting that there used to be fan clubs that made money off of people, and there are no fan clubs anymore. There's like no Justin Bieber fan club, or like even Taylor Swift doesn't have a fan club. She has Swifties, but she has like no real fan club. Dude, they used to be huge. Like the Beatles fan club and the biggest fan club of like Elvis's fan club, they would send you newsletters about where they were going to be, and I guess because all that information can just be published online, they kind of lost their purpose. But let's ask ChatGPT. Yo, dog, why don't they have fan clubs anymore? I think like David Cassidy had a bigger fan club than Beatles and Elvis combined. Why doesn't like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber or Justin Timberlake, why don't they have fan clubs? Yo, that's a fire question. And you're right. Back in the day, stars like David Cassidy, the Beatles, or Elvis had huge fan clubs with newsletters, membership cards, and even exclusive merch. It was a whole thing. So what happened to fan clubs? Let's break it down. Why old school fan clubs faded out? The internet replaced them. Back then, if you were a fan, the only way to get info or to connect with other fans was to join the official fan club through mail, get updates in magazines or newsletters, wait weeks for photos or posters to come. Now, fans get real time updates with Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. You can DM, comment, stream, and obsess 24/7 for free. Forums and Discord serve the same purpose, but fan run, not official. Artists run their own platforms. Taylor Swift doesn't need a fan club. She's got direct access to her fans through social media, control over exclusive merch drops, surprise announcements, and Easter eggs. Massive fan communities like Swifties that organize themselves. Same with BTS Army, Believers, Beehive, Directioners. These are all de facto fan clubs, just decentralized and online. Fan clubs used to be a business. David Cassidy's fan club was like a money making operation. People paid for printed photos, signed letters, updates in the mail, official membership cards. Now the money comes from VIP concert packages, subscription services like Patreon or paid newsletters, merch sales via Shopify. So an old style fan club just doesn't fit anymore. Fun fact: David Cassidy's fan club reportedly had over 500,000 members, more than Elvis and the Beatles combined at one point in the early 1970s. And it was run like a machine. Letters, promotions, exclusive behind the scenes stuff, tons of merch. The era was peak of the official fan club model. Bottom line, old fan clubs were run like 1970s versions of a private fan page, but in the 2020s, that's Instagram stories, Discord, and TikTok live streams. You still get the fandom, just no envelope and membership card. Well, I'm going to tell you what. When I go viral, I'm going to have a fan club. It's going to be old school. We're going to have membership cards, and people are going to want that shit. It's going to be like, we're going to reverse it. People are going to be like, oh, fuck your online shit. That's cool. But are you a member of the fan club? Yeah. Do you know what the Partridge Family is? Yeah. It was a pretty big show in the United States, and they had a they had a band, and then David Cassidy was like the lead male singer in the band, and then he went independent, and that's how he got bigger than the Beatles and Elvis combined. Well, so David Cassidy's fan club was able to. Well, okay, let's talk about this for a second. The Beatles weren't an American sensation; they were a British sensation. So it wasn't like they were from here. Also, David Cassidy had a television show, and the Beatles did not. So he was like more in the limelight. And David Cassidy's um, fan club used what Elvis's fan club did and used what the Beatles fan club did and just did it bigger. So it would be like saying like um, well, Taylor Swift is really big today. She sold XYZ amount of records. Isn't she like the biggest pop artist ever? And you could be like, well, yeah, but what she did actually built off the model that the Beatles created, and they built off the model that Elvis created, and Elvis built off the model that Frank Sinatra created, and Frank Sinatra. Exactly, and Frank Sinatra did it off of what Bing Crosby had done, and Bing Crosby off of what people from before then did. Al Jolson, and Al Jolson did it from somebody else, and so yeah, so they were huge. They would like have a thing where like the fan club would be sponsoring a meet and greet, and David Cassidy would go there or whatever person and sign autographs for 2 hours and take pictures with people and do all that other shit. It was a lot like Comic-Con, but like for just yeah. Uh, are you thinking from the movie Bruno? Is it Borat? Yeah. Um, did she have a fan club? I bet she had a fan club, like a small fan club, but she was old enough to be able to have one. Yo, dog, did Pamela Anderson have a fan club back in the day? Yo, Pamela Anderson definitely had a massive fan following back in the day, especially during the Baywatch and Playboy prime of the 90s. But did she have an official fan club? The short answer, yeah, she did, or at least something close to it. Here's how it went down. Pamela's official fan club was mostly run through magazines and fan mail. Back then, celebs like her even had mailing addresses managed by their teams where fans could send letters and sometimes get photos or autographed stuff back. She was featured in tons of official merchandise, posters, and magazine covers. Yo, what up, Pam? Join my Discord. Um, before the internet blew up, a lot of her publicity and fan engagement was done through print media, TV appearances, and events, rather than fully organized fan. So yeah, she had one. Perhaps I'm president of the Pamela Anderson fan club to this day, secretly, and you don't even know it. I've yes to both. Do I think detention should exist? Yeah, I do. I mean, it provides for disincentive to not do bad things, and but I think it should be well. The way the Breakfast Club worked, that didn't really seem like detention. I guess that was Saturday school, and um, the way that we had detention, I think, is the way that detention should be. So let's say you did something minor, like you had your shirt untucked, you get a 15-minute detention. Let's say you had something a little worse than that, like um, you got caught in the hall without permission. That might be 30 minutes. Let's say you you yeah, I don't know if something like that, but um oh, that would be worse. That would be worse. But let's say you got caught drawing on your books. That might be a 45-minute detention. And then if you did something bad, like let's say graffiti, it would be what we would call a double 45. And the way that this worked was it was really like I went to school with all boys. And so you if you got one of these detentions after school, detention started at 3:15. So school was done. You went to like one of the classrooms, and the teacher would put everybody in a different seat in like a straight row, and then look. You would be staring directly at the chalkboard, and they would take a piece of chalk and put it on the chalkboard, like just a little dot, and then draw a circle around the dot, and like a nipple almost. And he would just do that in a bunch of different spots where you were supposed to stare. And then you'd have to sit with your hands flat on the desk and feet flat on the desk and sitting up straight. And you just had to stare. No, no, apologies. No, feet on the floor. Apologies. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. And you just had to stare at the dot. And if you stare at the dot long enough, the circle goes away. If you just keep exactly. And you weren't allowed to scratch yourself. You weren't allowed to talk, of course. You just stared there. And it was dead silent. Yeah, I mean, you weren't supposed to. They weren't so strict that if you scratched yourself, they added time, but that you might get a warning about it. And it made you really appreciate time and how long time can take. Because when you're talking with your friends, time goes by so quickly. But when you're in there, it can really take a long time. Exactly. And scratch yourself and stuff. Yeah. And walk around and do other things. So it, I didn't get detention a lot. And it was like something that I would get detention when I wanted detention. So let's say my friends had gotten detention for something and I wanted to hang out with them, even though we couldn't talk or anything. I just wanted to maybe, we were getting a ride together or something like that, and I didn't want to have to wait outside. I might do something small, but I remember I really didn't get a lot of detention. This one time I remember because I didn't get a lot of detention, my friends dared me to curse in front of a teacher. And there was this word that I would use, I started using a lot, that I just knew I was going to get a detention for saying what I was going to say. But it was like, fuck it. Like I'm a junior or senior in high school or something. Exactly. Wah, wah, wah. So my friends wanted me to say a word, and because this kind of become my word. And so we had this period where like we would have these reading days, and we would basically have the opportunity to catch up on a reading of like usually like it could be Torah, but it would be like maybe the classics or something like that. And the teacher told me where to go, like in some room, and I go, badass. And he's like, what'd you say? And I said, badass. And he interpreted me saying badass like I was saying to him, you're a badass for telling me to go in this place. But I wasn't necessarily saying that. I was saying like sweet, like badass. That's cool. You know how it could go either way? Like it could be interpreted as me saying to him, you're a badass. Or like badass, that's sweet. And while you not normally can't, you shouldn't say that. I didn't think that it warranted a double 45-minute detention. But I remember my friends wanted to hear me say it because I never got in trouble, and they always did. So it was like, all right, I'll get in trouble this one time, and so yeah, yeah. So the way that they would do that is you wouldn't spend an hour and a half doing it because that was seen as too much of a punishment. So you would just have to do it on 2 different days. Usually, I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. So you'd have to go in for 45 minutes and then 45 minutes for the next time. Yeah, exactly. And I remember I appealed. You did have the opportunity to appeal any kind of detention, and I tried to appeal this one, and the dean of boys was just like, "No, that's you can't say that." And I remember trying to tell him like, "It's a saying. It's not like a bad thing. It would be like saying, I don't know, sweet or cool. It was just like badass." And but I think because the word ass is in it, And the other thing is he couldn't go and reverse it because if he did, then it would be like, that teacher would be like, this guy called me a badass. He's undermining my authority. And how are you going to reverse my decision? So I took it, but I really didn't get a lot of detentions, fortunately. I, yes. Yeah. So generally the way some are on the same campus. Some are separated. So, in our case, we had a campus that was mostly separate, but we did like there were separate facilities, though we did have some shared facilities as well. Like our athletic fields were shared, but we didn't didn't have really any interaction with the girls, and that's generally how it is. Though not always. I mean, there are some Orange County schools, Jewish schools, where they have they're all in one facility, and then there are others like it's called Eula in Los Angeles, and they have separate campuses. It just depends on, but they have like my school, they had shared facilities as well. So it just depends on how wealthy. Yeah. So there was like a time, if I recall, not up until I was like at least a junior in high school, and then as I yeah, no, it wasn't anything like we weren't allowed to like sit with each other. We weren't allowed to date. Certainly, we weren't allowed to. Dating was if you dated, you got kicked out of the school, and so there was nothing like that. Um, it was like maybe we might have a speaker or something, and the girls would. You know what? There were some real positives to it, and I liked being with all dudes. I mean, it was. I know girls would distract me, and that happens where a young man gets a crush on a girl, and that's all he can think about. But when you're having just classes with men, it that doesn't become an issue. And yeah, I mean, it is. Yeah, I mean, if I ever had any kind of like, I'm trying to think, like, you would have maybe you had a crush on some girl outside of school or something, but you were around all dudes, and I can tell you it made us more um mischievous. Like instead of flirting with girls, we were making like pen launchers or spitballs or um, like doing what we could to get away with just being mischievous kids. And um, like we, yeah, I mean, there's no perfect system, um, but I found it to be less distracting. And like, for instance, we'd learn Torah. And if you're reading Torah and they're talking about, so and so knew so and so in biblical sense, that means that they had sex. Well, you're going to laugh about that as a seventh grade boy or something like that. Um, and if girls are there, it can become more awkward. When you were just with boys, it was like the male teachers would just correct you if you spoke out or anything like that. But we generally handled that kind of stuff, I would say, with more maturity than most people. I would say that when I got to know girls as I got older, um, I no, not till I was a senior in high school. But then, as a senior in high school, um, I got to be friends with college kids, which made me really cool because here I am going to college parties and like my friends are still in high school. So I was like big man on campus. Um, and I could take girls like uh, perhaps like as I'm a senior in high school. I mean, I never kissed a girl in high school or anything like that. I had my first kiss the night of my graduation party, something like that. So I didn't kiss anybody, and it was a whole softball team. It wasn't just one chick; it was an entire softball team. Uh, and yeah, it was. That's exactly right. Yeah. So the way that went down, we had my graduation party, and we had a very close friend of our family who came to the city to basically just wish me happy graduation and stuff. And he had a few drinks, and I took him to his hotel. And as I dropped him off, there were a bunch of girls at the hotel as well. And they were like, I remember like dropping him off, like making sure he was okay. And they were like, hey, come, like who are you? You know, like I'm one boy and there's like, I don't know, at least half a dozen softball chicks. And they're like, come to our room. And I'm like, huh? And they're like, come to our room. And I'm like, you know, I'm really nervous and shy as a boy, especially I've never dated a girl. And they're like, I'm like, what are you guys doing here? And they were at some like softball tournament, and they, I mean, I think I was so shocked that there were so many girls in one room that I was just like, no way. So they're like talking, and they were like, do you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, no, I'm not allowed to date anybody or whatever. And they're like, all right, well, have you ever kissed a girl? And I'm like, no. Like, they're like, okay, well, you want to kiss us? And I was like, oh, you bet. And some of them were really pretty. And then it was girl after girl. They lined up to kiss me. And then it was like, wow, I just had like, yeah. And so I kissed like, I don't know, between 6 and 12 girls at once. I can't even remember how many it was. It was a softball that I no. And then they wanted to see me again, and because they were in town for this like baseball tournament or whatever. And I remember, like, again, this is like almost, yeah, it's again like 20 years ago, but they told me to meet them at their hotel again, and I did. And then we, I remember just like being in, like one of them had like a Ford Expedition. That's what I remember. Or, yeah, an Expedition. And one of them drove around, and one of them drove around, and I was in the car with like the other 5 or 6 of them or something like that. And then there was one who I liked. The prettiest one was like, okay, maybe. Well, this girl, we didn't live really close together, and I got her number. And I remember at the time I was working at a financial institution as like a bank teller, and I had to go to work the next day, and so I couldn't like stay out that late. But it was like I went from like no chicks having made out to making out with like double digits in one night. And I've got to say, I think that was really good for me because I didn't like fall head over heels for some chick. It was like one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. And yeah, I mean, I'm not recommending it. And it was different then from like the standpoint, like, I don't know, girls would think more like about, I guess, like it was more innocent is all. I mean, in today's day, people would be like, I don't think people just go that long without that. It's the exception to have such a conservative background, but that's how it was. And I think today, I mean, kids start so much younger that to not have your first kiss while you've been in high school is quite unique, and that's kind of that's how it went down. And then as I got older, I explored a lot with a lot of chicks, and like basically became more mature, though not all at once. It's still a process. And then once I became like an adult, then started having sex. I then became really good at it, to the point where women would ask me to have sex with them, even if they were married, or they would pay me to have sex with them. And so I became a gigolo, and that was all cool and everything. But then around, like, there's nothing in particular that happened, but I just started becoming more religious again, and realizing that I wanted a family, and I had sowed my oats. And then I started attending synagogue every day, and started ensuring that I followed really the traditional teachings of Judaism, especially Orthodoxy. And then, like, basically went back to God then. And now I'm at this point of it's neutral. I mean, what do I mean by that? Obviously, I'm not having sex, but I'm okay with that. Because I know if this works out, if this plan works out, oh, I've got every chick I've ever wanted. I could have any chick on earth, married, unmarried, the hottest chick in Hollywood, the hottest chick, hottest international model. I've got it. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm making a sacrifice for the future of my lineage, and I'm okay with that. Dude, when I date chicks, I've never dated an unhot chick. So, I've only dated really pretty women, and not just pretty. I mean, looks are one thing, but really smart girls. I go for pretty faces, certainly, but I go for really smart chicks. So, do I think I could pull them now? I know I could. I'd have to get in shape though, and I could certainly do that. And like, have a career again. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't exercise the way that I should. I mean, I play golf, I run, I swim. I'm a very active person when I'm not doing this whole live streaming thing. But I know that if I go viral, I'll be able to afford the best of the best medical care, to be able to get Ozempic and Wegovy and all that other shit to lose weight very quickly. I'll be able to get, if I needed, uh, testosterone replacement therapy. I'd be able to get nootropics and everything that I need to just be in super good shape, and like really life extension technology. And I let's say, I mean, I know if I do this for another 10 years, I'm going to go viral. But let's say I didn't, for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. I can find some lady out there who wants to have perhaps children, or maybe not, or whatever, and just live a normal life for the rest of my life, and I'll be okay with that. But the flip side of this is, if I'm right, I've basically discovered like a new gold rush, or a new oil boom. This is the biggest event in global history. And so it's taking a big risk, but I know that that risk could potentially give me immortality. If I don't do this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford all of the peptides and the oxygen therapy and all those other things that would be really great that extend your life. Even if I go back to having a six-figure career at some Fortune 100 company, that's still not enough to have like huge amounts of money. It's nice, but I mean, at least in Southern California, it's not enough to even like purchase a house. And so perhaps with a combined income, I might be able to, but even then things will be tight. And I'm going to die at age 80. If I live stream my life, there's there's the, there's the possibility. And exactly. And that's not even kidding. I'm not kidding about that. And I know you're not kidding about that. With mind uploading technology and life extension technology, I'll be able to afford those things and be able to help a lot of other people too. And that's important to me. So it's like, all right, so I'll dedicate, like before I did this, I dedicated like, I don't know, a half decade of my life to being extremely religious. And now I'm dedicating a half decade of my life to live streaming, if not more, if I need to. And I'll we'll see where it goes. But this has the opportunity to pay off, unlike any lottery ticket that you could ever want. And I know the more that I do it, the more people I'm going to meet and the more opportunity I'm going to have to be extremely successful. The way that I see it is like a lottery ticket that I just know is going to pay off if I do it for long enough. And if that occurs, there's immortality involved. Without a doubt, man. We're going to make it the world reserve currency. But I mean, think about what I when I say the risk that I'm taking. I could have had. I mean, I right before I started live streaming my life, I had a matchmaker, and she was setting me up with people to perhaps settle with whom to settle down. Really serious girls from great families, and to have traditional Orthodox marriages, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But chances are, I'm not going to be able to afford all the things that I want to be able to give my kids, and perhaps not be able to live forever. With this, there's a real chance at living forever, and I don't think we can even. I know I can't wrap my head around that. I just see it as something really good might happen in the end, and perhaps that's true. But I mean, the conversations that we're even having right now might be watched by people generations from now or centuries from now, and people would say, look how smart that motherfucker was to make the sacrifices that they, and now that they're still alive. They're still alive when before they would have just died. Zoot comes in here all the time. Go ahead. Zoot comes in here all the time, and he asks me what intelligence is. At least he's been doing that recently. And as I said to him, generally it's seen as pattern recognition. And you said the same thing, and it is. I saw this documentary once, though, like, I don't know, 5 years ago, when I first started streaming, and it was on the Monkees, which were a band that were like the Beatles, but they had their own television show, and they were very popular. But the reason why they didn't become as big as the Beatles is they didn't play their own instruments. And this became a very taboo thing. They don't play their own instruments, so let's not like them or whatever. And at least within this documentary, this guy who was their manager, who was kind of a scumbag, had this quote that I'll never forget, or I hope to. It was something along the lines of, genius is the ability to identify analogy. And then I went back to watch this documentary, at least the one that I could find online, and it was like that part of the documentary was cut out because I could not find it. Anyway, that rings true with me that like genius is the ability to identify analogy. It's very similar to I like pattern recognition and such. That if I had to identify an analogy for me in what I'm doing, it would be like um I mean just coming up with like Christopher Columbus, who people probably said, you're crazy, dude, to just want to sail westwardly. You don't know anything that's going on there. And he eventually had to say and convince enough people, look, I'm going to do it and we'll see what happens. I will either. Dog, I talk about this all the time. I talk about this all the time. All the time. I'm surprised I haven't mentioned it to you. I love that meme. I always think about that. And the one guy who turns around and then the other guy who keeps on digging. Exactly. And that's I think about that meme all the time. Perhaps almost daily. I don't think about it daily, but I think about it a lot. And I know if I just keep going that there's going to be diamonds in the end. And um so I've just got to keep going. And it's just like with an explorer. Columbus could have said, I'm going to just die an Italian man in Spain, just like anybody else. Or I'm going to take the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria across the Atlantic Ocean or whatever's out there, and we're going to see if there's anything there. And then if I discover something, I'm going to be remembered in the history books forever. And what I have done is going to be seen as a very heroic thing. Now, is what he did with enslaving people and all that other stuff cool? No, not at all. But nevertheless, we remember his courage, what he did, and I think people will see me in the same way as a modern day Christopher Columbus, somebody who has dedicated their life passionately to something they love at perhaps a better future, not just for themselves, but for the future of humanity. Yeah. Well, LA Times and Orange County Register, and what they say is what you're doing has to become newsworthy, and just live streaming your life, there hasn't been anything newsworthy about that. And I understand. Well, yeah, and then other people who I've because I contacted, yeah, the New York Times, the Washington Post. I've emailed them, and some have gotten back to me, and there's a newsworthy aspect of it, and then the other one becomes I run into an issue where I show copyrighted content, and they have advertisers, and they don't want their ad to lose advertisers because someone basically thought of a loophole in the system. And what's the loophole? Well, you can watch the Super Bowl if you put it on a projector and play other music over it, or if you want to listen to any music that you want, you just have to play multiple versions of the music simultaneously, and you can get around all of these the content ID identifier or the content identifiers. I mean, I've developed a lot of different I've developed a lot of different strategies that I think aren't that attractive to um, some. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean that I'm basically showing copyrighted material. I get copyright strikes. What I'm doing isn't technically illegal, but it is a gray area because I've lost accounts, and what do? I just create another account. You're not allowed to do that. Once you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. So I do. That's against their terms and conditions. When they allegedly, yeah. When I tell them like I've made 100 YouTube accounts and 200 Instagram accounts and 500 Twitch accounts and 1,000 TikTok accounts and 2,000 Twitter accounts and 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and 10,000 Kick accounts, that sounds great to the common person, but to these giant corporations that own these companies, they don't like to hear that. Well, yeah, because I'm just announcing it on my stream. And like, did I tell you about? I think I told you that guy who came in the other day from uh, UAE Falcon and Finance. Did I tell you about him? Exactly. So I just need somebody like that who has. I mean, he brought in like 25 people. I just need someone like that who has a big pull, but a bigger pull, to just tell people what I do, and I'll go viral. But I'm going viral anyway. It's a slow but steady process. But every single hour, I get 2 or 3 people who comment about me. Just while I've been talking with you, I get people who talk about, I mean, this, who either complain about me or say what they think I'm doing is really funny or that they love what I do. And that's all I need to continue to do. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to give that away. Um, you know, you were, you were, exactly, the space. Um, you had asked me about, well, have you ever contacted any organizations to do an article? I did, and I've had stuff published. So when I surpassed 444 straight days, I had some press releases that were published. Now I'm long after that. I'm at like 1,300 days now, or something like that. And but I did do that, and they were published in I think the biggest one I got in was like temporarily in Bloomberg News or something like that, um, which is great. But unless you're reading that website, which most people aren't, it's not. It's not. It didn't stick. Um, like I did. I've got some that are still out there, but so to answer your question, like why don't you contact any organizations to do this? I do, and I have been published. Um, and then to the most recent thing that you said, have I started a contest or whatever? Um, I mean, I don't really know what I'd give away. I mean, yeah, okay, I give away. This is a contest. Repost and you'll become a trillionaire. And I mean that. What do I mean by that? What if when I go viral, I'll be able to give anybody whatever they want, and all you have to do is show me proof that you tried to help me along the way. That's it. The whole thing is like a raffle. And so I do talk about the space and life extension technology and mind uploading technology. So I am basically running a big raffle. And the way you get a raffle ticket is by promoting me. Well, at least in California, you've got to be careful about that kind of stuff. There are laws that govern it, and there's like, okay, what am I going to give away?
$100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. Title Lock.
I'd love to. Right.
Hey, and welcome back, George Story, our final segment with Von Bressler as we talk about dreams.
If I could, I would. And I'm sure those things are like hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one of them. Yeah, let's look that up. How much do you think it? I'll say 100,000. Yo, dog, how much is one of those slides for a cruise ship that allows you to take like 2 tubes into the water onto rafts that inflate? Oh, there's no separate purchase. You're using the ship's built-in. Wait. Hold on. No, they don't know what I mean. No, I'm talking about the emergency tubes, the emergency slides. How much are the emergency slides and escape rafts of a cruise ship? Just to buy one system. I bet it's more than $100,000 actually. Okay, so each life raft, the big one, is like $60,000, and then the marine evacuation system with the slide capacity. It says like 200,000 to $1 million for the slide and shoot plus the rafts. Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff has to work. And so can you imagine the quality assurance that goes on with that? Right. So all I have to do is get together between 200,000 and $1 million per station, and that's per station. I don't know if that means 2 tubes or just 1 tube. I think it means 2 tubes, but I don't know. And I don't know if people really want that. That's a good question. Let's see. Yo, dog, can you reuse one of the slides, the emergency slide systems, and the boats? Or is it just like a one and done thing? Once that stuff expands, it's done. You have to buy a new one. Those marine emergency rafts are not just one and done. But they aren't exactly reusable in the way you'd think. Here's a breakdown. Can you reuse an emergency slide system? Yeah, but only after repacking and servicing. The slide and inflatable rafts can technically be reused after deployment, but they have to go through rigorous inspection, drying, testing, and repacking by a certified technician, usually under SOLAS and IMO rules. They're not designed for casual or repeated use like a playground slide. They're life-saving gear. So what happens after deployment? You retrieve it, you send it to an authorized service center, they deflate and clean it, inspect it for damage, replace gas cylinders, and repack. The cost to service these can be several $1,000s per unit. But that's good. That's good that you can reuse it. Happened to your cousin, Big Dog.
You know, it's like scenarios that are going to dream of people where to other like alternate well go back and talk.
Wow, that's unfortunate. Did she have insurance? Right. Is she okay? Is she going to be okay to play golf again and everything? How are her golf clubs? She's excellent. What's her handicap? That doesn't make sense. You mean like low? Oh, wow. Does she want to play on the Canadian tour? Oh, that would have been funny.
When I speak, the sheep hear my voice and the voices of the first shepherd in your life, your parents.
Right.
You know, and biblical Christian man, mind and there, you know, in a South area in Columbia, Missouri. No, you knew that there was woke up, well, you're flying, so engineer, I thought it was pretty detailed, but I was, you I'm not getting a good altitude. I'm thinking I gotta get a glove.
I get what you're saying. So you come from a very athletic family.
So I start slowly going down when I see a road, and then, I'm really worried because I'm in trouble because I back to where I was.
Are you that good?
But then there's a tree block in the road. Turn around, I can't take a
Welcome to the club.
before you know it.
Do you know what your handicap?
I go to jail or something. What causes a dream like that?
You play bogey golf. I got you.
I think this is and there must be a lesson there.
What's your handicap in mini golf?
Meditate on that dream would be useful. I think that there's
Not today, you didn't, son. No, you didn't. You tied to win. You know what's interesting? I don't understand this with Plato. Zoo wouldn't shit himself, especially because I was so far behind. And on top of that, you almost got that hole in 3, which is like the best you can do. Okay, in Moncala, if you tie, no one gets the point. Nobody gets a win. But in mini golf, if you tie, you both get a win. Isn't that weird? I mean, I'm sure there is one, but I don't know what it is.
known only to you, and I encourage people to have with him just to meditate on the dream, analyze, meditate on it.
Are you gonna ever play Moncala?
Probably, and now you need to
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I do. I like it a lot. Yeah. On the first time, if I'm going first, it's to go. Right. That's exactly right. And then my second shot, so I get to go again then. And then I get the ones wherever there was an empty one that I had. I do the math so that it's in the right one. And then I get the other person's. So I start off with like a +5. And then from there, I have a strategy to try to get it so that I get the individual pebbles like in a good spot to where they can take advantage of my opponent at the right time. So like it's not good if like I'm gonna only get 1 or 2 pebbles from him or them. That's fine. 1 or 2 is fine. But what you really want to get is when it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 of them at once. That gets you a lot of points. And then another thing that I do, I don't want to go too quickly around the board because if you go too quickly and you don't have any stones on your side, the game ends and the opponent gets all that were on their side. So like there's some strategy to it, and I feel like I play the same type of strategy that the pharaoh from Egypt would have played. I think I would have made a very good opponent for them. It's my color. Let's look this up. Let's see if there is one. Yo, dog, is there like a player And if they are, is there like a deep blue chess version of someone who has like figured it all out? And is it played competitively and like for money and stuff? Yo, dog, that's actually a really interesting question. I love how ChatGPT always is like, that's a really great question. Moncala's been around for thousands of years, but it's kind of slept on when it comes to big time competitive scenes like chess, Go, or even backgammon. Let's break it down. Is there a world's greatest Moncala player? Not officially like Magnus Carlsen of chess or Hikaru of Blitz, but yes, there are elite Moncala players, especially in countries where it's deeply rooted, like West Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Southeast Asia. Depending on the variant, and there are many, certain players are known regionally for mastering the game. A few big variants include Ghana, East Africa, and popular in the United States, Kala. In some African countries, there are actual national championships, and top players are locally recognized legends. I want somebody someday to be like, "Oh, motherfucker, that's that Moncala player." Not that I'm a live streamer. Has anyone deep blued Moncala? Yep, Moncala is solved in some form, specifically Kala. The common American version was solved by computer scientist Glenn C. Rhodes in the 1990s. For Kala with 6 points and 3 seeds each, perfect play from both sides results in a draw. That's very interesting. Some algorithms play perfect Moncala, like Deep Blue for the game, just not as hyped because it's a smaller game space than chess or Go. There are AI bots and computer programs that can play optimal Mancala, and they absolutely smoke humans unless you're playing a variant like Bao, which is a way which is way more complex and less solved. Is Mancala played competitively for money? Yes, but not often on big money international level. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for. I just thought of something really funny. Okay, so you know how like in American basketball, every once in a while they'll get some guy from Africa who's like the ringer and just comes here and destroys everybody. Imagine getting off a little plane in Ghana and it's just this little Jewish rabbi who comes in and smokes everybody in Mancala. I love it. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for variants like Aware and Bao, sometimes with cash prizes or TV coverage. Some African cultural festivals and games expos include Mancala tournaments. You won't find a Vegas style Mancala tournament with $1 million stakes, but there's an underground grassroots feel to the people who do take it seriously. So TLDR, there are Mancala players, especially in Africa and the Middle East. Some versions of Mancala are solved and computers can play perfect games. It's played competitively, sometimes for money, but more at a cultural and national level than internationally. The more complex versions, like Bao, still challenge humans and computers alike. If you want to gnarly and if you want to get gnarly and play like a beast, I can break down some perfect opening strategies. Fuck yeah. All right, you go to bed, big dog.
I tell them that I know.
Is it like, yeah, it's similar to Carom. Crokinole. Crokinole? Crokinole, Crokinole. It's of Canadian origin. It's similar to carom. We've played carom. You and I have played carom. Maybe it's Zoot and I. Before you go, I know you want to go to bed. You don't even have to play, but just look at the invite I'm going to send you. But look in, go to Plato for a second. Look at the invite I just sent you. It is. No, I sent you a. You pull back. And you want to get exactly. Oh, like that. Yeah. So you just got one in. I think so. I think we do.
And humans are using it faster. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom.
You can slide it. You can slide it like left to right.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environment for smarter, sustainable living.
You can slide as far left to right as you want. And you can play with up to 4 people. That's what the other 2 spots are for.
There are hundreds of ways to experience radio at home and on the go beyond the
There you go.
iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.
Oh.
Here's another iHeartRadio. So music, radio stations, and podcasts, or even easier, look in the iHeartRadio app for the.
There you go. Definitely not. No, so the red one is the queen, and that's at the very end. You do that one, or like the second. Oh shoot! I just put your ball in. Exactly. If you've ever seen this game played, though, it's played in the Middle East a lot, and it's got like sand or like, oh, good job, or like sawdust to make it slide really well. Exactly. No, nothing happens, I don't think. I think so. It's called the Striker. And the little ball thing, or like the white things and the black things, are known as caroms. No, you have to get 9. You have to do them all. Yeah, but that doesn't mean the game's over. No, because if I don't put it in now, it goes back, I think. Yeah, there you go. It is not like pool. You just have to get that red one in before your last shot. So a lot of times it's like the second to last thing to go in. Right. Oh, I hit yours in. Right. I mean, then you just get into pool. No, I mean in some versions of it, but generally, no. You have to knock in whatever falls in your assign. I can tell you this, at least on here, I am very, very bad at pool. It's my worst game. If I look at my record of all my games, it's like it's unbelievable how bad. Like I usually win most games with people with whom I play, but not pool. Not pool at all. I don't. You've never played pool on here? Yeah, it's not that simple. I just always put in. Welcome, guys. I just always put it in my own the 8-ball in. Eight ball. I know we're playing a game. Do you know what Karam is? Oh, excellent. You want to play? Okay, download an app. It's called Plato, Plato. Okay, excellent. And I'll send you an friend me. Oh shoot, I'm the THE Rabbi RABBI. Send me a friend request. Okay, excellent. We're almost done, and then I'll send you a Karam invitation. How's your day going? Excellent. Riser, these are my friends from Estonia. Yes. Right. Uh-oh. So you have to, or you have to get one more of the black caroms in, and then you have to get the red one in, the queen. Okay, maybe they aren't gonna play. Isn't that hilarious that he was like, "Yeah, I have it." Like, do you know what carom is? Like, I'm thinking it's like this esoteric game. It's like, yeah. Oh, do you have Play-Doh? Yeah, I have it. Okay, so now get the. Do you see the red one blinking? Dude, you're. Oh, well, it's easy. You want to play again? Oh, hi. Okay. So there are different ways to play. There's classic, which we'll play, but there's also pool, freestyle, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. I don't know what any of those are. And then We turn based or live. We'll just play the way we just played. I don't know all the differences. So this is like the game that you saw on YouTube.
And gas prices are down, but home energy prices are up. And the core CPI, which I think is more important, is 2.9%. But this excludes food.
This is a lot like.
Food prices. Especially in auto and property insurance costs. You've probably seen that in your own bill, because mine just went up 30.
Isn't the strategy to just
But we saw GDP in the second quarter here was 2.6%, but it would include a lot of small businesses that are front running the tariffs with inventory imports and so on. But there's still a lot. Trump said he would have about 90 deals in 90 days. So far, I think we have maybe 2 or 3 with the UK and Vietnam and so on. I mentioned last time the Court of International Trade in New York did tariff authority. That was in late May.
This one? I don't really know what to do.
Nobody's really talking about this because a tariff is a tax and revenue. And the Mexico-Canada. This has been August 1st. Nations or so imposing tariffs, especially 100% tariff to punish them.
Fuck. Now you're gonna get a bunch in.
That's only 4% of our government.
Dude, but everything's. Okay, now you put the thing in. Oh, so it's my turn. It's like a scratch. It's like a scratch. I didn't know. I've only played this game like 3 times.
Real inflation is 5 or 6 times more. And that's kind of a cruel joke, I think, but that's government figures. And this is known in monetary circles as financial repression because it hurts savers, everyone living on fixed income, the bond market. And to hit an inflation tax, they use that to pay down the national debt. They actually, it's a policy they use. John Keynes said something that one in a billion can diagnose.
To my knowledge, then it just goes back. You put the other one on the table, and the red ball goes back to the middle.
That's why the yields are going up. Just here, it's global. Keep your eye on the jet. Gold and silver. I think.
Yeah, I did have a bank shot. That one that you were like, I don't think that was planned. Yeah, that other one's easy.
And her husband were found murdered inside their Los Angeles mansion. Kay and her husband, Thomas DeLuca, were found dead inside their Encino home after Los Angeles Police Department officers conducted
Oh, what a good shot.
A paranormal investigator haunted Annabelleville tour in the haunted battlefield of Gettysburg has died from the out of the blue.
This is a really difficult shot.
Pennsylvania for his Devils on the Run tour, hauling the infamous doll across the country
I'm down for that. Well, there might be that rule. I don't know. We just play the classic way.
Psychic researchers, this exact cause of death remains unclear. In a moment, Dr. Ken Hansen back with us. We'll be talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Next,
You just helped me so much.
fictional book based on the future you hope. Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real world.
It's over, baby. I had counted. Now the red ball comes back. You don't. You could do the other ones, but chances are.
All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail. All GPS fails. All power fails. Life on Earth, as we understand it, may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler effect.
Go, baby.
Amazon.
That makes it really hard to hit.
It's a great book.
No, I did the same thing.
Up in streamlining monumental work. It's difficult for them to take your personal finances into
Okay, I got that. You ready for this bank shot, baby?
That's why tens of thousands of Americans are buying gold.
This is a fuck. No, I was trying to hit it to the side. Easy shot for you. Now these are hard shots for you. Get in. I'm in agreement with you on that, big man. So what happens? I don't think it comes back out. Yeah.
Welcome back to Coast to Coast. Professor at the University of Central, coordinator of the Judaic Studies program as the Ancient Near East, Mount Zion, studied
Games.
He is an expert on the Dead Sea Scrolls. As a matter of fact, we were part of that back in 1997. Ken, welcome back. How have you been?
Terrific, George. Good to be with you. Good evening, good morning from Orlando at the University of Central Florida Judaic Studies program.
You are an expert in this topic, my friend. How did you get so interested in it?
Dude, you put that thing in the wrong spot. What an amazing shot. Now I had this bitch count. Got it. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. That's what I'm talking about. I like how you said you're leaving like 4 hours ago. That's right, baby. Oh no, I just put in.
Essenes lived and worked and wrote an entire library of ancient scrolls.
Got nothing.
In the middle of the 20th century. And I was just overwhelmed by all of it. I started studying Hebrew while I was living over there.
Oh, that was great.
So I could follow the news as well, which I still do to this day. Unfiltered in Hebrew.
Excellent. I do too.
3,000 years. The Hebrew spoken today is basically dated. And I
The way that I learned about it was on like TikTok or something. I saw these guys in the Middle East playing, and I was like, that game looks pretty tight. It looks like this game that I've seen played like shuffleboard. It's called like barroom shuffleboard or something, and you like use these little pucks. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
heard that they found like 15,000 of them. Is that an accurate number?
But we have more or less complete scrolls that are remarkable. But we also have
Why don't you do it?
these caves.
Oh, that was smart.
To the dead, which is the borderline today between still stop. You're 100 feet below the Mediterranean Sea. Stuff to
So if I put one of yours in, it goes back to being your shot. No, I thought mine went in. One of them.
and here it is discovered in a clay jar, but thousands of caves basically.
I do. I think I put one in, and I still get it counted, but because I put one of yours in, it's your shot. I could be wrong though. Okay, you just we won't see right now because that's not what happened. What I'm saying is if I put one of mine in and I put one of yours in, I think they both count, but stop. I don't think so. No. Oh, dude, what a great shot.
I'm a Judaic scholar. It all is open to us now, and we have to look at it in a interdisciplinary fashion. And it's ongoing. It's an ongoing work, even as we speak. New advances made in technology.
Oh, look at that. Okay, I'll just try to. Okay, I put one of mine in. Who? Okay, you're right. So I must have not put any of mine in or something like that.
Somewhere in the first 2 centuries BCE, that is before the went out into those desert sands and created this community, essentially.
Get there. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Era, supernatural by God. That's the governing thesis.
Are you serious?
Called the Essenes. But I gotta say, I have changed my mind even recently because I think that there was a much larger and much older parent group of this Dead Sea community who lived not just in the desert but was scattered.
Oh, baby, come on.
Even well before.
For sure. Look at this. Ooh.
Centuries earlier, as early BC.
I think they're harder to get when they're on your side.
They saw corruption in the ancient priesthood.
That was great. If you miss this, I'm going to destroy it. I'm going to now just clear the board.
And that's the incredible thing. So here we have this parent group. We can also call them the Essenes, but they gave factions. The Dead Sea other groups, such as Christians. Even in Jewish scholarship, we read it in light of.
That's right. Yeah, because your thing went in. Your big shot. You made it really different for me though. I wonder how they came up with of the queen that that has to go in before the other ones. Uh-oh. Now you have to get the queen. You have to get. No way. No way. Just fucking played like a champ. F. No, actually, there's a. Yeah. It's not host advantage, or I at least allow it to be random, so it's whatever the computer said. Oh, get in. Look how sick. There should be like an Olympics for board games. Okay, I put one in and I put another one in. It's still my turn. All right. What do I do here?
Almost sounds like UFO encounters, Ken. We're going to be back with you in a moment. Dr. Ken Hansen with us as we talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
To access the audio archives of Coast to Coast,
You've got some difficult shots. All right, well, you better take your shot. Yeah. It's okay. I'll skip it just so it's even. Is your thing starting up? Okay. I'll let mine go. And in the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom.
Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart80s goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and make it your next preset. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers and turning the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Radio attack operations may have been live.
I'm not saying it's okay or wrong, but in my world, I found a way to
All right. You're. Well, it's your turn. Just hit it. Is it my turn? No, it's your turn. Hit it. Oh, okay. Kind of you. Okay, is your iPad charging? So I don't really know what to. Oh, here. I don't really know what to do here, though. It's like if I hit it, it's gonna hit all your shit. Oh, don't hit his shit in. Fuck. No way is this a good shot. You just gave me a beautiful shot right. No.
Here's another way to connect to within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts.
I did what I wanted, which is to get it in the middle. Hey, my thing went in, and it did gain. I did gain an extra thing. No, I think you did. I think it goes. You add an extra one anyway, and we just weren't noticing.
When's the last time you took
I was trying late, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
No way. Okay, here's one of the greatest 1, 2, 3s you're ever gonna see in your entire life. One. Fuck. I hit.
Funny and hot about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades and ultimately
And I kind of.
wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters.
Quite an angle.
Chatsky Street.
Fudge. And I just opened up the board to you. And you have the iPad advantage. It is a major advantage. In the World Board Game Olympics, it's going to be seen as like juicing. What is that bullshit? I'm going to shut your shit off. Don't fuck up. Fuck. Oh, you hurt me. No, you didn't. You hurt me. Not at all. You're right. Dude, mini golf is easy. You just have to get it like somewhere just remotely close and it'll suck in. Which I'm happy. I like that it's right, and I'm glad that it is. Look at you. You've got this. Now you got a red one. The Yes.
That works.
No way. No way. No way. No.
Sleep by reducing inflammation and aiding cell waiting. That inflammation needs to be stopped. High cholesterol, kidney disease, cancer, depression, disorders, osteoporosis.
This is a tough shot, though.
Inflammation.
Dude, and it put it.
Supporting the body's ability to and that is the purpose.
No.
Adapt
Don't miss.
together, supporting the body.
Okay, that's easy.
Dr. Malay, how will I
And this is super easy.
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better.
Don't miss.
24 hours.
And he didn't, folks. He's got it tied up. 3. All right, now I'm going to start playing.
better, faster. The stem cell wellness kit with the Dr. Stem and Stem is only available at healthylooking.com.
Well, I've only won 1 game. You've won 3.
That's 800-563-3980. Storage for free shipping.
Order now to get your mental clarity. Cell wellness kit at Healthy.
Dude.
Protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you try to be in control, lots of places.
A slide?
That's why
A slide? Oh, the first one?
every second for identity. Identity is stolen. A LifeLock US-based restoration specialist.
Dude, I don't think it added one to you because you had never put one in. Right. Dude, I don't know where to go with this. Fucking thing. Wait, I just put it in. Yeah. Why not?
Real people, real stories.
I was only sick for 7 days. The exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain
Dude.
fog. My memory never really totally. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really so like I just
No. Come on, baby.
That's CARNIB.
Planned. Totally planned. Oh, fuck.
And welcome back to our story along with Dr. Ken Hansen, whose website is linked. Ken, you were mentioning the Fallen Ones, and it does have a very strange tie-in. It sounds like.
Dude, where do I put this?
Doesn't it?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it does.
Oh, that was tight.
We're talking with something, some extraterrestrial entity. I always like to reference Jacques Vallée, a very
Come on, baby.
scientist, he's a Syrian. And
I planned on that.
who developed what he calls multi-dimensional hypothesis. That's a mouthful. person enters into deep meditative states of consciousness, you're able to access different dimensions of reality. So that angels and ETs,
No.
call them, habit mental realms, where also what we call remote viewing seems to work best. There are people who do remote viewing, remote viewers, who enter these realms of consciousness, these altered states, where entities that access. And these entities can even manifest in the physical plane if they so desire. So there's all across the centuries describing
That was garbage.
phenomena, and a lot of them are written in what we call mythology. In the case of the Book of Enoch, we've got a celestial who
Don't
goes
miss.
into the celestial realm that he witnesses, heavens, as it were. Something's going on. Although the valet says that he's more interested in this
Oh,
than he
are you
thinks that this is self, that there's some
fuck?
kind of force.
Dude, it did go back. It did go back.
With various cultures across the millennia, and so these visions appear to us to our own day and time. And then these entities would appear as angels, and in modern times, more like UFOs. But something's going on.
Is it conceivable? Is it conceivable? Is it possible that those of us who believe in the religious aspects of this might have it all wrong and it's all extraterrestrial, that the angels are ETs, the fallen ones are ETs, and we're dealing with a different sect of extraterrestrial?
Look, you're gonna get an extra one.
Was kept out of the body. It's described as something else other than what we read in we relate extraterrestrial, what we call extraterrestrial. I like to call them entities.
Dude, I just spread it out for you.
Dismiss all of this.
Easy for you.
I'm a scholar, and scholars tend to look at the
No way.
and we never think about what's actually going on among those who experience these things, these visions. It's just literature, it's just mythology, and we deal
No way. No way.
with the authors actually experience.
No.
And it gets really fast. Consider something that's fairly recent that was discovered in the archaeology, namely an ancient altar bearing residue of, believe it or not, cannabis on it. That was that's archaeological site in the Negev desert, out in the middle of nowhere.
What a good shot. Yeah, you're fine. I would. I need like the greatest shot of my career here, and I don't even know how I get this.
Shoveling spade after spade into buckets, and all of a sudden you reach a level that and destruction took place, where the city was destroyed.
When you said freebie, you mean the queen?
And you're digging down. Here's where the city.
It's not my queen, it's the queen, dog. We share her. And she's been a whore to me. Actually, she's been. It's that last Karen that sucks. No way. Go, 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 go. You hooked me up. Fuck. Both of them? Now you're talking. That might have done it for you. You might be. It all comes down to this. Fuck.
That's where researchers and certain chemical compounds, all of us, that seem to be connected with these realms beyond ourselves.
Get in. Get in. Get in. Get in.
Recently went to a retreat up in Oregon where
What are you talking about?
a brew of mushroom consciousness and to experience the real beyond it. Yes, suggesting that we're also consuming mushrooms, even out on the shores of the Dead Sea, and having these experiences.
Absolutely. I'm not good at this game.
And I've long been very interested in the Bible
Word, dog.
itself, which talk about how you shall make for yourselves a certain incense that
Oh, get in.
burned upon the altar. And these are actual biblical texts. Some of these texts appear in the daily prayers that we recite in Judaism, in Hebrew, to this day, where the Lord said to Moses, this is from Exodus 31, take for yourselves herbs together with pure frankincense. And I'm reading this in the Hebrew, and it says, samim. Okay, I'm reading the Hebrew now. But this word samim, well, that's a modern Hebrew word that I learned when I was a young student. Today, it means drugs. What?
Get in. Thank you.
Drugs. Create this incense out of it. And there's another passage in the book of Exodus.
Oh, what a good. That would have been amazing.
Which translates as aromatic cane. English translation. But Bosem sure sounds a little bit like cannabis. And some have been interpreted that way.
Fuck.
That are commanded by the Israelites to make this. When you make this incense, you must not make any in the same proportions for yourselves. And any party who makes any like it.
Dude, I don't know what I do here.
From his kin. So why is Moses commanding the people not to smell this unless people are actually smelling it? And a lot of it.
Oh, that was.
And we go back.
But I had to get one back. Oh, no way. My. Maybe. Get in.
Five actually books that together comprise the not the Hebrew Bible that we have today. It was this banned Bible that became their holy writ that involved these let's call them non-terrestrial encounters. It's really amazing. We're looking into an ancient vanished Israelite faith.
The Dead Sea Scrolls, did they bear witness to Jesus?
Well, not directly. And I actually rejected for a long time the idea that Jesus was in any way connected with the Essenes. I thought he was starting a completely separate.
Boy, this would be an incredible bank shot.
I think he was not sect per se. Centuries older that branched off into numerous subgroups. One of those subgroups were the writers of the Dead Sea Scrolls who lived out shores of the Dead Sea, but there were multiple other groups who had the same parents.
No way. Get mine in.
Could be described as one of those offshoots from that branched into early what we call Judeo-Christianity, and even the New Testament quotes the Book of Enoch. It's incredible. People just gloss over that with the church, and nobody mentions this in church. But quotation from the Book of Enoch, and Jesus himself talks about seeing Satan fall. Right. Glimpses of this Enochic Judaism. Apostle Paul in the book of 1 Corinthians says that
Easy shots for you.
their heads on a
Easy.
and people read that in
Make it.
ancient insisting that the women have head coverings. But it says on account of the it was those down upon human women and lusted after them and cohabited with them to produce a race of giants. Remember that? Cover their heads so that the angels, so these watchers don't see them and won't have to spawn again.
Cover more than the head.
Bank shot.
Yeah, exactly. And these are the kind of passages that are glossed over, but they
Fucking, that's the best I've ever played. Like where I actually had to like, wow.
It's a narrative. It's a real. It's pretty complicated. I'm actually writing a new book.
I can't believe I made that.
The whole series of podcasts that people can listen to.
Get in. I wonder if it's possible to make one on the first shot. I think I made one of yours on the first shot, so perhaps it is.
History. These podcasts, listen to them, and I have a new YouTube channel that also covers the same ground.
That was good.
So you're welcome. It's God and history, but it's quite a story. It's all about these altered states.
Would you say the Dead Sea Scrolls might have been free?
That was good.
Definitely. Have AI technology that, and this only.
Oh, and you gotten.
Wait a second, there's always something new. And this is so recent.
Hit mine in. Just hit mine in.
Is now being employed to many of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's done not just through carbon dating, that's what we but the text script that is used. And AI can analyze.
No way. Look how tight those balls are.
As well. And I can look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and no problem. It's kind of like reading English the way or Shakespeare. S's look like the letter F, and so on and so forth. And you know, English at this point, or English, you can still read it. That's what it's like reading the Dead Sea Scrolls. There are certain characteristics in the letters. For example, the letter Lamed, which makes the L sound, looks a lot different in ancient Hebrew than it does in traditional Hebrew that we read today. And I know, okay, I'm reading an ancient text here, and I can more or less close it in terms of a century or two. But AI can do a lot better than that, though. And it's redating these on minute characteristic script in that. And some of them are being redated way
One.
than what we thought. And that exactly correlates with what I'm talking about in terms of a parent group of Enochians who lived centuries before Dead Sea Scrolls that
2.
came along. As early as before the Common Era, there was this breakaway parent group of Enochians. Enoch, in fact, as well as multiple others, over 100.
I just made all of your shots really easy.
Reevaluated based on AI, including fragments from the Book of Daniel, for example, which is really fascinating. The Book of Daniel contains a lot of apocalypse.
That was a great shot.
About the end of the world. It's the same kind of stuff we find in the Book of Enoch, fascination with the end times. And
No, it's not.
must have been written around 160 BCE because its visions describe revolt that took place between 168 and 164 BCE. It culminated in a feast we call today Hanukkah. The Jews revolted. Yeah, they revolted against the ancients. And in those days, we call them Maccabees, rose up. And if you know what you're reading, know the history, the Book of Daniel minutely describes the events of the Maccabees.
Hey, get in with the skin. Get more and take phone call. Answer with us.
Coast to coast AM.
No.
For iPhone, Android 4.0, it's live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
You got to get the queen now.
iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas.
Oh, no way. No way you're going to get this. This is like such a hard shot. No way. No way. All right. Now I'm going to make the greatest comeback you've ever seen, son. Oh, fuck.
Top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their album behind bars
No.
in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan-Nubi, Neil Cave, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in.
No way.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s.
Game winner.
Their past behind them.
Fuck. That was great. All right, take care. Isn't that funny that you were just randomly like, yeah, I saw this thing on your YouTube algorithm of like Canadian skee ball or something, and I was like, oh, you mean like carom? You're like, what? I'm like, we've played that before. You're like, no, we haven't. I'm like, well, it must have been Zoo. Like this, and you're like,